Rabelais and His World. By Mikhail Bakhtin. Introduction. Chapter 1 Rabelais in the History of Laughter. Chapter 2 The Language of the Marketplace in Rabelais. Chapter 3 Popular Festive Forms and Images in Rabelais. Chapter 4 Banquet Imagery in Rabelais. Chapter 5 The Grotesque Image of the Body and its Sources. Chapter 6 Images of the Material Bodily Lower Stratum. Chapter 7 Rabelais Images and His Time. Introduction. Of all great writers of world literature, Rabelais is the least popular, the least understood and appreciated. And yet, of all the great creators of European literature, Rabelais occupies one of the first places. Belinsky called Rabelais a genius, the 16th century Voltaire, and his novel one of the best of times past. Because of his literary power and historical importance, Western literary critics and writers place him immediately after Shakespeare or even next to him. The French Romanticists, especially Chateaubriand and Hugo, included him among the greatest geniuses of humanity of all times and nations. He was and is still considered not only a great writer in the usual sense of the word but also a sage and prophet. Here is a typical opinion expressed by the historian Mikhail. Rabelais collected wisdom from the popular elemental forces of the ancient Provençal idioms, sayings, proverbs, school farces, from the mouth of fools and clowns. But refracted by this foolery, the genius of the age and its prophetic power are revealed in all their majesty. If he does not discover, he foresees, he promises, he directs. Under each tiny leaf of this forest of dreams, the fruit which the future will harvest lies hidden. This entire book is a golden bough. 13. All such judgments and appreciations are, of course, relative. We do not intend to answer the question whether Rabelais can be placed next to Shakespeare or whether he is superior or inferior to Cervantes. But his place in history among the creators of modern European writing, such as Dante, Boccaccio, Shakespeare, and Cervantes, is not subject to doubt. Rabelais not only determined the fate of French literature and of the French literary tongue, but influenced the fate of world literature as well, probably no less than Cervantes. There is also no doubt that he is the most democratic among these initiators of new literatures. He is more closely and essentially linked to popular sources and, moreover, to specific ones. Mikhail enumerates them with considerable accuracy. These sources determined the entire system of his images and his artistic outlook on the world. It is precisely this specific and radical popular character of Rabelais images which explains their exceptional saturation with the future so correctly stressed by Mikhail in the appreciation quoted. It also explains Rabelais' non-literary nature, that is the nonconformity of his images to the literary norms and canons predominating in the 16th century and still prevailing in our times, whatever the changes undergone by their contents. Rabelais' nonconformity was carried to a much greater extent than that of Shakespeare or Cervantes, who merely disobeyed the narrow classical canons. Rabelais' images have a certain undestroyable non-official nature. No dogma, no authoritarianism, no narrow-minded seriousness can coexist with Rabelaisian images. These images are opposed to all that is finished and polished, to all pomposity, to every ready-made solution in the sphere of thought and world outlook. This accounts for Rabelais' peculiar isolation in the successive centuries. He cannot be approached along the wide-beaten roads followed by bourgeois Europe's literary creation and ideology during the 400 years separating him from us. Although during these 400 years there have been many enthusiastic admirers of Rabelais, we can find nowhere a fully expressed understanding of him. The Romantics who discovered him, as they discovered Shakespeare and Cervantes, were incapable of revealing his essence and did not go beyond enraptured surprise. Many were repulsed and still are repulsed by him. The vast majority, however, simply do not understand him. In fact, many of his images remain an enigma. This enigma can be solved only by means of a deep study of Rabelais' popular sources. If he appears so isolated, so unlike any other representative of great literature of these last 4 centuries of history, we should reflect that this period of literary development may in turn seem unusual when viewed against the background of folk tradition. Rabelais images are completely at home within the thousand-year-old development of popular culture. Rabelais is the most difficult classical author of world literature. To be understood, he requires an essential reconstruction of our entire artistic and ideological perception, the renunciation of many deeply rooted demands of literary taste, and the revision of many concepts. Above all, he requires an exploration in depth of a sphere as yet little and superficially studied, the tradition of folk humor. Rabelais is difficult. But his work, correctly understood, casts a retrospective light on this thousand-year-old development of the folk culture of humor, which has found in his works its greatest literary expression. Rabelais' illuminative role in this respect is of the greatest importance. His novel must serve as a key to the immense treasury of folk humor which as yet has been scarcely understood or analyzed. But first of all, it is necessary to take possession of this key. The aim of the present introduction is to pose the problem presented by the culture of folk humor in the Middle Ages and the Renaissance, and to offer a description of its original traits. Laughter and its forms represent, as we have said, the least scrutinized sphere of the people's creation. The narrow concept of popular character and of folklore was born in the pre-Romantic period and was basically completed by von Herder and the Romantics. There was no room in this concept for the peculiar culture of the marketplace and of folk laughter with all its wealth of manifestations. Nor did the generations that succeeded each other in that marketplace become the object of historic, literary, or folkloristic scrutiny as the study of early cultures continued. The element of laughter was accorded the least place of all in the vast literature devoted to myth, to folk lyrics, and to epics. Even more unfortunate was the fact that the peculiar nature of the people's laughter was completely distorted. Entirely alien notions and concepts of humor, formed within the framework of bourgeois modern culture and aesthetics, were applied to this interpretation. We may therefore say without exaggeration that the profound originality expressed by the culture of folk humor in the past has remained unexplored until now. And yet, the scope and the importance of this culture were immense in the Renaissance and the Middle Ages. A boundless world of humorous forms and manifestations opposed the official and serious tone of medieval ecclesiastical and feudal culture. In spite of their variety, folk festivities of the carnival type, the comic rites and cults, the clowns and fools, giants, dwarfs, and jugglers, the vast and manifold literature of parody, all these forms have one style in common: they belong to one culture of folk carnival humor. The manifestations of this folk culture can be divided into three distinct forms. 1. Ritual spectacles, carnival pageants, comic shows of the marketplace. 2. Comic verbal compositions, parodies both oral and written, in Latin and in the vernacular. 3. Various genres of billingsgate, curses, oaths, popular blazons. These three forms of folk humor, reflecting in spite of their variety a single humorous aspect of the world, are closely linked and interwoven in many ways. Let us begin by describing each of these forms. Carnival festivities and the comic spectacles and ritual connected with them had an important place in the life of medieval man. Besides carnivals proper, with their long and complex pageants and processions, there was the Feast of Fools, Gesta Stultorum, and the Feast of the Ass. There was a special free Easter laughter, Risus Paschalis, consecrated by tradition. Moreover, nearly every church feast had its comic folk aspect, which was also traditionally recognized. Such, for instance, were the parish feasts, usually marked by fairs and varied open-air amusements, with the participation of giants, dwarfs, monsters, and trained animals. A carnival atmosphere reigned on days when mysteries and sottiers or farces satiriques were produced. This atmosphere also pervaded such agricultural feasts as the harvesting of grapes, vendange, which was celebrated also in the city. Civil and social ceremonies and rituals took on a comic aspect as clowns and fools, constant participants in these festivals, mimicked serious rituals such as the tribute rendered to the victors at tournaments, the transfer of feudal rights, or the initiation of a knight. Minor occasions were also marked by comic protocol, as for instance the election of a king and queen to preside at a banquet for laughter's sake, roi pour rire. All these forms of protocol and ritual based on laughter and consecrated by tradition existed in all the countries of medieval Europe. They were sharply distinct from the serious official, ecclesiastical, feudal, and political cult forms and ceremonials. They offered a completely different, non-official, extra-ecclesiastical, and extra-political aspect of the world, of man, and of human relations. They built a second world and a second life outside officialdom, a world in which all medieval people participated more or less, in which they lived during a given time of the year. If we fail to take into consideration this two-world condition, neither medieval cultural consciousness nor the culture of the Renaissance can be understood. To ignore or to underestimate the laughing people of the Middle Ages also distorts the picture of European culture's historic development. This double aspect of the world and of human life existed even at the earliest stages of cultural development. In the folklore of primitive peoples, coupled with the cults which were serious in tone and organization were other, comic cults which laughed and scoffed at the deity. Ritual laughter, coupled with serious myths were comic and abusive ones, coupled with heroes were their parodies and doublets. These comic rituals and myths have attracted the attention of folklorists. 14. But at the early stages of pre-class and pre-political social order it seems that the serious and the comic aspects of the world and of the deity were equally sacred, equally official. This similarity was preserved in rituals of a later period of history. For instance, in the early period of the Roman state the ceremonial of the triumphal procession included on almost equal terms the glorifying and the deriding of the victor. The funeral ritual was also composed of lamenting, glorifying, and deriding the deceased. But in the definitely consolidated state and class structure such an equality of the two aspects became impossible. All the comic forms were transferred, some earlier and others later, to a non-official level. There they acquired a new meaning, were deepened and rendered more complex, until they became the expression of folk consciousness, of folk culture. Such were the carnival festivities of the ancient world, especially the Roman Saturnalias, and such were medieval carnivals. They were, of course, far removed from the primitive community's ritual laughter. What are the peculiar traits of the comic rituals and spectacles of the Middle Ages? Of course, these are not religious rituals like, for instance, the Christian liturgy to which they are linked by distant genetic ties. The basis of laughter which gives form to carnival rituals frees them completely from all religious and ecclesiastic dogmatism, from all mysticism and piety. They are also completely deprived of the character of magic and prayer. They do not command nor do they ask for anything. Even more, certain carnival forms parody the Church's cult. All these forms are systematically placed outside the Church and religiosity. They belong to an entirely different sphere. Because of their obvious sensuous character and their strong element of play, carnival images closely resemble certain artistic forms, namely the spectacle. In turn, medieval spectacles often tended toward carnival folk culture, the culture of the marketplace, and to a certain extent became one of its components. But the basic carnival nucleus of this culture is by no means a purely artistic form nor a spectacle and does not, generally speaking, belong to the sphere of art. It belongs to the borderline between art and life. In reality, it is life itself, but shaped according to a certain pattern of play. In fact, carnival does not know footlights, in the sense that it does not acknowledge any distinction between actors and spectators. Footlights would destroy a carnival, as the absence of footlights would destroy a theatrical performance. Carnival is not a spectacle seen by the people, they live in it, and everyone participates because its very idea embraces all the people. While carnival lasts, there is no other life outside it. During carnival time life is subject only to its laws, that is, the laws of its own freedom. It has a universal spirit. It is a special condition of the entire world, of the world's revival and renewal, in which all take part. Such is the essence of carnival, vividly felt by all its participants. It was most clearly expressed and experienced in the Roman Saturnalias, perceived as a true and full, though temporary, return of Saturn's golden age upon Earth. The tradition of the Saturnalias remained unbroken and alive in the medieval carnival, which expressed this universal renewal and was vividly felt as an escape from the usual official way of life. Clowns and fools, which often figure in Rabelais' novel, are characteristic of the medieval culture of humor. They were the constant, accredited representatives of the carnival spirit in everyday life out of carnival season. Like Triboulet 15 at the time of Francis I, they were not actors playing their parts on a stage, as did the comic actors of a later period, impersonating Harlequin, Hanswurst, etc., but remained fools and clowns always and wherever they made their appearance. As such they represented a certain form of life, which was real and ideal at the same time. They stood on the borderline between life and art, in a peculiar mid-zone as it were. They were neither eccentrics nor dolts, neither were they comic actors. Thus carnival is the people's second life, organized on the basis of laughter. It is a festive life. Festivity is a peculiar quality of all comic rituals and spectacles of the Middle Ages. All these forms of carnival were also linked externally to the feasts of the Church. One carnival did not coincide with any commemoration of sacred history or of a saint but marked the last days before Lent, and for this reason was called Mardi Gras or Carême Prenant in France and Fastnacht in Germany. Even more significant is the genetic link of these carnivals with ancient pagan festivities, agrarian in nature, which included the comic element in their rituals. The feast, every feast, is an important primary form of human culture. It cannot be explained merely by the practical conditions of the community's work, and it would be even more superficial to attribute it to the physiological demand for periodic rest. The feast had always an essential, meaningful philosophical content. No rest period or breathing spell can be rendered festive per se, something must be added from the spiritual and ideological dimension. They must be sanctioned not by the world of practical conditions but by the highest aims of human existence, that is, by the world of ideals. Without this sanction there can be no festivity. The feast is always essentially related to time, either to the recurrence of an event in the natural, cosmic, cycle, or to biological or historic timeliness. Moreover, through all the stages of historic development feasts were linked to moments of crisis, of breaking points in the cycle of nature or in the life of society and man. Moments of death and revival, of change and renewal always led to a festive perception of the world. These moments, expressed in concrete form, created the peculiar character of the feasts. In the framework of class and feudal political structure this specific character could be realized without distortion only in the carnival and in similar marketplace festivals. They were the second life of the people, who for a time entered the utopian realm of community, freedom, equality, and abundance. On the other hand, the official feasts of the Middle Ages, whether ecclesiastic, feudal, or sponsored by the state, did not lead the people out of the existing world order and created no second life. On the contrary, they sanctioned the existing pattern of things and reinforced it. The link with time became formal, changes and moments of crisis were relegated to the past. Actually, the official feast looked back at the past and used the past to consecrate the present. Unlike the earlier and purer feast, the official feast asserted all that was stable, unchanging, perennial, the existing hierarchy, the existing religious, political, and moral values, norms, and prohibitions. It was the triumph of a truth already established, the predominant truth that was put forward as eternal and indisputable. This is why the tone of the official feast was monolithically serious and why the element of laughter was alien to it. The true nature of human festivity was betrayed and distorted. But this true festive character was indestructible, it had to be tolerated and even legalized outside the official sphere and had to be turned over to the popular sphere of the marketplace. As opposed to the official feast, one might say that carnival celebrated temporary liberation from the prevailing truth and from the established order, it marked the suspension of all hierarchical rank, privileges, norms, and prohibitions. Carnival was the true feast of time, the feast of becoming, change, and renewal. It was hostile to all that was immortalized and completed. The suspension of all hierarchical precedence during carnival time was of particular significance. Rank was especially evident during official feasts. Everyone was expected to appear in the full regalia of his calling, rank, and merits and to take the place corresponding to his position. It was a consecration of inequality. On the contrary, all were considered equal during carnival. Here, in the town square, a special form of free and familiar contact reigned among people who were usually divided by the barriers of caste, property, profession, and age. The hierarchical background and the extreme corporative and caste divisions of the medieval social order were exceptionally strong. Therefore such free, familiar contacts were deeply felt and formed an essential element of the carnival spirit. People were, so to speak, reborn for new, purely human relations. These truly human relations were not only a fruit of imagination or abstract thought, they were experienced. The utopian ideal and the realistic merged in this carnival experience, unique of its kind. This temporary suspension, both ideal and real, of hierarchical rank created during carnival time a special type of communication impossible in everyday life. This led to the creation of special forms of marketplace speech and gesture, frank and free, permitting no distance between those who came in contact with each other and liberating from norms of etiquette and decency imposed at other times. A special carnivalesque, marketplace style of expression was formed which we find abundantly represented in Rabelais' novel. During the century-long development of the medieval carnival, prepared by thousands of years of ancient comic ritual, including the primitive Saturnalias, a special idiom of forms and symbols was evolved, an extremely rich idiom that expressed the unique yet complex carnival experience of the people. This experience, opposed to all that was ready-made and completed, to all pretense at immutability, sought a dynamic expression. It demanded ever-changing, playful, undefined forms. All the symbols of the carnival idiom are filled with this pathos of change and renewal, with the sense of the gay relativity of prevailing truths and authorities. We find here a characteristic logic, the peculiar logic of the inside-out, à l'envers, of the turnabout, of a continual shifting from top to bottom, from front to rear, of numerous parodies and travesties, humiliations, profanations, comic crownings and uncrownings. A second life, a second world of folk culture is thus constructed. It is to a certain extent a parody of the extra-carnival life, a world inside out. We must stress, however, that the carnival is far distant from the negative and formal parody of modern times. Folk humor denies, but it revives and renews at the same time. Bare negation is completely alien to folk culture. Our introduction has merely touched upon the exceptionally rich and original idiom of carnival forms and symbols. The principal aim of the present work is to understand this half-forgotten idiom, in so many ways obscure to us. For it is precisely this idiom which was used by Rabelais, and without it we would fail to understand Rabelais' system of images. This carnival imagery was also used, although differently and to a different degree, by Erasmus, Shakespeare, Lope de Vega, Guevara, and Quevedo, by the German literature of fools, Narrenliteratur, and by Hans Sachs, Fischart, Grimmelshausen, and others. Without an understanding of it, therefore, a full appreciation of Renaissance and grotesque literature is impossible. Not only belles lettres but the utopias of the Renaissance and its conception of the universe itself were deeply penetrated by the carnival spirit and often adopted its forms and symbols. Let us say a few initial words about the complex nature of carnival laughter. It is, first of all, a festive laughter. Therefore it is not an individual reaction to some isolated comic event. Carnival laughter is the laughter of all the people. Second, it is universal in scope, it is directed at all and everyone, including the carnival's participants. The entire world is seen in its droll aspect, in its gay relativity. Third, this laughter is ambivalent, it is gay, triumphant, and at the same time mocking, deriding. It asserts and denies, it buries and revives. Such is the laughter of carnival. Let us enlarge upon the second important trait of the people's festive laughter, that it is also directed at those who laugh. The people do not exclude themselves from the wholeness of the world. They, too, are incomplete, they also die and are revived and renewed. This is one of the essential differences of the people's festive laughter from the pure satire of modern times. The satirist whose laughter is negative places himself above the object of his mockery, he is opposed to it. The wholeness of the world's comic aspect is destroyed, and that which appears comic becomes a private reaction. The people's ambivalent laughter, on the other hand, expresses the point of view of the whole world, he who is laughing also belongs to it. Let us here stress the special philosophical and utopian character of festive laughter and its orientation toward the highest spheres. The most ancient rituals of mocking at the deity have here survived, acquiring a new essential meaning. All that was purely cultic and limited has faded away, but the all-human, universal, and utopian element has been retained. The greatest writer to complete the cycle of the people's carnival laughter and bring it into world literature was Rabelais. His work will permit us to enter into the complex and deep nature of this phenomenon. The problem of folk humor must be correctly posed. Current literature concerning this subject presents merely gross modernizations. The present-day analysis of laughter explains it either as purely negative satire, and Rabelais is described as a pure satirist, or else as gay, fanciful, recreational drollery deprived of philosophic content. The important point made previously, that folk humor is ambivalent, is usually ignored. We shall now turn to the second form of the culture of folk humor in the Middle Ages, the comic verbal compositions, in Latin, or in the vernacular. This, of course, is not folklore proper, although some of these compositions in the vernacular could be placed in that category. But comic literature was infused with the carnival spirit and made wide use of carnival forms and images. It developed in the disguise of legalized carnival licentiousness and in most cases was systematically linked with such celebrations. 16 Its laughter was both ambivalent and festive. It was the entire recreational literature of the Middle Ages. Celebrations of a carnival type represented a considerable part of the life of medieval men, even in the time given over to them. Large medieval cities devoted an average of 3 months a year to these festivities. The influence of the carnival spirit was irresistible, it made a man renounce his official state as monk, cleric, scholar, and perceive the world in its laughing aspect. Not only schoolmen and minor clerics but hierarchs and learned theologians indulged in gay recreation as relaxation from pious seriousness. Monkish pranks, Joca Monacorum, was the title of one of the most popular medieval comic pieces. Confined to their cells, monks produced parodies or semi-parodies of learned treatises and other droll Latin compositions. The comic literature of the Middle Ages developed throughout 1,000 years or even more, since its origin goes back to Christian antiquity. During this long life it underwent, of course, considerable transformation, the Latin compositions being altered least. A variety of genres and styles were elaborated. But in spite of all these variations, this literature remained more or less the expression of the popular carnival spirit, using the latter's forms and symbols. The Latin parody or semi-parody was widespread. The number of manuscripts belonging to this category is immense. The entire official ideology and ritual are here shown in their comic aspect. Laughter penetrates the highest forms of religious cult and thought. One of the oldest and most popular examples of this literature, Cyprian's Supper, Sina Cypriani, offers a peculiar festive and carnivalesque travesty of the entire scriptures. This work was consecrated by the tradition of Paschal laughter, Risus Paschalis. The faraway echoes of the Roman Saturnalia can be heard in it. Another ancient parody is the grammatical Virgil Maro, Virgilius Maro Grammaticus, a semi-parodical learned treatise on Latin grammar which is at the same time a parody of the scholarly wisdom and of the scientific methods of the early Middle Ages. Both works, composed at the very borderline between the antique world and the Middle Ages, inaugurated this humorous genre and had a decisive influence on its later forms. Their vogue lasted almost up to the Renaissance. In the further development of humorous Latin literature, parodical doublets of every ecclesiastical cult and teaching were created. The so-called parodia sacra, sacred parody, one of the most peculiar and least understood manifestations of medieval literature. There is a considerable number of parodical liturgies, the liturgy of the drunkards, the liturgy of the gamblers, parodies of gospel readings, of the most sacred prayers, the Lord's Prayer, the Ave Maria, of litanies, hymns, psalms, and even gospel sayings. There were parodies of wills, the pig's will, the will of the ass, parodies of epitaphs, council decrees, etc. The scope of this literature is almost limitless. All of it was consecrated by tradition and, to a certain extent, tolerated by the Church. It was created and preserved under the auspices of the Paschal laughter, or of the Christmas laughter. It was in part directly linked, as in the parodies of liturgies and prayers, with the Feast of Fools, and may have been performed during this celebration. There were other parodies in Latin, parodies of debates, dialogues, chronicles, and so forth. All these forms demanded from their authors a certain degree of learning, sometimes at a high level. All of them brought the echoes of carnival laughter within the walls of monasteries, universities, and schools. Medieval Latin humor found its final and complete expression at the highest level of the Renaissance in Erasmus in Praise of Folly, one of the greatest creations of carnival laughter in world literature, and in von Hutton's Letters of Obscure People. No less rich and even more varied is medieval humorous literature composed in the vernacular. Here, too, we find forms similar to the parodia sacra, parodies of prayers, of sermons, the sermons joyeux in France, of Christmas carols, and legends of the saints. But the prevailing forms are the secular parody and travesty, which present the droll aspect of the feudal system and of feudal heroics. The medieval epic parodies are animal, jesting, roguish, foolish. They deal with heroic deeds, epic heroes, the comic Roland, and knightly tales, the mule without a bridle, Aucassin and Nicolette. There are various genres of mock rhetoric, carnivalesque debates, comic dialogues, and eulogies. Carnivalesque humor is also reflected in the fabliaux and in the peculiar comic lyrics of vagrant scholars. All these genres are linked to carnivalesque forms and symbols more closely than the Latin parodies. But it is the medieval comic theatre which is most intimately related to carnival. The first medieval comic play that has been preserved, the play In the Bower by Adam de la Halle, is a remarkable example of a purely carnivalesque vision and conception of the world. De la Halle's play contains in embryonic form many aspects of Rabelais' own world. The miracle and morality plays acquired to a certain extent a carnivalesque nature. Laughter penetrated the mystery plays. The diabolries which are part of these performances have an obvious carnivalesque character, as do also the soties produced during the late Middle Ages. We have here described only a few better known manifestations of humorous literature, which will suffice for the posing of our problem. As we advance in our analysis of Rabelais' work, we shall examine in detail these genres, as well as many less known examples of medieval humorous writings. Let us now look at the third form of the culture of folk humor, certain specific manifestations and genres of medieval and Renaissance familiar speech in the marketplace. We have already said that during Carnival there is a temporary suspension of all hierarchic distinctions and barriers among men and of certain norms and prohibitions of usual life. We added that an ideal and at the same time real type of communication, impossible in ordinary life, is established. A new type of communication always creates new forms of speech or a new meaning given to the old forms. For instance, when two persons establish friendly relations, the form of their verbal intercourse also changes abruptly. They address each other informally, abusive words are used affectionately, and mutual mockery is permitted. In formal intercourse only a third person can be mocked. The two friends may pat each other on the shoulder and even on the belly, a typical carnivalesque gesture. Verbal etiquette and discipline are relaxed and indecent words and expressions may be used. But obviously such familiar intercourse in our days is far from the free familiar communication of the people in carnival time. It lacks the essentials, the all-human character, the festivity, utopian meaning, and philosophical depth. Let us point out that elements of the old ritual of fraternization were preserved in the carnival and were given a deeper meaning. Some of these elements have entered modern life but have entirely lost their primitive connotation. The new type of carnival familiarity was reflected in a series of speech patterns. Let us examine some of them. It is characteristic for the familiar speech of the marketplace to use abusive language, insulting words, or expressions, some of them quite lengthy and complex. The abuse is grammatically and semantically isolated from context and is regarded as a complete unit, something like a proverb. This is why we can speak of abusive language as of a special genre of Billingsgate. Abusive expressions are not homogeneous in origin, they had various functions in primitive communication and had in most cases the character of magic and incantations. But we are especially interested in the language which mocks and insults the deity and which was part of the ancient comic cults. These abuses were ambivalent, while humiliating and mortifying they at the same time revived and renewed. It was precisely this ambivalent abuse which determined the genre of speech in carnival intercourse. But its meaning underwent essential transformation, it lost its magic and its specific practical direction and acquired an intrinsic, universal character and depth. In this new form abuse contributed to the creation of the free carnival atmosphere, to the second, droll aspect of the world. Profanities and oaths, jurons, are in many ways similar to abusive language. They too invaded Billingsgate speech. Profanities must also be considered a special genre with the same attributes as abuse: isolation from context and intrinsic character. Profanities and oaths were not initially related to laughter, but they were excluded from the sphere of official speech because they broke its norms, they were therefore transferred to the familiar sphere of the marketplace. Here in the carnival atmosphere they acquired the nature of laughter and became ambivalent. The fate of other patterns of speech, for instance of various indecent expressions, was similar to that of the genres previously discussed. The familiar language of the marketplace became a reservoir in which various speech patterns excluded from official intercourse could freely accumulate. In spite of their genetic differences, all these genres were filled with the carnival spirit, transformed their primitive verbal functions, acquired a general tone of laughter, and became, as it were, so many sparks of the carnival bonfire which renews the world. We shall later discuss the peculiar verbal forms of the marketplace. Let us here merely stress in conclusion that all these genres and patterns of speech exercised a powerful influence on Rabelais' literary style. Such are the three basic forms of the culture of folk humor as expressed in the Middle Ages. All the influences we have analyzed have been known to scholars and have been studied by them, especially humorous literature in the vernacular. But these influences have been examined separately, completely severed from their maternal womb from the carnival, ritual, and spectacle. This means that the studies have been pursued outside the unity of folk culture, the problem of which was not posed. This is why, dealing with the variety and heterogeneous character of these phenomena, the scholars did not see the one deeply original humorous aspect of the world, presented in isolated fragments. The influences were interpreted in the light of cultural, aesthetic, and literary norms of modern times. They were measured not within their own dimensions but according to measurements completely alien to them. They were modernized, which means that they were subject to a false evaluation. The peculiarity of comic imagery, which is one in spite of its variety and is inherent to medieval folk culture and generally foreign to modern times, especially to the 19th century, was also not understood. We must now undertake the characterization of this comic imagery. It is usually pointed out that in Rabelais' work the material bodily principle, that is, images of the human body with its food, drink, defecation, and sexual life, plays a predominant role. Images of the body are offered, moreover, in an extremely exaggerated form. Rabelais was proclaimed by Victor Hugo the greatest poet of the flesh and belly, while others accused him of gross physiologism, of biologism, or naturalism. Similar traits were also found to a lesser degree in other representatives of Renaissance literature, in Boccaccio, Shakespeare, and Cervantes, and were interpreted as a rehabilitation of the flesh characteristic of the Renaissance in reaction against the ascetic Middle Ages. Sometimes they were seen as a typical manifestation of the Renaissance bourgeois character, that is, of its material interest in economic man. All these and similar explanations are nothing but interpretations according to the narrow and modified meaning which modern ideology, especially that of the 19th century, attributed to materiality and to the body. Actually, the images of the material bodily principle in the work of Rabelais, and of the other writers of the Renaissance, are the heritage, only somewhat modified by the Renaissance, of the culture of folk humor. They are the heritage of that peculiar type of imagery and, more broadly speaking, of that peculiar aesthetic concept which is characteristic of this folk culture and which differs sharply from the aesthetic concept of the following ages. We shall call it conditionally the concept of grotesque realism. The material bodily principle in grotesque realism is offered in its all-popular festive and utopian aspect. The cosmic, social, and bodily elements are given here as an indivisible whole. And this whole is gay and gracious. In grotesque realism, therefore, the bodily element is deeply positive. It is presented not in a private, egotistic form, severed from the other spheres of life, but as something universal, representing all the people. As such it is opposed to severance from the material and bodily roots of the world, it makes no pretense to renunciation of the earthy, or independence of the earth and the body. We repeat, the body and bodily life have here a cosmic and at the same time an all people's character. This is not the body and its physiology in the modern sense of these words, because it is not individualized. The material bodily principle is contained not in the biological individual, not in the bourgeois ego, but in the people, a people who are continually growing and renewed. This is why all that is bodily becomes grandiose, exaggerated, immeasurable. This exaggeration has a positive, assertive character. The leading themes of these images of bodily life are fertility, growth, and a brimming overabundance. Manifestations of this life refer not to the isolated biological individual, not to the private, egotistic economic man, but to the collective ancestral body of all the people. Abundance and the all people's element also determine the gay and festive character of all images of bodily life. They do not reflect the drabness of everyday existence. The material bodily principle is a triumphant, festive principle, it is a banquet for all the world. 17 This character is preserved to a considerable degree in Renaissance literature, and most fully, of course, in Rabelais. The essential principle of grotesque realism is degradation, that is, the lowering of all that is high, spiritual, ideal, abstract. It is a transfer to the material level, to the sphere of earth and body in their indissoluble unity. Thus Cyprian's Supper and many other Latin parodies of the Middle Ages are nothing but a selection of all the degrading, earthy details taken from the Bible, the Gospels, and other sacred texts. In the comic dialogues of Solomon with Marulf which were popular in the Middle Ages, Solomon's sententious pronouncements are contrasted to the flippant and debasing dictums of the clown Marulf, who brings the conversation down to a strongly emphasized bodily level of food, drink, digestion, and sexual life. 18 One of the main attributes of the medieval clown was precisely the transfer of every high ceremonial gesture or ritual to the material sphere. Such was the clown's role during tournaments, the knight's initiation, and so forth. It is in this tradition of grotesque realism that we find the source of the scenes in which Don Quixote degrades chivalry and ceremonial. In the learned scholastic milieu of the Middle Ages, light-hearted grammatical parody was popular. The tradition went back to the previously mentioned grammatical Virgil Maro, was maintained throughout the Middle Ages and Renaissance, and has survived in oral form in religious schools, colleges, and seminaries of Western Europe. This flippant grammar contains a transposed version of all grammatical categories brought down to the bodily level, especially to the erotic sphere. Not only parody in its narrow sense but all the other forms of grotesque realism degrade, bring down to earth, turn their subject into flesh. This is the peculiar trait of this genre which differentiates it from all the forms of medieval high art and literature. The people's laughter, which characterized all the forms of grotesque realism from immemorial times, was linked with the bodily lower stratum. Laughter degrades and materializes. What is the character of this process of degradation? We shall here answer this question briefly. Rabelais' work will permit us further to define, broaden, and deepen our analysis in the following chapters. Degradation and debasement of the higher do not have a formal and relative character in grotesque realism. Upward and downward have here an absolute and strictly topographical meaning. Downward is earth, upward is heaven. Earth is an element that devours, swallows up, the grave, the womb, and at the same time an element of birth, of renascence, the maternal breasts. Such is the meaning of upward and downward in their cosmic aspect, while in their purely bodily aspect, which is not clearly distinct from the cosmic, the upper part is the face or the head and the lower part is the genital organs, the belly, and the buttocks. These absolute topographical connotations are used by grotesque realism, including medieval parody. Degradation here means coming down to earth, the contact with earth as an element that swallows up and gives birth at the same time. To degrade is to bury, to sow, and to kill simultaneously, in order to bring forth something more and better. To degrade also means to concern oneself with the lower stratum of the body, the life of the belly and the reproductive organs. It therefore relates to acts of defecation and copulation, conception, pregnancy, and birth. Degradation digs a bodily grave for a new birth. It has not only a destructive, negative aspect, but also a regenerating one. To degrade an object does not imply merely hurling it into the void of non-existence, into absolute destruction, but to hurl it down to the reproductive lower stratum, the zone in which conception and a new birth take place. Grotesque realism knows no other lower level, it is the fruitful earth and the womb. It is always conceiving. This is the reason why medieval parody is unique, quite unlike the purely formalist literary parody of modern times, which has a solely negative character and is deprived of regenerating ambivalence. This genre and all the other modern forms of degradation could not, of course, preserve their former immensely important meaning. Degradation, whether parodical or of some other type, is characteristic of Renaissance literature, which in that sense perpetuated the best tradition of the culture of folk humor, fully and deeply expressed by Rabelais. But even at this point the material bodily principle was subject to a certain alteration and narrowing. Its universal and festive character was somewhat weakened. True, this process was still at its initial stage, as can be observed, for instance, in Don Quixote. The fundamental trend of Cervantes' parodies is a coming down to earth, a contact with the reproductive and generating power of the earth and of the body. This is a continuation of the grotesque tradition. But at the same time the material bodily principle has already been reduced. It is undergoing a peculiar crisis of splitting. Cervantes' images of bodily life have begun to lead a double existence. Sancho's fat belly, panza, his appetite and thirst still convey a powerful carnivalesque spirit. His love of abundance and wealth have not, as yet, a basically private, egotistic, and alienating character. Sancho is the direct heir of the antique pot-bellied demons which decorate the famous Corinthian vases. In Cervantes' images of food and drink there is still the spirit of popular banquets. Sancho's materialism, his potbelly, appetite, his abundant defecation, are on the absolute lower level of grotesque realism of the gay bodily grave, belly, bowels, earth, which has been dug for Don Quixote's abstract and deadened idealism. One could say that the knight of the sad countenance must die in order to be reborn a better and a greater man. This is a bodily and popular corrective to individual idealistic and spiritual pretense. Moreover, it is the popular corrective of laughter applied to the narrow-minded seriousness of the spiritual pretense. The absolute lower stratum is always laughing, it is a regenerating and laughing death. Sancho's role in relation to Don Quixote can be compared to the role of medieval parodies versus high ideology and cult, to the role of the clown versus serious ceremonial, to charnage versus kerm. The gay principle of regeneration can also be seen, to a lesser extent, in the windmills, giants, inns, castles, flocks of rams and sheep, armies of knights, innkeepers, lords of the castle, prostitutes, noble ladies, and so forth. All these images form a typical grotesque carnival, which turns a kitchen and banquet into a battle, kitchen utensils and shaving bowls into arms and helmets, and wine into blood. Such is the first, carnival aspect of the material bodily images of Don Quixote. But it is precisely this aspect which creates the grand style of Cervantes' realism, his universal nature, and his deep popular utopianism. A second aspect appears, under Cervantes' pen, as bodies and objects begin to acquire a private, individual nature, they are rendered petty and homely and become immovable parts of private life, the goal of egotistic lust and possession. This is no longer the positive, regenerating and renewing lower stratum, but a blunt and deathly obstacle to ideal aspirations. In the private sphere of isolated individuals, the images of the bodily lower stratum preserve the element of negation while losing almost entirely their positive regenerating force. Their link with life and with the cosmos is broken, they are narrowed down to naturalistic erotic images. In Don Quixote, however, this process is only in its initial stage. This second aspect of the material bodily image mingles with the first to form a complex and contradictory combination. Precisely in this double, tense, and contradictory life lies the power and the realism of these images. Such is the peculiar drama of the material bodily principle in Renaissance literature, the drama that leads to the breaking away of the body from the single procreating earth, the breaking away from the collective, growing, and continually renewed body of the people with which it had been linked in folk culture. But this process had not yet been fully completed for the artistic and ideological consciousness of the Renaissance. The bodily lower stratum of grotesque realism still fulfilled its unifying, degrading, uncrowning, and simultaneously regenerating functions. However divided, atomized, individualized were the private bodies, Renaissance realism did not cut off the umbilical cord which tied them to the fruitful womb of earth. Bodies could not be considered for themselves, they represented a material bodily whole and therefore transgressed the limits of their isolation. The private and the universal were still blended in a contradictory unity. The carnival spirit still reigned in the depths of Renaissance literature. The complex nature of Renaissance realism has not as yet been sufficiently disclosed. Two types of imagery reflecting the conception of the world here meet at crossroads. One of them ascends to the folk culture of humor, while the other is the bourgeois conception of the completed atomized being. The conflict of these two contradictory trends in the interpretation of the bodily principle is typical of Renaissance realism. The ever-growing, inexhaustible, ever-laughing principle which uncrowns and renews is combined with its opposite, the petty, inert material principle of class society. To ignore grotesque realism prevents us from understanding correctly not only its development during the Renaissance but also a series of important phenomena belonging to its later manifestations. The entire field of realistic literature of the last 3 centuries is strewn with the fragments of grotesque realism, which at times are not mere remnants of the past but manifest a renewed vitality. In most cases these are grotesque images which have either weakened or entirely lost their positive pole, their link with the universal and one world. To understand the meaning of these fragments of half-dead forms is possible only if we retain the background of grotesque realism. The grotesque image reflects a phenomenon in transformation, an as yet unfinished metamorphosis, of death and birth, growth and becoming. The relation to time is one determining trait of the grotesque image. The other indispensable trait is ambivalence. For in this image we find both poles of transformation, the old and the new, the dying and the procreating, the beginning and the end of the metamorphosis. The relation to time, its perception and experience, which is at the basis of these forms, was bound to change during their development over thousands of years. At the early stage of the archaic grotesque, time is given as 2 parallel, actually simultaneous, phases of development, the initial and the terminal, winter and spring, death and birth. These primitive images move within the biocosmic circle of cyclic changes, the phases of nature's and man's reproductive life. The components of these images are the changing seasons, sowing, conception, growth, death. The concept which was contained implicitly in these ancient images was that of cyclical time, of natural and biological life. But grotesque images did not, of course, remain at that primitive level of development. The sense of time and of change was broadened and deepened, drawing into its cycle social and historic phenomena. The cyclical character is superseded by the sense of historic time. The grotesque images with their relation to changing time and their ambivalence become the means for the artistic and ideological expression of a mighty awareness of history and of historic change which appeared during the Renaissance. But even at this stage of their development, especially in Rabelais, the grotesque images preserve their peculiar nature, entirely different from ready-made, completed being. They remain ambivalent and contradictory, they are ugly, monstrous, hideous from the point of view of classic aesthetics, that is, the aesthetics of the ready-made and the completed. The new historic sense that penetrates them gives these images a new meaning but keeps intact their traditional contents: copulation, pregnancy, birth, growth, old age, disintegration, dismemberment. All these in their direct material aspect are the main element in the system of grotesque images. They are contrary to the classic images of the finished, completed man, cleansed, as it were, of all the scoriae of birth and development. In the famous Kirch terracotta collection we find figurines of senile pregnant hags. Moreover, the old hags are laughing. 19 This is a typical and very strongly expressed grotesque. It is ambivalent. It is pregnant death, a death that gives birth. There is nothing completed, nothing calm and stable in the bodies of these old hags. They combine a senile, decaying and deformed flesh with the flesh of new life, conceived but as yet unformed. Life is shown in its twofold contradictory process, it is the epitome of incompleteness. And such is precisely the grotesque concept of the body. Contrary to modern canons, the grotesque body is not separated from the rest of the world. It is not a closed, completed unit, it is unfinished, outgrows itself, transgresses its own limits. The stress is laid on those parts of the body that are open to the outside world, that is, the parts through which the world enters the body or emerges from it, or through which the body itself goes out to meet the world. This means that the emphasis is on the apertures or the convexities, or on various ramifications and offshoots, the open mouth, the genital organs, the breasts, the phallus, the potbelly, the nose. The body discloses its essence as a principle of growth which exceeds its own limits only in copulation, pregnancy, childbirth, the throes of death, eating, drinking, or defecation. This is the ever unfinished, ever creating body, the link in the chain of genetic development, or more correctly speaking, two links shown at the point where they enter into each other. This especially strikes the eye in archaic grotesque. One of the fundamental tendencies of the grotesque image of the body is to show two bodies in one, the one giving birth and dying, the other conceived, generated, and born. This is the pregnant and begetting body, or at least a body ready for conception and fertilization, the stress being laid on the phallus or the genital organs. From one body a new body always emerges in some form or other. In contrast to modern canons, the age of the body is most frequently represented in immediate proximity to birth or death, to infancy or old age, to the womb or the grave, to the bosom that gives life or swallows it up. But at their extreme limit the two bodies unite to form one. The individual is shown at the stage when it is recast into a new mold. It is dying and as yet unfinished, the body stands on the threshold of the grave and the crib. No longer is there one body, nor are there as yet two. Two heartbeats are heard, one is the mother's, which is slowed down. The unfinished and open body, dying, bringing forth and being born, is not separated from the world by clearly defined boundaries, it is blended with the world, with animals, with objects. It is cosmic, it represents the entire material bodily world in all its elements. It is an incarnation of this world at the absolute lower stratum, as the swallowing up and generating principle, as the bodily grave, and bosom, as a field which has been sown and in which new shoots are preparing to sprout. Such are the rough outlines of this concept of the body. In Rabelais' novel this concept has been most fully and masterfully expressed, whereas in other works of Renaissance literature it was watered down. It is represented in painting by Hieronymus Bosch and the elder Breppel. Some of its elements can be found in the frescoes and bas-reliefs which adorn the cathedrals and even village churches of the 12th and 13th centuries. 20. This image of the body acquired a considerable and substantial development in the popular, festive, and spectacle forms of the Middle Ages, in the Feast of the Fool, in Chivalry and Carnival, in the popular side-show of Corpus Christi, in the diable rise of the mystery plays, the soties, and farces. In the literary sphere the entire medieval parody is based on the grotesque concept of the body. It is this concept that also forms the body images in the immense mass of legends and literary works connected with the Indian wonders, as well as with the Western miracles of the Celtic Sea. It also forms the body images of ghostly visions and of the legends of giants. We also discover some of these elements in animal epics, fabliaux, and schwanki. Finally, the grotesque concept of the body forms the basis of abuses, oaths, and curses. The importance of abusive language is essential to the understanding of the literature of the grotesque. Abuse exercises a direct influence on the language and the images of this literature and is closely related to all other forms of degradation and down-to-earth in grotesque and Renaissance literature. Modern indecent abuse and cursing have retained dead and purely negative remnants of the grotesque concept of the body. Our three-storied oaths 21 or other unprintable expressions degrade the object according to the grotesque method, they send it down to the absolute bodily lower stratum, to the zone of the genital organs, the bodily grave, in order to be destroyed. But almost nothing has remained of the ambivalent meaning whereby they would also be revived, only the bare cynicism and insult have survived. Thus these expressions are completely isolated in the system of meaning and values of modern languages and in the modern picture of the world. They are fragments of an alien language in which certain things could be said in the past but which at present conveys nothing but senseless abuse. However, it would be absurd and hypocritical to deny the attraction which these expressions still exercise even when they are without erotic connotation. A vague memory of past carnival liberties and carnival truth still slumbers in these modern forms of abuse. The problem of their irrepressible linguistic vitality has as yet not been seriously posed. In the age of Rabelais, abuses and curses still retain their full meaning in the popular language from which his novels sprang, and above all they retain their positive, regenerating pole. They were closely related to all the forms of degradation inherited from grotesque realism. They belong to the popular festive travesties of carnival, to the images of the diable rise, of the underworld, of the soties. This is why abusive language played an important part in Rabelais' novel. The concept of the body in grotesque realism as discussed in this introduction is of course in flagrant contradiction with the literary and artistic canon of antiquity. 22 which formed the basis of Renaissance aesthetics and was connected to the further development of art. The Renaissance saw the body in quite a different light than the Middle Ages, in a different aspect of its life, and a different relation to the exterior non-bodily world. As conceived by these canons, the body was first of all a strictly completed, finished product. Furthermore, it was isolated, alone, fenced off from all other bodies. All signs of its unfinished character, of its growth and proliferation were eliminated. Its protuberances and offshoots were removed, its convexities, signs of new sprouts and buds, smoothed out, its apertures closed. The ever unfinished nature of the body was hidden, kept secret. Conception, pregnancy, childbirth, death throes, were almost never shown. The age represented was as far removed from the mother's womb as from the grave, the age most distant from either threshold of individual life. The accent was placed on the completed, self-sufficient individuality of the given body. Corporal acts were shown only when the border lines dividing the body from the outside world were sharply defined. The inner processes of absorbing and ejecting were not revealed. The individual body was presented apart from its relation to the ancestral body of the people. Such were the fundamental tendencies of the classic canons. It is quite obvious that from the point of view of these canons the body of grotesque realism was hideous and formless. It did not fit the framework of the aesthetics of the beautiful as conceived by the Renaissance. In this introduction as in the following chapters of our work, especially in chapter 5, while contrasting the grotesque and the classic canon we will not assert the superiority of the one over the other. We will merely establish their basic differences. But the grotesque concept will, of course, be foremost in our study, since it determined the images of the culture of folk humor and of Rabelais. The classic canon is clear to us, artistically speaking, to a certain degree we still live according to it. But we have ceased long ago to understand the grotesque canon, or else we grasp it only in its distorted form. The role of historians and theorists of literature and art is to reconstruct this canon in its true sense. It should not be interpreted according to the norms of modern times, nor should it be seen as deviation from present-day concepts. The grotesque canon must be appraised according to its own measurements. Here we must offer more clarification. We understand the word canon not in the narrow sense of a specific group of consciously established rules, norms, and proportions in the representation of the human body. It is still possible to speak of the classic canon in such a narrow sense at certain phases of its development. The grotesque image never had such a canon. It is non-canonical by its very nature. We here use the word canon in the wider sense of a manner of representing the human body and bodily life. In the art and literature of past ages we observe two such manners, which we will conditionally call grotesque and classic. We have defined these two canons in their pure, one might say extreme, form. But in history's living reality these canons were never fixed and immutable. Moreover, usually the two canons experience various forms of interaction, struggle, mutual influence, crossing, and fusion. This is especially true during the Renaissance. Even in Rabelais, who was the purest and the most consistent representative of the grotesque concept of the body, we find some classic elements, especially in the episode of Gargantua's education by Ponocrates and the Thelemae episode. But for the sake of our research the fundamental differences between the two canons are important. We shall center our attention on these differences. The specific type of imagery inherent to the culture of folk humor in all its forms and manifestations has been defined by us conditionally as grotesque realism. We shall now have to defend the choice of our terminology. Let us first examine the term grotesque, giving its history as related to the development of the grotesque itself and of its theory. Grotesque imagery, that is, the method of construction of its images, is an extremely ancient type. We find it in the mythology and in the archaic art of all peoples, among them, of course, the Greeks and Romans of the pre-classic period. During the classic period the grotesque did not die but was expelled from the sphere of official art to live and develop in certain low non-classic areas, plastic comic art, mostly on a small scale, as the previously mentioned Kirch terracottas, comic masks, Silene, figurines of the demons of fertility, and the popular statuettes of the little monster Turcitus. Humorous vase decorations present the images of grotesque doublets, the comic Heracles and Odysseus, scenes from comedies, and symbols of fertility. Finally, in the wider range of humorous literature, related in one form or the other to festivals of carnival type, we have the satiric drama, the ancient Attic comedy, the mimes, and others. During the period of late antiquity grotesque imagery attained its flowering and renewal, it embraced nearly all areas of art and literature. Under the influence of the art of Eastern peoples a new kind of grotesque was formed, but aesthetic and artistic thought developed along the lines of classic tradition, therefore, grotesque imagery was not given a consistent definition nor was its meaning recognized in theory. During its three stages of development archaic, classic, and late the essential element of realism was gradually shaped. It would be incorrect to see in grotesque merely gross naturalism, as has sometimes been done. But this antique imagery is outside the scope of our work. Point 23. In the following chapters we shall discuss only the manifestations of antique grotesque which influenced Rabelais' novel. The flowering of grotesque realism is a system of images created by the medieval culture of folk humor, and its summit is the literature of the Renaissance. At that time the term grotesque first appears on the scene, but in a narrow sense occasioned by the finding at the end of the 15th century of a certain type of Roman ornament, previously unknown. These ornaments were brought to light during the excavation of Titus baths and were called grottesca from the Italian word grotta. Somewhat later similar ornaments were discovered in other areas of Italy. What is the character of these ornaments? They impressed the connoisseurs by the extremely fanciful, free, and playful treatment of plant, animal, and human forms. These forms seemed to be interwoven as if giving birth to each other. The border lines that divide the kingdoms of nature in the usual picture of the world were boldly infringed. Neither was there the usual static presentation of reality. There was no longer the movement of finished forms, vegetable or animal, in a finished and stable world. Instead, the inner movement of being itself was expressed in the passing of one form into the other, in the ever-incomplete character of being. This ornamental interplay revealed an extreme lightness and freedom of artistic fantasy, a gay, almost laughing, libertinage. The gay tone of the new ornament was grasped and brilliantly rendered by Raphael and his pupils in their grotesque decoration of the Vatican loggias. 24. Such is the fundamental trait of the Roman ornament to which the term grotesque was first applied, a new word for an apparently new manifestation. The initial meaning of the term was in the beginning extremely narrow, describing the rediscovered form of Roman ornament. But in reality this form was but a fragment of the immense world of grotesque imagery which existed throughout all the stages of antiquity and continued to exist in the Middle Ages and the Renaissance. The fragment reflected the characteristic features of this immense world, and thus a further productive life was ensured for the new term, with gradual extension to the almost immeasurable sphere of grotesque imagery. But this extension of the term took place very slowly and without a clear theoretical interpretation of the peculiar character and the oneness of the grotesque world. The first attempt at theoretical analysis, or more correctly speaking at description and appraisal of this genre, was made by Vasari, relying on the opinion of Vitruvius, the Roman architect and art expert in the time of Augustus. Vasari pronounced a negative judgment. Vitruvius, whom Vasari quotes approvingly, condemned the new barbarian fashion of covering walls with monsters instead of the bright reflection of the world of objects. In other words, Vitruvius condemned the grotesque from the classic standpoint as a gross violation of natural forms and proportions. Vasari expressed a similar point of view which prevailed for a long time. Only in the second part of the 18th century did a deeper and broader understanding of the grotesque make its appearance. During the domination of the classical canon in all the areas of art and literature of the 17th and early 18th centuries, the grotesque related to the culture of folk humor was excluded from great literature. It descended to the low comic level or was subject to the epithet gross naturalism, as we have seen. During this period, actually starting in the 17th century, we observe a process of gradual narrowing down of the ritual, spectacle, and carnival forms of folk culture, which became small and trivial. On the one hand the state encroached upon festive life and turned it into a parade, on the other hand these festivities were brought into the home and became part of the family's private life. The privileges which were formerly allowed in the marketplace were more and more restricted. The carnival spirit with its freedom, its utopian character oriented toward the future, was gradually transformed into a mere holiday mood. The feast ceased almost entirely to be the people's second life, their temporary renaissance and renewal. We have stressed the word almost because the popular festive carnival principle is indestructible. Though narrowed and weakened, it still continues to fertilize various areas of life and culture. A special aspect of this process seems important. The literature of these later centuries was not directly subject to the popular festive culture and remained almost impervious to its influence. The carnival spirit and grotesque imagery continued to live and was transmitted as a now purely literary tradition, especially as a tradition of the Renaissance. Having lost its living tie with folk culture and having become a literary genre, the grotesque underwent certain changes. There was a formalization of carnival grotesque images, which permitted them to be used in many different ways and for various purposes. This formalization was not only exterior, the contents of the carnival grotesque element, its artistic, heuristic, and unifying forces were preserved in all essential manifestations during the 17th and 18th centuries, in the Commedia dell'arte, which kept a close link with its carnival origin, in Molière's comedies, related to the Commedia dell'arte, in the comic novel and travesty of the 17th century, in the tales of Voltaire and Diderot, Les Bijoux Indiscrets, Jacques Le Fatalist, in the work of Swift, and a few others. In all these writings, in spite of their differences in character and tendency, the carnival grotesque form exercises the same function, to consecrate inventive freedom, to permit the combination of a variety of different elements and their rapprochement, to liberate from the prevailing point of view of the world, from conventions and established truths, from clichés, from all that is humdrum and universally accepted. This carnival spirit offers the chance to have a new outlook on the world, to realize the relative nature of all that exists, and to enter a completely new order of things. But a clear and precise theoretical understanding of the oneness of these manifestations known as the grotesque, as well as their artistic specificity, developed slowly. The term itself was often replaced by the words arabesque, mostly applied to ornament, and burlesque, literature. Due to the prevailing classic point of view in aesthetics, theoretical interpretation was as yet not possible. In the second half of the 18th century an essential change took place in literature, as well as in the field of aesthetic thought. A literary controversy broke out in Germany around the character of Harlequin, a constant participant in all dramatic performances of that time, even the serious ones. Gottsched and the other classicists demanded this character's expulsion from the serious and respectable stage and succeeded for a while. Lessing himself took part in the controversy in Harlequin's defense. Beyond the narrow scope of this dispute there was a wider problem of principle: could manifestations such as the grotesque, which did not respond to the demands of the sublime, be considered art? This problem was discussed in a short essay published in 1761 by Justus Moser, entitled Harlequin, or the Defense of the Grotesque Comic, Harlequin, oder die Verteidigung der Grotesk Komisken. This defense was placed in Harlequin's own mouth. Moser stressed that this grotesque character was a part of a peculiar world or microcosm to which Colombine, the captain, the doctor, and other characters also belong, the world of the Commedia dell'arte. It constitutes a whole, it has its own legitimate order, its own criterion of perfection which does not obey the aesthetics of the beautiful and the sublime. But at the same time Moser considers this world as opposed to the low spectacle of the marketplace. He thus narrows the very concept of the grotesque. He further explores certain distinct traits of this peculiar world. He calls it chimerical, that is, combining heterogeneous elements, and points out that it violates natural proportions, thus presenting elements of caricature and parody. Finally, Moser stresses the principle of humor in the grotesque and traces the origin of laughter to the human soul's need of joy and gaiety. Such is the first and rather limited defense of the grotesque genre. In 1788 a history of the comic grotesque 25 was published. The author, Carl Friedrich Flagell, also wrote a history of comic literature and a history of court jesters. Discussing grotesque, Flagell does not define or limit the grotesque concept either from the historic or from the systematic point of view. He attributes to this genre all that which deviates from the usual aesthetic forms and which sharply emphasizes the exaggeration of the material bodily element. A considerable part of Flagell's book is devoted to the medieval grotesque. He studies the forms of medieval folk festivals, the Feast of Fools, the Feast of the Ass, the comic side shows of Corpus Christi celebrations, the buffoon literary societies of the late Middle Ages, Queen Besoak, Carefree Lads, Sodiace, farces, Shrovetide games, and various types of popular comic performances. Generally speaking, Flagell's survey is somewhat limited. He does not examine the purely literary manifestations of grotesque, for instance, the medieval Latin parody. The lack of a systematic historic point of view has caused a somewhat haphazard choice of material and superficial understanding of the grotesque. Actually, there is no true understanding, the author merely collects his examples as curiosities. Nevertheless, Flagel's book has retained its interest because of the material it presents. Both Moser and Flagel are aware only of the grotesque comic form based on the humorous principle, and this principle is conceived by them as gay and joyful. Such was also the material analyzed in their works, the Commedia dell'arte by Moser and Medieval Grotesque by Flagel. At precisely the time when Moser and Flagel published their works, oriented toward already covered ground, the grotesque was entering a new phase of development. Pre-Romanticism and Romanticism witnessed a revival of the grotesque genre but with a radically transformed meaning. It became the expression of subjective, individualistic world outlook very different from the carnival folk concept of previous ages, although still containing some carnival elements. The first important example of the new subjective grotesque was Sterne's Tristram Shandy, a peculiar transposition of Rabelais and Cervantes' world concept into the subjective language of the New Age. Another variety of the new grotesque was the Gothic or black novel. In Germany this subjective form had perhaps the most powerful and original development, the Sturmuende Drang dramatics and early Romanticism, Lenz, Klinger, the Young Tyke, the novels of Hippel and Jean Paul, and finally the works of Hoffmann, who strongly influenced the development of the new grotesque in the next period of world literature. Friedrich Schlegel and Jean Paul became its theorists. Romantic grotesque was an important manifestation of world literature. To a certain degree it was a reaction against the elements of classicism which characterized the self-importance of the Enlightenment. It was a reaction against the cold rationalism, against official, formalistic, and logical authoritarianism. It was a rejection of that which is finished and completed, of the didactic and utilitarian spirit of the Enlighteners with their narrow and artificial optimism. In rejecting this spirit the Romantic grotesque relied first of all on the tradition of the Renaissance, especially on the rediscovered Shakespeare and Cervantes. It was in their light that the medieval grotesque was also interpreted. An important influence was exercised in this field by Sterne, who in a certain sense is even considered the founder of the new genre. As to the direct influence of folk spectacles and carnival forms, which were still alive though degenerate, it was apparently not considerable. The purely literary tradition was predominant. We should however point out the influence of the folk theatre, especially the puppet show and the performances given at fairs. Unlike the medieval and Renaissance grotesque, which was directly related to folk culture and thus belonged to all the people, the Romantic genre acquired a private chamber character. It became, as it were, an individual carnival, marked by a vivid sense of isolation. The carnival spirit was transposed into a subjective, idealistic philosophy. It ceased to be the concrete, one might say bodily, experience of the one, inexhaustible being, as it was in the Middle Ages and the Renaissance. However, the most important transformation of Romantic grotesque was that of the principle of laughter. This element of course remained, since no grotesque, even the most timid, is conceivable in the atmosphere of absolute seriousness. But laughter was cut down to cold humor, irony, sarcasm. It ceased to be a joyful and triumphant hilarity. Its positive regenerating power was reduced to a minimum. We find a characteristic discussion of laughter in one of the most remarkable works of Romantic grotesque, The Night Watches of Bonaventura, the pen name of an unknown author, perhaps Wetzel. Point 26. These are the tales and thoughts of a night watchman. The narrator describes as follows: the meaning of laughter: is there upon earth a more potent means than laughter to resist the mockeries of the world and of fate? The most powerful enemy experiences terror at the sight of this satirical mask, and misfortune itself retreats before me, if I dare laugh at it. What else indeed except laughter does this earth deserve? May the devil take it. Together with its sensitive companion, the moon. These lines proclaim the philosophy and universal character of laughter, the characteristic trait of every expression of the grotesque. They praise its liberating power, but there is no hint of its power of regeneration. Laughter loses its gay and joyful tone. Speaking through the medium of his narrator, the night watchman, the author offers a curious explanation of laughter and of its mythical origin. Laughter was sent to earth by the devil, but it appeared to men under the mask of joy, and so they readily accepted it. Then laughter cast away its mask and looked at man and at the world with the eyes of angry satire. The transformation of the principle of laughter which permeates the grotesque, that is the loss of its regenerating power, leads to a series of other essential differences between Romantic grotesque and medieval and Renaissance grotesque. These differences appear most distinctly in relation to terror. The world of Romantic grotesque is to a certain extent a terrifying world, alien to man. All that is ordinary, commonplace, belonging to everyday life, and recognized by all suddenly becomes meaningless, dubious, and hostile. Our own world becomes an alien world. Something frightening is revealed in that which was habitual and secure. Such are the tendencies of Romantic grotesque in its extreme expression. If a reconciliation with the world occurs, it takes place in a subjective, lyric, or even mystic sphere. On the other hand, the medieval and Renaissance folk culture was familiar with the element of terror only as represented by comic monsters, who were defeated by laughter. Terror was turned into something gay and comic. Folk culture brought the world close to man, gave it a bodily form, and established a link through the body and bodily life, in contrast to the abstract and spiritual mastery sought by Romanticism. Images of bodily life, such as eating, drinking, copulation, defecation, almost entirely lost their regenerating power and were turned into vulgarities. The images of Romantic grotesque usually express fear of the world and seek to inspire their reader with this fear. On the contrary, the images of folk culture are absolutely fearless and communicate this fearlessness to all. This is also true of Renaissance literature. The high point of this spirit is reached in Rabelais' novel. Here fear is destroyed at its very origin and everything is turned into gaiety. It is the most fearless book in world literature. Other specific traits are linked with the disappearance of laughter's regenerating power in Romantic grotesque. For instance, the theme of madness is inherent to all grotesque forms, because madness makes men look at the world with different eyes, not dimmed by normal, that is by commonplace ideas and judgments. In folk grotesque, madness is a gay parody of official reason, of the narrow seriousness of official truth. It is a festive madness. In Romantic grotesque, on the other hand, madness acquires a somber, tragic aspect of individual isolation. Even more important is the theme of the mask, the most complex theme of folk culture. The mask is connected with the joy of change and reincarnation, with gay relativity and with the merry negation of uniformity and similarity. It rejects conformity to oneself. The mask is related to transition, metamorphoses, the violation of natural boundaries, to mockery and familiar nicknames. It contains the playful element of life. It is based on a peculiar interrelation of reality and image, characteristic of the most ancient rituals and spectacles. Of course, it would be impossible to exhaust the intricate multiform symbolism of the mask. Let us point out that such manifestations as parodies, caricatures, grimaces, eccentric postures, and comic gestures are per se derived from the mask. It reveals the essence of the grotesque. Point 27. In its romantic form, the mask is torn away from the oneness of the folk carnival concept. It is stripped of its original richness and acquires other meanings alien to its primitive nature. Now the mask hides something, keeps a secret, deceives. Such a meaning would not be possible as long as the mask functioned within folk culture's organic whole. The Romantic mask loses almost entirely its regenerating and renewing element and acquires a somber hue. A terrible vacuum, a nothingness lurks behind it. This theme is strikingly presented in Bonaventura's Night Watches. But an inexhaustible and many-colored life can always be descried behind the mask of folk grotesque. However, the Romantic mask still retains something of its popular carnival nature. Even in modern life it is enveloped in a peculiar atmosphere and is seen as a particle of some other world. The mask never becomes just an object among other objects. The theme of the marionette plays an important part in Romanticism. This theme is of course also found in folk culture, but in Romanticism the accent is placed on the puppet as the victim of alien inhuman force, which rules over men by turning them into marionettes. This image is completely unknown in folk culture. Moreover, only in Romanticism do we find the peculiar grotesque theme of the tragic doll. The romantic treatment of the devil is also completely different from that of popular grotesque. In the diabolical rise of the medieval mysteries, in the parodical legends and the fabliaux, the devil is the gay ambivalent figure expressing the unofficial point of view, the material bodily stratum. There is nothing terrifying or alien in him. In Rabelais' description of Epistemon's ghostly vision, the devils are excellent and jovial fellows. At times the devils and hell itself appear as comic monsters, whereas the romanticists present the devil as terrifying, melancholy, and tragic, and infernal laughter as somber and sarcastic. We must point out that in romantic grotesque ambivalence offers a sharp, static contrast. Thus the storyteller of the Night Watches is the son of the devil, while his mother is a canonized saint. The night watchman himself laughs in church and weeps in the bordello. Thus the ancient popular derision of divinity and medieval humor become in the early 19th century the sardonic laughter in church of a lonely eccentric. Let us finally stress another peculiarity of romantic grotesque. It is in most cases nocturnal, Bonaventura's Night Watches, Hoffmann's Night Tales. Darkness, not light, is typical of this genre. On the contrary, light characterizes folk grotesque. It is a festival of spring, of sunrise, of morning. 28. Friedrich Schlegel mentions the grotesque in his Discourse on Poetry, Gespräch über die Poesie, 1800, without giving any clear terminological definition. He usually calls it arabesque and considers it the most ancient form of human fantasy and the natural form of poetry. He finds the grotesque in Shakespeare and Cervantes, in Sterne and Jean Paul. He sees its essence in the fantastic combination of heterogeneous elements of reality, in the breaking up of the established world order, in the free fancy of its images and in the alternate succession of enthusiasm and irony. Jean Paul defines the romantic grotesque even more sharply in his Introduction to Aesthetics, Vorschule der Ästhetik. He does not use the term grotesque and he conceives it as destructive humor. Jean Paul interprets it quite broadly, not limiting it to literature and art but including in this category the Feast of Fools and the Feast of the Ass, that is, the comic rituals and pageants of the Middle Ages. Among the literary manifestations of grotesque in the Renaissance, Jean Paul quite often refers to Rabelais and Shakespeare. He mentions in particular the deriding of the entire world, Weltverlachen, in Shakespeare, meaning the melancholy clowns and Hamlet. Jean Paul understands perfectly well the universal character of laughter. Destructive humor is not directed against isolated negative aspects of reality but against all reality, against the finite world as a whole. All that is finite is per se destroyed by humor. Jean Paul stresses the radicalism of humor. Through it, the entire world is turned into something alien, something terrifying and unjustified. The ground slips from under our feet, and we are dizzy because we find nothing stable around us. Jean Paul sees a similar universalism and radicalism of destruction of all moral and social stability in the comic ritual and spectacles of the Middle Ages. He does not separate the grotesque from laughter. He understands that without the principle of laughter this genre would be impossible. But his theory concerns itself only with a reduced form of laughter, a cold humor deprived of positive regenerating power. Jean Paul emphasizes the melancholy character of destructive laughter, saying that the greatest humorist of all would be the devil, of course, in the romantic meaning of this word. Jean Paul is attracted by the manifestations of medieval and Renaissance grotesque, and especially by Rabelais and Shakespeare. However, he merely offers the theory of the romantic, through this prism alone can he observe the past stages of development. He romanticizes these stages, mostly through Sterne's interpretation. The positive element of the grotesque, its last word, is conceived by Jean-Paul, as it is by Schlegel, as outside the laughter principle, as an escape from all that is finite and destroyed by humor, as a transfer to the spiritual sphere. 29. In the early 1820s, there was also a revival of grotesque imagery in French Romanticism. We find an interesting presentation of the problem, and one typical of the French Romantic spirit, by Victor Hugo, first in his preface to Cromwell and then in his book on Shakespeare. Hugo gives a broad interpretation of grotesque imagery. He finds it in pre-classical antiquity, the Hydra, the Harpies, the Cyclops, and other archaic images. He further places in this category all post-antique literature, starting with medieval forms. The grotesque, says Victor Hugo, is everywhere. On one hand, it creates the formless and the terrifying, on the other hand the comic, the buffoon-like. The essential aspect of this form is the monstrous. The aesthetics of the grotesque are to a certain extent the aesthetics of the monstrous. But at the same time Hugo reduces the intrinsic value of the grotesque by declaring that it is a means of contrasting the sublime. The two complete each other, and their unity, most fully achieved in Shakespeare, produces the truly beautiful, which classicism could not attain. In his book on Shakespeare Hugo gives his most interesting analysis of this imagery and of the comic and material bodily principle, in particular. We shall discuss this work later, for Hugo also expresses in it his appreciation of Rabelais. Interest in the grotesque and in its early phases of development was shared by other French Romanticists who conceived it as a national tradition. In 1853 Théophile Gautier published an anthology entitled Les Grotesques. He collected for this anthology a number of French authors, interpreting the grotesque rather broadly. We find Villon and certain libertine poets of the 17th century, Théophile Viau, Saint-Amant, Scarron, Cyrano de Bergerac, and even Scudery. Such is the Romantic phase in the development of the grotesque. Two positive elements must be stressed in conclusion. First, the Romanticists searched for popular roots. Second, they never attributed to the grotesque a purely satirical function. Our analysis of this Romantic phase is, of course, far from complete. Moreover, it bears a rather one-sided and even polemical character, since all we are looking for here is the difference between the romantic aspect of the grotesque and the imagery of the culture of folk humor. But Romanticism made its own important discovery, that of the interior subjective man with his depth, complexity, and inexhaustible resources. This interior infinite of the individual was unknown to the medieval and the Renaissance grotesque. The discovery made by the Romanticists was made possible by their use of the grotesque method and of its power to liberate from dogmatism, completeness, and limitation. The interior infinite could not have been found in the closed and finished world, with its distinct fixed boundaries dividing all phenomena and values. Suffice it to compare the rationalized and exhaustive analysis of interior experience by classicism and the images of inner life offered by Sterne and the Romanticists. Here the artistic and heuristic force of the grotesque method is clearly shown. But this aspect is outside the scope of our work. Let us say a few words on the concept of the grotesque of Hegel and Fischer. Hegel is concerned only with archaic grotesque, which he defines as the expression of the pre-classic and pre-philosophic condition of the spirit. Relying mostly on archaic Indian forms, Hegel defines grotesque by three traits: the fusion of different natural spheres, immeasurable and exaggerated dimensions, and the multiplication of different members and organs of the human body, hands, feet, and eyes of Indian gods. Hegel completely ignores the role of the comic in the structure of the grotesque and indeed examines grotesque quite independently of the comic. E. K. Fischer differs from Hegel. He sees the burlesque, the comic as the essence and the driving force of this genre. The grotesque is the comic in the form of the miraculous, it is the mythological comic. Fischer's definition has a certain profundity. It must be added that in the further development of philosophical aesthetics up to our times the grotesque has not been duly understood and evaluated, there was no room for it in the system of aesthetics. After the decline of Romanticism, in the second half of the 19th century, the interest in the grotesque was considerably reduced both in literature and in literary thought and studies. If mentioned at all, it is either listed among the vulgar comic genres or interpreted as a peculiar form of satire, directed against isolated, purely negative objects. Because of such interpretation, the deep and universal nature of grotesque images was completely obscured. The most extensive work devoted to the subject was published in 1894 by the German scientist G. Schneegans, entitled The History of Grotesque Satire, Geschichte der grotesken Satire. This book is largely devoted to Rabelais, whom Schneegans considers the greatest representative of this genre. The author also gives a brief description of similar medieval types of imagery. He is the most consistent interpreter of the purely satirical grotesque. In his mind the latter is always negative, it is the exaggeration of the abnormal, an exaggeration that is incredible and therefore becomes fantastic. Through the medium of exaggeration of the abnormal, a moral and social blow is dealt to the aberration. Such is the gist of Schneegans' analysis. Schneegans fails completely to see the positive hyperbolism of the material bodily principle of the Middle Ages and of Rabelais. He fails to grasp the positive regenerating power of laughter. He sees merely the negative, rhetorical satire of the 19th century, a laughter that does not laugh. This is the extreme expression of the modernization of laughter in literary analysis. Neither does Schneegans see the universal character of these images. His short-sightedness is typical of the literary approach of the second part of the 19th century and of the first decades of the 20th century. Even in our days, the purely satirical interpretation of the grotesque, and of Rabelais' work in particular, is far from outmoded. Since Schneegans founded his work mostly on Rabelais, we shall return to a further discussion of his book, Chapter 5. A new and powerful revival of the grotesque took place in the 20th century, although the word revival is not exactly suited to the most recent forms. The latest development of this genre is considerably complex and contradictory. Generally speaking, two main lines of development can be traced. The first line is the modernist form, Alfred connected in various degrees with the Romantic tradition and evolved under the influence of existentialism. The second line is the realist grotesque, Thomas Mann, Bertolt Brecht, Pablo Neruda, and others. It is related to the tradition of realism and folk culture and reflects at times the direct influence of carnival forms, as in the work of Neruda. The analysis of these developments does not enter our picture. We shall merely discuss the most recent theory of the grotesque according to modernist trends. We have in mind the work of the distinguished German literary critic Wolfgang Kaiser, The Grotesque in Painting and Poetry 30. Kaiser's book is the first and at the present writing the only serious work on the theory of the grotesque. It contains many valuable observations and subtle analysis. But it offers the theory of the Romantic and modernist forms only, or, more strictly speaking, of exclusively modernist forms, since the author sees the Romantic age through the prism of his own time and therefore offers a somewhat distorted interpretation. Kaiser's theory cannot be applied to the thousand-year-long development of the pre-Romantic era, that is, the archaic and antique grotesque, for instance, the satiric drama or the comedy of Attica, and the medieval and Renaissance grotesque, linked to the culture of folk humor. In his book Kaiser does not even discuss these manifestations. Instead he bases his deductions and generalizations on the analysis of Romantic and modernist forms, and it is the latter which, as we have said, determines his concepts. The true nature of the grotesque, which cannot be separated from the culture of folk humor and the carnival spirit, remains unexplained. In the Romantic form this link is loosened and reduced, it has to a certain extent acquired a new meaning. But even at that stage all the basic elements, which have a clearly carnival origin, retain a certain memory of that mighty whole to which they belonged in the distant past. This memory is awakened in the best works of Romantic grotesque most forcefully in Stern and Hoffmann, although each expressed it differently. These works are more powerful, deep, and joyful than the objectively philosophical idea which they express. Kaiser is unaware of this reawakened tradition nor is he looking for it. The modernist grotesque that inspires his own concept has almost entirely lost its past memories. It formalizes the heritage of carnival themes and symbols. What are, according to Kaiser, the basic characteristics of grotesque imagery. Kaiser's definitions first of all strike us by the gloomy, terrifying tone of the grotesque world that alone the author sees. In reality, gloom is completely alien to the entire development of this world up to the Romantic period. We have already shown that the medieval and Renaissance grotesque, filled with the spirit of carnival, liberates the world from all that is dark and terrifying. It takes away all fears and is therefore completely gay and bright. All that was frightening in ordinary life is turned into amusing or ludicrous monstrosities. Fear is the extreme expression of narrow-minded and stupid seriousness, which is defeated by laughter. We shall find an excellent elaboration of this theme in Rabelais' novel, especially in the Malbras theme. Complete liberty is possible only in the completely fearless world. For Kaiser, the essential trait of grotesque is something hostile, alien, and inhuman, das Unheimlich, das Verfremdet und unmenschlich. He particularly stresses the element of alienation. The grotesque is the alienated world. Kaiser explains this definition by drawing a comparison to the world of the fairy tale. The fairy tale world can be defined as strange and unusual, but it is not a world that has become alienated. In the grotesque, on the contrary, all that was for us familiar and friendly suddenly becomes hostile. It is our own world that undergoes this change. Kaiser's definition can be applied only to certain manifestations of modernist form of the grotesque. It is no longer completely adequate for the Romantic period and entirely inapplicable to the preceding stage of development. Actually, the grotesque, including the Romantic form, discloses the potentiality of an entirely different world, of another order, another way of life. It leads men out of the confines of the apparent, false, unity, of the indisputable and stable. Born of folk humor, it always represents in one form or another, through these or other means, the return of Saturn's golden age to Earth, the living possibility of its return. The Romantic grotesque does this too, but in its own subjective form. The existing world suddenly becomes alien, to use Kaiser's terminology, precisely because there is the potentiality of a friendly world, of the golden age, of carnival truth. Man returns unto himself. The world is destroyed so that it may be regenerated and renewed. While dying it gives birth. The relative nature of all that exists is always gay. It is the joy of change, even if in Romanticism gaiety and joy are reduced to their minimum. Let us stress once more that the utopian element, the Golden Age, was disclosed in the pre-Romantic period not for the sake of abstract thought or of inner experience. It is lived by the whole man, in thought and body. This bodily participation in the potentiality of another world, the bodily awareness of another world, has an immense importance for the grotesque. In Kaiser's concept there is no room for the material bodily principle with its inexhaustible wealth and perpetual renewal. Neither do we find in his theory any notion of time, of change and crisis, that is, of all that happens to the sun, to the earth, to man, to human society, of all that true grotesque actually lives by. Another of Kaiser's definitions is characteristic of the modernist interpretation: the grotesque is a form expressing the idea. The idea is understood by the author not so much in the Freudian as in the existentialist sense of this word. Idea is an alien, inhuman power, governing the world, men, their life and behavior. Kaiser reduces many of the basic grotesque themes to the realization of this power, for instance the puppet theme. He also reduces to this power the theme of madness. According to the author, we are always aware of something alien in the madman, as if some inhuman spirit of irony had entered his soul. We have already said that the theme of madness is used in the grotesque in quite a different manner to escape the false truth of this world in order to look at the world with eyes free from this truth. Kaiser himself often speaks of the freedom of fantasy characteristic of the grotesque. But how is such freedom possible in relation to a world ruled by the alien power of the idea? Here lies the contradiction of Kaiser's concept. Actually, the grotesque liberates man from all the forms of inhuman necessity that direct the prevailing concept of the world. This concept is uncrowned by the grotesque and reduced to the relative and the limited. Necessity, in every concept which prevails at any time, is always one piece, serious, unconditional, and indisputable. But historically the idea of necessity is relative and variable. The principle of laughter and the carnival spirit on which grotesque is based destroys this limited seriousness and all pretense of an extra-temporal meaning and unconditional value of necessity. It frees human consciousness, thought, and imagination for new potentialities. For this reason great changes, even in the field of science, are always preceded by a certain carnival consciousness that prepares the way. In the grotesque world the idea is uncrowned and transformed into a funny monster. When entering this new dimension, even if it is romantic, we always experience a peculiar gay freedom of thought and imagination. Let us examine two more points of Kaiser's theory. Summing up his analysis, he asserts that the grotesque expresses not the fear of death but the fear of life. This assertion, expressed in the spirit of existentialism, presents first an opposition of life to death. Such an opposition is completely contrary to the system of grotesque imagery, in which death is not a negation of life seen as the great body of all the people but part of life as a whole, its indispensable component, the condition of its constant renewal and rejuvenation. Death is here always related to birth, the grave is related to the earth's life-giving womb. Birth-death, death-birth, such are the components of life itself, as in the famous words of the spirit of the earth in Goethe's Faust. 31 Death is included in life, and together with birth determines its eternal movement. Even the struggle of life and death in the individual body is conceived by grotesque imagery as the struggle of the old life stubbornly resisting the new life about to be born, as the crisis of change. Leonardo da Vinci said, "When man awaits the new spring, the new year, with joyful impatience, he does not suspect that he is eagerly awaiting his own death." Although da Vinci's aphorism is not expressed in grotesque form, it is based on the carnival spirit. Thus, in the system of grotesque imagery, death and renewal are inseparable in life as a whole, and life as a whole can inspire fear least of all. It must be recalled that the image of death in medieval and Renaissance grotesque, and in painting, also, as in Holbein's or Dürer's Dance of Death, is a more or less funny monstrosity. In the ages that followed, especially in the 19th century, the public at large almost completely forgot the principle of laughter presented in macabre images. They were interpreted in an unrelieved, serious aspect and became flat and distorted. The bourgeois 19th century respected only satirical laughter, which was actually not laughter but rhetoric. No wonder it was compared to a whip or scourge. Merely amusing, meaningless, and harmless laughter was also tolerated, but the serious had to remain serious, that is, dull and monotonous. The theme of death as renewal, the combination of death and birth, and the pictures of gay death play an important part in the system of grotesque imagery in Rabelais' novel. We shall submit them to a detailed analysis in later parts of our book. The last point of Kaiser's theory to be discussed is his treatment of grotesque laughter. He formulates it as follows: laughter combined with bitterness which takes the grotesque form acquires the traits of mockery and cynicism, and finally becomes satanic. We see that Kaiser interprets laughter in the spirit of Bonaventura's Night Watchman and of Jean-Paul's theory of destructive humor, that is, in the spirit of Romanticism. The gay, liberating and regenerating element of laughter, which is precisely the creative element, is completely absent. However, Kaiser is aware of the complexity of this problem and abstains from offering an arbitrary solution. 32. As we have said, the grotesque became the prevailing form of various modernist movements whose theoretical basis can be found in Kaiser's concept. With a few reservations, this theory may clarify certain aspects of the Romantic grotesque. But it cannot be extended to the other periods of this imagery's development. The problem of the grotesque and of its aesthetic nature can be correctly posed and solved only in relation to medieval folk culture and Renaissance literature. The depth, variety, and power of separate grotesque themes can be understood only within the unity of folk and carnival spirit. If examined outside of this unity, they become one-sided, flat, and stripped of their rich content. The correctness of the term grotesque as applied to the imagery of medieval folk culture and of the Renaissance which is linked to it can raise no doubts whatever. But how can our term grotesque realism be justified? We can offer only a preliminary answer to this question here. The characteristic traits which mark the sharp difference of medieval and Renaissance grotesque from the Romantic and modernist types, are first of all its materialistic concept of being, most adequately defined as realistic. A further concrete analysis of grotesque images will confirm this proposition. Renaissance grotesque imagery, directly related to folk carnival culture, as we find it in Rabelais, Cervantes, and Shakespeare, influenced the entire realistic literature of the following centuries. Realism of grand style, in Stendhal, Balzac, Hugo, and Dickens, for instance, was always linked directly or indirectly with the Renaissance tradition. Breaking away from this tradition diminished the scope of realism and transformed it into naturalist empiricism. Even in the 17th century, some forms of the grotesque began to degenerate into static character presentation and narrow genreism. This degeneration was linked with the specific limitations of the bourgeois world outlook. The last thing one can say of the real grotesque is that it is static. On the contrary, it seeks to grasp in its imagery the very act of becoming and growth, the eternal incomplete unfinished nature of being. Its images present simultaneously the two poles of becoming, that which is receding and dying, and that which is being born. They show two bodies in one, the budding and the division of the living cell. At the summit of grotesque and folklore realism, as in the death of one-cell organisms, no dead body remains. That is, when the single cell divides into two other organisms, it dies in a sense but also reproduces. There is no departure from life into death. Old age is pregnant, death is gestation. All that is limited, narrowly characterized, and completed is thrust into the lower stratum of the body for recasting and a new birth. On the other hand, in the process of degeneration and disintegration, the positive pole of grotesque realism, the second link of becoming, drops out and is replaced by moral sententiousness and abstract concepts. What remains is nothing but a corpse, old age deprived of pregnancy, equal to itself alone. It is alienated and torn away from the whole in which it had been linked to that other, younger link in the chain of growth and development. The result is a broken grotesque figure, the demon of fertility with phallus cut off and belly crushed. Hence all these sterile images representing character, all these professional lawyers, merchants, matchmakers, old men and women, all these masks offered by degenerate, petty realism. These types also existed in grotesque realism, but they were not expected to build the picture of life as a whole, they were but the dying part of the life which gave birth. The fact is that the new concept of realism has a different way of drawing the boundaries between bodies and objects. It cuts the double body in two and separates the objects of grotesque and folklore realism that were merged within the body. The new concept seeks to complete each individual outside the link with the ultimate whole, the whole that has lost the old image and has as yet not found the new one. The notion of time has also been transformed. The literature known as realism of manners was already presenting, together with authentic carnival themes, the images of a static grotesque entirely removed from the main flux of time and from the flux of becoming. This is a form either frozen in its duality or split in two. Certain scholars, for instance, Rabelais, are inclined to define this genre as the first step of realism. In reality, these are but the lifeless and at times meaningless fragments of the mighty and deep stream of grotesque realism. The manifestations of medieval folk culture as well as grotesque realism have been exhaustively studied, but they were regarded only from the point of view of the historical and literary methods prevailing in the 19th century and in the first decades of the 20th century. These studies were concerned not only with literary works but with specific phenomena such as the Feasts of Fools, F. Bourquelot, Dreves, P. Valietard, the Paschal Laughter, J. Schmidt, S. Renock, the Sacred Parody, F. Novity, E. Ilvonen, P. Lehmann, and others which are outside the sphere of art and literature. The antique culture of humor was also examined. A. Dieterich, H. Reich, F. Cornford. Folklorists performed a considerable task in the study of the origin and character of various themes and symbols pertaining to the culture of folk humor. It is sufficient to recall Fraser's monumental work The Golden Bough. Generally speaking, the number of scholarly works devoted to this subject is almost unlimited. 33 As we pursue the present study, we shall refer to the specialized works which deal with this matter. But all this enormous bulk of literature, with only a few exceptions, is devoid of theoretical pathos. It does not seek to make any broad and firmly established generalizations. The almost immeasurable, carefully selected, and scrupulously analyzed material is neither unified nor properly understood. That which we have called the one world of folk culture of humor appears in these works as a collection of curiosities, not to be included, in spite of its wide scope, in a serious history of European culture and literature. This accumulation of curiosities and incentives remains outside the circle of creative problems. With such an approach, the mighty impact of folk humor on belles lettres and on the very images created by human thought remains almost unexplored. We shall briefly discuss only two works that pose the theoretical problem, and do so in such a way as to touch upon the two aspects of the culture of folk humor. In 1903, H. Reich published his voluminous work entitled The Mime, a work devoted to the historical study of literary development, see footnote above. The object of Reich's research is essentially the antique and medieval forms of the culture of humor. The author offers an immense, most interesting, and valuable body of material. He correctly shows the unity of the tradition of humor, developed throughout antiquity and the Middle Ages. He grasps the essential, many centuries-old link of laughter with the images of the body's lower stratum. All this permits Reich to make a correct and practical approach to the problem. And yet, he does not state his problem per se. Two restrictions seem to have prevented him from doing so. First, Reich attempts to reduce the entire history of the culture of humor to the history of the mime, that is, to a single genre. True, it is a characteristic one, especially for the later period of antiquity. In Reich's mind, the mime is the center and even the almost unique representative of this tradition. The author goes on to reduce all medieval festive forms and comic literature to the influence of the antique world. He pursues his research beyond the sphere of European culture, which causes him to give forced interpretations and to ignore all that does not fit the mime's Procrustean bed. We must add that Reich himself does not always cope with his concept. His abundant material overflows and carries him beyond the narrow limits reserved for the mime. Second, Reich modernizes and diminishes the value of laughter as well as of the material bodily principle that is closely linked to it. His conception of laughter's positive elements, of their liberating and regenerating power, has a muffled tone, even though he is perfectly acquainted with the antique philosophy of laughter. Neither are laughter's universal character and its philosophical and utopian nature properly understood and evaluated. But the narrowest aspect of his theory is his presentation of the material bodily principle. Reich sees it through the prism of the abstract, differentiating thought of modern times and therefore offers an almost naturalistic interpretation. Such are the 2 points which in our mind weaken Reich's theory. However, he has made a considerable contribution to the correct approach to the problem relative to the culture of folk humor. It is to be regretted that his work, containing so much new material and so bold and original, did not exercise in his time the influence it deserved. The second work that remains to be examined is a small volume published by Conrad Burdake, entitled Reformation, Renaissance, Humanism 34. This book also studies the problem of folk culture, but from a different angle. Burdake makes no mention whatever of laughter or of the material bodily principle. His only protagonist is the idea-image of regeneration, renewal, and reformation. Burdake seeks to prove that this idea-image of regeneration in its many variations, although born from the most ancient mythological thought of the Eastern peoples and of antiquity, continued to live and develop during the Middle Ages. It was also preserved in the cult of the Church, in the liturgy and in baptism, for instance, but remained there in a state of dogmatic petrification. From the time of the religious revival of the 12th century, Joachim of Flores, Francis of Assisi, and the spirituals, the idea-image was revived, it penetrated wide popular circles, acquired the hue of purely human emotions, and awakened the poetic and artistic imagination. It expressed the growing thirst for regeneration and renewal in the purely earthly sphere. Burdake retraces the slow and gradual process of secularization that took place in Dante, Petrarch, Boccaccio, and in the ideas and activity of Rienzo. He correctly surmises that such a historic phenomenon as the Renaissance could not arise merely as a result of the scientific search or of the intellectual efforts of individuals. He writes, "Humanism and Renaissance are not the product of knowledge. They do not arise because scholars discover the lost monuments of antique literature and art, and strive to bring them back to life. Humanism and the Renaissance were born from the passionate and boundless expectation and striving of an aging epoch. Its soul, shattered to its very depths, was thirsting for a new youth." Burdake is of course completely right in refusing to trace and explain the Renaissance merely through scholarly and bookish sources, through an individual ideological search and intellectual effort. He is right in stating that the Renaissance was prepared by the Middle Ages, and especially by the 12th century. And finally, he correctly points out that the word Renaissance did not mean a revival of the ancient arts and sciences. It was an immensely important and significant word, rooted in the very depths of the ritualistic, ideological, and visual imagery of mankind. However, Burdake did not see and did not grasp the main sphere of being of the Renaissance idea image, the medieval culture of folk humor. The striving toward renewal and a new birth, the thirst for a new youth pervaded the carnival spirit of the Middle Ages and found a multiform expression in concrete sensual elements of folk culture, both in ritual and spectacle. This was the second, festive life of the Middle Ages. Many figures described by Burdake as preparing the Renaissance reflected the influence of the culture of folk humor and were the forerunners of the new epoch. Such were, for instance, Joachim of Flores, and especially Francis of Assisi and the movement he initiated. Francis called himself and his companions God's jugglers, Ioculatores Domini. Francis' peculiar world outlook, his spiritual joy, Laetitia Spiritualis, his blessing of the material bodily principle, and its typically Franciscan degradations and profanation can be defined, with some exaggeration, as a carnivalized Catholicism. Carnival elements were also strong in Rienzo's entire activity. All these movements, which according to Burdake prepared the Renaissance, express the liberating and renewing principle of laughter, even though at times in an extremely reduced form. But the author completely ignores this principle. All he is aware of is the serious tone. Nevertheless, in his attempt to attain a more correct understanding of the relation of the Renaissance to the Middle Ages, Burdake contributed to the posing of the problem of the culture of folk humor. So our problem is posed. However, the immediate object of our study is not the culture of folk humor but the work of Rabelais. The sphere of folk humor is boundless and, as we have said, presents a great variety of manifestations. As far as this culture is concerned, our problem is purely theoretical, to show the oneness and meaning of folk humor, its general ideological, philosophical, and aesthetic essence. The problem can be solved best of all with the help of concrete material in which folk tradition is collected, concentrated, and artistically rendered at its highest level. This is to be found in Rabelais' work. To help us penetrate the very depth of this matter, Rabelais is unique. In his creative world, the inner oneness of all the heterogeneous elements emerges with extraordinary clarity. His work is an encyclopedia of folk culture. However, while using Rabelais' work for the understanding of this culture, we do not wish to transform him merely into a means for attaining a goal outside the sphere of his writings. On the contrary, we are convinced that only thanks to this method of research can we discover the true Rabelais, to show, as it were, Rabelais within Rabelais. Up to now he has been merely modernized, he has been read through the eyes of the New Age, and mostly through the eyes of the 19th century, which were the most short-sighted in this respect. Only that part of his work was read which was the least important for him and for his contemporaries, and which, objectively speaking, was the least essential. Rabelais' exceptional charm, which we all feel, remains unexplained to date. To explain it, it is first of all necessary to understand his peculiar language, that is, the language of the culture of folk humor. Chapter 1. Rabelais in the history of laughter. It would be extremely interesting to write the history of laughter. A.I. Herzen. The 400-year history of the understanding, influence, and interpretation of Rabelais is closely linked with the history of laughter itself. Rabelais' contemporaries, and indeed the entire 16th century, somehow understood our author and were able to appreciate him. We know this from the opinions of contemporaries and their immediate successors whose testimony has survived, as well as by the frequent reprints of Rabelais' work in the 16th century and in the first third of the 17th century. This work was appreciated not only in humanist circles, at court, and by the high bourgeoisie. I shall quote the comment of one of Rabelais' younger contemporaries, the eminent historian Étienne Pasquier. In a letter to Ronsard, Pasquier wrote, "Among us there is no one who does not know how much Rabelais, clowning wisely, and Folle's Transagement, in his Gargantua and Pantagruel gained the love of the people, gagna de grace parmi les peuples." 35. The fact that Rabelais was understood and loved by the men of his time is proved most clearly by the numerous and deep marks of his influence and by the number of imitations inspired by his work. 36 Nearly all the 16th century prose writers after Rabelais, or more correctly speaking, after the publication of the first 2 volumes of his novels, Bonaventure de Perriers, Noël du Fail, Guillaume Boucher, Jacques Tahureau, were more or less Rabelaisians. Neither was his influence ignored by the historians of his time, Pasquier, Brantome, nor by the Protestant polemists and pamphlettists, Pierre Viret, Henri Essaïn, and others. 16th century literature ended, so to speak, under the sign of Rabelais. In the field of political satire, it was closed by the remarkable Menippa satire on the virtues of the Spanish Catholicon, 1594, directed against the Inquisition, one of the best political satires of world literature. 37 And in the field of belles lettres by How to Succeed of Barroald de Verville. 38 1612. Both these works, which mark the end of the century, bear the seal of Rabelais influence. In spite of their differences, their imagery is filled with an almost Rabelaisian grotesque life. Besides the important writers who were able to transpose Rabelais' influence while retaining their independence, we find a great number of minor imitators who left no independent record in the annals of their time. It must also be stressed that success and recognition came at once to Rabelais during the very first months following the publication of Pantagruel. What is the meaning of this recognition, of these enthusiastic, but by no means surprised, comments of the contemporaries and of the tremendous influence of this novel on the great serious literature of that time on learned humanists, historians, political and religious pamphlettists, and finally on so many imitators? Rabelais' contemporaries saw his work against the background of a living and still powerful tradition. They could be impressed by the mighty character and success of this work but not by his style and images. They could perceive the oneness of Rabelais' world. They could realize the essential relationship and the links holding together its elements, which in the 17th century were to appear heterogeneous and in the 18th completely incompatible. They could be interested in the high level of the problems and ideas expressed in the novel's prandial talks, as well as in the trivia, abuses, indecentiis, pedantry, and farce, for they knew that one logic pervaded all these elements which in our eyes appear so different. They also vividly felt the link of Rabelais imagery with the forms of folk spectacle, the festivity of these images, the carnival atmosphere which deeply penetrated their sphere. 39 In other words, the men of Rabelais' time grasped the wholeness and order of the Rabelaisian aesthetic and ideological world, the unity of his style, and the harmony of all the elements that composed it, for they were informed by the same world outlook, by a single grand style. This is the essential difference in the appreciation of Rabelais' writings in the 16th century and in the years that followed. Contemporaries understood this one grand style, while men of the next 2 centuries began to consider it as some strange individual idiosyncrasy, or as some kind of secret code, a cryptogram containing a system of allusions to events and living persons of the author's time. The reaction of Rabelais' contemporaries was, however, naive and impulsive. That which to later generations remained an open question appeared self-evident to the men of the 16th century. They could not have answered our own questions, because for them these questions did not as yet exist. At the same time, we find early in the writings of Rabelais imitators the first signs of the disintegration of the Rabelaisian style. For instance, in the works of de Perriers and especially of Noël du Fail, the Rabelaisian images become petty, they are mitigated and begin to acquire the character of genre and manners. Their universalism is considerably watered down. Another aspect of this process of disintegration appeared when these images began to serve the purpose of satire. In this case, a weakening of the ambivalent image's positive pole takes place. When the grotesque is used to illustrate an abstract idea, its nature is inevitably distorted. The essence of the grotesque is precisely to present a contradictory and double-faced fullness of life. Negation and destruction, death of the old, are included as an essential phase, inseparable from affirmation, from the birth of something new and better. The very material bodily lower stratum of the grotesque image, food, wine, the genital force, the organs of the body, bears a deeply positive character. This principle is victorious, for the final result is always abundance, increase. The abstract idea distorts this nature of the grotesque image. It transforms the center of gravity to a moral meaning. Moreover, it submits the substratum of the image to the negative element. Exaggeration becomes a caricature. The beginning of this process is found even in early Protestant satire, and later in the previously mentioned Menippa satire. But here disintegration is still at its early stage. The grotesque images selected to serve an abstract idea are still too powerful, they preserve their nature and pursue their own logic, independently from the author's intentions, and sometimes contrary to them. An interesting document revealing this disintegration is the free translation of Gargantua into German by Fischart, which bears the grotesque title, Aventürlich und ungeheuerliche Geschichtsklitterung, 1575. Fischart was a Protestant and a moralist. His literary works were connected with Grobianism. At its sources, German Grobianism was related to Rabelais. The representatives of this school inherited the images of the material bodily life from grotesque realism. They were under the direct influence of folk festival and carnival forms, hence a pronounced hyperbolism of bodily images, especially those of eating and drinking. Exaggeration characterized both grotesque realism and folk festival forms. For instance, gigantic sausages were carried by dozens of men during the Nuremberg carnivals of the 16th and 17th centuries. But the moral and political ideas of the Grobianists, Dedekind, Scheidt, Fischart, lent these images a negative connotation of indecency. In the introduction to his Grobianus, Dedekind 40 refers to the Lacedaemonians who showed their drunken slaves to their children in order to inspire them with an aversion for drunkenness. This goal of inspiring disgust or fear was also pursued by Fischart in his images of Saint Grobianus and the Grobianists. The positive nature of the image was thus submitted to the negative purpose of satiric mockery and moral condemnation. This satire was written from the point of view of the burgher and the Protestant and was directed against feudal nobility, the junker, sunk into the mire of sloth, gluttony, drunkenness, and immorality. Precisely this Grobianist point of view, influenced by Scheidt, formed in part the basis of Fischart's free translation of Rabelais. 41. But the Rabelaisian images continued to live their century-old life, independently of Fischart's rather primitive ideas. The hyperbolism of material bodily images, especially those of eating and drinking, was even increased in his translation. The interior symbolism of all these exaggerations, as in the original text, was that of growth, fertility, of a brimming overabundance. These images reveal the devouring and generating lower stratum. The peculiar festive character of the material bodily principle is also retained. The abstract idea does not penetrate the depths of the image and does not become its organizing principle. Neither is laughter fully transformed as yet into mockery, it still has a relatively whole character and is related to the entire living process, to both of its poles. The triumphal tones of birth and renewal can still be heard. Thus the abstract has as yet not mastered all the images in Fischart's translation, but it has to a certain extent transformed its images into an amusing supplement to a moral sermon. This process, which changes the meaning of laughter, could only be completed later and was closely linked to the establishment of the hierarchy of genres and to the place of laughter in this hierarchy. Ronsard and the Pleiad were already convinced of the existence of the hierarchy of genres. This theory, borrowed from antiquity but revised on French soil, could not of course take root immediately. The Pleiad was still liberal and democratic in relation to these questions. Its members treated Rabelais with great respect and knew how to appreciate him at his true value, especially Du Bellay and Baif. However, this high appreciation of our author, and the strong influence of his language on that of the Pleiad, was in flagrant contradiction to his place in the hierarchy of genres, which was the lowest of all, almost outside literary bounds. But this hierarchy was as yet only an abstract and confused idea. Certain social, political, and ideological transformations had still to take place. The circle of readers and literary connoisseurs had to be differentiated and narrowed before the hierarchy could express the interrelation of genres and become a regulating force. We know that this process was completed in the 17th century, but it began to be felt as early as the 16th. At that time the appraisal of Rabelais as a merely amusing and gay author was already beginning to take shape. Such was also, as we know, the fate of Cervantes, whose Don Quixote was listed for a long time among the amusing books of light literature. At the end of the 16th century Rabelais descended lower and lower, to the very confines of great literature and was finally driven out of bounds. Montaigne, who was 40 years younger than Rabelais, wrote in his essays, as to simply amusing works, Simplement plaisants, I consider among the new books Boccaccio's Decameron, Rabelais, and Beja by Jean II, if they can be referred to this category, worthy to divert us, dignes tu ens amuse. 42. However, Montaigne's simply amusing definition is still on the dividing line between the old and the new understanding of amusing, pleasant, gay, joyeux, recreational, recreative, and similar epithets applied to literary works and so often added to the 16th and 17th century titles of these works. 43 The concept of amusing and gay was not yet narrowed down for Montaigne and had not as yet acquired the tone of something low and irrelevant. Montaigne himself writes in another chapter of his essays, personally, I like best only books that are amusing and light, which amuse me, or those which comfort me and advise me how to order my life and my death. A regular ma vet ma mort, Book I, Chapter 38. From these lines it is clear that among all the works of belles lettres, in the true sense of the word, Montaigne prefers precisely those which are amusing and gay, since by books of comfort and advice he means not belles lettres but works of philosophy, theology, and above all works resembling his own essays, Marcus Aurelius, Seneca, Plutarch. He considers belles lettres as a basically amusing, gay, recreative literary genre. 44 In this sense he is still a man of the 16th century, but characteristically enough the question of ordering life and death is already definitely taken out of the realm of gay laughter. Like Boccaccio, Rabelais is worthy of being amusing, but he does not belong to the number of comforters and advisers who order life and death. And yet Rabelais was precisely such a comforter and adviser in the eyes of his contemporaries. They could still consider these questions on the gay level, the level of laughter. Rabelais, Cervantes, and Shakespeare represent an important turning point in the history of laughter. Nowhere else do we see so clearly marked the lines dividing the Renaissance from the 17th century and the period that followed. The Renaissance conception of laughter can be roughly described as follows: laughter has a deep philosophical meaning. It is one of the essential forms of the truth concerning the world as a whole, concerning history and man. It is a peculiar point of view relative to the world. The world is seen anew, no less, and perhaps more, profoundly than when seen from the serious standpoint. Therefore, laughter is just as admissible in great literature, posing universal problems, as seriousness. Certain essential aspects of the world are accessible only to laughter. The attitude toward laughter of the 17th century and of the years that followed can be characterized thus. Laughter is not a universal, Philosophical form. It can refer only to individual and individually typical phenomena of social life. That which is important and essential cannot be comical. Neither can history and persons representing it, kings, generals, heroes, be shown in a comic aspect. The sphere of the comic is narrow and specific. Private and social vices, the essential truth about the world and about man, cannot be told in the language of laughter. Therefore, the place of laughter in literature belongs only to the low genres, showing the life of private individuals and the inferior social levels. Laughter is a light amusement or a form of salutary social punishment of corrupt and low persons. The Renaissance expressed its attitude toward laughter in the very practice of literary creation and appreciation. Neither was there any lack of theoretical opinion that justified laughter as a universal, philosophical form. This theory of laughter was built almost exclusively on antique sources. Rabelais himself developed it in the Old and New prologue of the fourth book of his novel, based mostly on Hippocrates, whose role as the theorist of laughter was at that time important. Not only was his prestige founded on the comments contained in his medical treatise concerning the importance of a gay and cheerful mood on the part of the physician and patient fighting disease 45, but was also due to the Hippocratic novel. This was an addendum to Hippocrates' aphorisms, of course apocryphal, concerning the madness of Democritus as expressed in his laughter. In the Hippocratic novel, the laughter of Democritus had a philosophical character, being directed at the life of man and at all the vain fears and hopes related to the gods and to life after death. Democritus here made of his laughter a whole philosophy, a certain spiritual premise of the awakened man who has attained virility. Hippocrates finally agreed with him. The teaching concerning the therapeutic power of laughter in the Hippocratic novel received special recognition and notoriety at the Montpellier Medical School, where Rabelais studied and later taught. A member of this school, the famous physician Laurent Joubert, published in 1560 a special work under the characteristic title, Trait du Ris, contenant son essence, ses causes et ses merveilleuses effices, curieusement recherches, raisonnes et observes parm lore. Joubert, a treatise on laughter, containing its essence, causes, and wondrous effects curiously studied, discussed and observed by M. Lore. Joubert. In 1579 Joubert published another treatise in Paris, entitled La cause morale de Ris, de l'excellent et trace renom Démocrite, expliqui et tema igni parce divin Hippocrate nses epitra, the moral cause of laughter of the eminent and very famous Democritus, explained and witnessed by the divine Hippocrates in his epistles. This work was actually a French version of the last part of the Hippocratic novel. Although this treatise on the philosophy of laughter was published after Rabelais' death, it was a belated echo of the thoughts and discussions that were current in Montpellier at the time when Rabelais attended the school, and that determined his concept of the therapeutic power of laughter and of the gay physician. The second source of the philosophy of laughter at the time of Rabelais was Aristotle's famous formula. 46 Of all living creatures only man is endowed with laughter. This formula enjoyed immense popularity and was given a broader interpretation. Laughter was seen as man's highest spiritual privilege, inaccessible to other creatures. As we know, it concludes Rabelais' introductory poem to Gargantua. Mu est de risk de larmes escrire. Parcek rire est le propre de l'homme. 47. Even Ronsard still uses the saying in its broader form. In his poem dedicated to Belleau we find these lines. Je qui subs l'homme le monde son mise. Al home sol, le sol rire permis. Pour ss gayer et non pas à la best. Qui na raison New York esprit en la test. 48. According to Aristotle, a child does not begin to laugh before the 40th day after his birth, only from that moment does it become a human being. Rabelais and his contemporaries were also familiar with the saying of Pliny that only one man, Zoroaster, began to laugh at the time of his birth. This was interpreted as an omen of his divine wisdom. Finally, the third source of the Renaissance philosophy of laughter is Lucian, especially his image of Menippus laughing in the kingdom of the dead. Lucian's work Menippus, or The Descent into Hades, had an essential influence on Rabelais, more precisely on the episode of Epistemon's journey to hell in Pantagruel. Another important influence was Lucian's dialogues. Here are a few characteristic excerpts from the dialogues. Menippus, Diogenes advises you, if mortal subjects for laughter begin to pall, come down below, and find much richer material. Where you are now, there is always a dash of uncertainty in it, the question will always intrude, who can be quite sure about the hereafter? Here you can have your laugh out in security, like me. Diogenes and Pollux, 49. Oh, all right, Menippus, suppose you leave your independence behind you, and your plain speaking and your indifference, and your high spirits and your jests. No one else here has a jest. Charon, Hermes, and various shades, 50. Charon, where did you pick up this cynic, Hermes? The noise he made on the crossing, 2. Laughing and jeering at all the rest, and singing, when everyone else was at his lamentations. Hermes, ah, Charon, you little know your passenger. Independence, every inch of him, he cares for no one. 'Tis Menippus. Charon and Menippus, 51. Let us stress in this Lucianic image of the laughing Menippus the relation of laughter to the underworld and to death, to the freedom of the spirit, and to the freedom of speech. Such are the three most popular antique sources of the Rabelaisian philosophy of laughter. They influenced not only Joubert's treatise but also the opinions current in literary and humanist circles concerning the meaning and virtue of laughter. All three sources define laughter as a universal philosophical principle that heals and regenerates. It is essentially linked to the ultimate philosophical questions concerning the regulation of life which Montaigne interprets in strictly serious tones. Rabelais and his contemporaries were also familiar, of course, with the antique conception of laughter from other sources, from Athenaeus, Macrobius, and others. They knew Homer's famous words about the undestroyable, that is, eternal laughter of the gods, and they were familiar with the Roman tradition of the freedom of laughter during the Saturnalia and the role of laughter during the triumphal marches and the funeral rites of notables. 52 Rabelais in particular makes frequent allusion to these sources. Let us stress once more that for the Renaissance, as for the antique sources described above, the characteristic trait of laughter was precisely the recognition of its positive, regenerating, creative meaning. This clearly distinguishes it from the later theories of the philosophy of laughter, including Bergson's conception, which bring out mostly its negative functions. 53. The antique tradition has an essential meaning for the Renaissance, which offered an apology of the literary tradition of laughter and brought it into the sphere of humanist ideas. As to the aesthetic practice of Renaissance laughter, it is first of all determined by the traditions of the medieval culture of folk humor. However, in the conditions of the Renaissance we do not see the direct continuation of these traditions, they enter a completely new and superior phase of existence. In the Middle Ages folk humor existed and developed outside the official sphere of high ideology and literature, but precisely because of its unofficial existence, it was marked by exceptional radicalism, freedom, and ruthlessness. Having on the one hand forbidden laughter in every official sphere of life and ideology, the Middle Ages on the other hand bestowed exceptional privileges of license and lawlessness outside these spheres, in the marketplace, on feast days, in festive recreational literature. And medieval laughter knew how to use these privileges widely. In the Renaissance, laughter in its most radical, universal, and at the same time gay form emerged from the depths of folk culture. It emerged but once in the course of history, over a period of some 50 or 60 years, in various countries and at various times, and entered with its popular, vulgar, language the sphere of great literature and high ideology. It appeared to play an essential role in the creation of such masterpieces of world literature as Boccaccio's Decameron, the novels of Rabelais and Cervantes, Shakespeare's dramas and comedies, and others. The walls between official and non-official literature were inevitably to crumble, especially because in the most important ideological sectors these walls also served to separate languages Latin from the vernacular. The adoption of the vernacular by literature and by certain ideological spheres was to sweep away or at least weaken these boundaries. A number of other factors concerned with the disintegration of the feudal and theocratic order of the Middle Ages also contributed to the fusion of the official and non-official. The culture of folk humor that had been shaped during many centuries and that had defended the people's creativity in non-official forms, in verbal expression or spectacle, could now rise to the high level of literature and ideology and fertilize it. Later, in times of absolute monarchy and the formation of a new official order, folk humor descended to the lower level of the genre hierarchy. There it settled and broke away from its popular roots, becoming petty, narrow, and degenerate. A millennium of folk humor broke into Renaissance literature. This thousand-year-old laughter not only fertilized literature but was itself fertilized by humanist knowledge and advanced literary techniques. In Rabelais we see the speech and mask of the medieval clown, folk and carnival gaiety, the defiance of the democratic cleric, the talk and gestures of the mountebank all combined with humanist scholarship, with the physician's science and practice, and with political experience. The author, as a confidant of the brothers du Bellay, was initiated in the secrets of world affairs. In this new combination medieval laughter was destined to change. Its wide popular character, its radicalism and freedom, soberness and materiality were transferred from an almost elemental condition to a state of artistic awareness and purposefulness. In other words, medieval laughter became at the Renaissance stage of its development the expression of a new free and critical historical consciousness. It could acquire this character only because the buds and shoots of new potentialities had been prepared in the medieval period. How were the forms of this medieval culture of humor developed? As we have said, laughter in the Middle Ages remained outside all official spheres of ideology and outside all official strict forms of social relations. Laughter was eliminated from religious cult, from feudal and state ceremonials, etiquette, and from all the genres of high speculation. An intolerant, one-sided tone of seriousness is characteristic of official medieval culture. The very contents of medieval ideology, asceticism, somber providentialism, sin, atonement, suffering, as well as the character of the feudal regime, with its oppression and intimidation, all these elements determined this tone of icy petrified seriousness. It was supposedly the only tone fit to express the true, the good, and all that was essential and meaningful. Fear, religious awe, humility, these were the overtones of the seriousness. Early Christianity had already condemned laughter. Tertullian, Cyprian, and John Chrysostom preached against ancient spectacles, especially against the mime and the mime's jests and laughter. John Chrysostom declared that jests and laughter are not from God but from the devil. Only permanent seriousness, remorse, and sorrow for his sins befit the Christian. 54 During the struggle against the Arians, Christians were accused of introducing elements of the mime song, gesticulation, laughter into religious services. But this intolerant seriousness of the official church ideology made it necessary to legalize the gaiety, laughter, and jests which had been eliminated from the canonized ritual and etiquette. Thus forms of pure laughter were created parallel to the official forms. At the same time certain religious cults inherited from antiquity were influenced by the East and in some cases by local pagan rites, especially by the rites of fertility. Rudiments of gaiety and laughter are present in these forms. They can be found in the liturgy and in funeral rites, as well as in the rites of baptism, of marriage, and in other religious services. But these rudiments are sublimated and toned down. 55 If performed in a zone near a church, they had to be authorized. These rites of pure laughter were even permitted as a parallel to the official cults. Such were first of all the feasts of fools, Festa Stultorum, Fatuorum, Folorum, which were celebrated by schoolmen and lower clerics on the feast of Saint Stephen, on New Year's Day, on the feast of the Holy Innocents, of the Epiphany, and of Saint John. These celebrations were originally held in the churches and bore a fully legitimate character. Later they became only semi-legal, and at the end of the Middle Ages were completely banned from the churches but continued to exist in the streets and in taverns, where they were absorbed into carnival merriment and amusements. The Feast of Fools showed a particular obstinacy and force of survival in France, Fête de Fous. This feast was actually a parody and travesty of the official cult, with masquerades and improper dances. These celebrations held by the lower clergy were especially boisterous on New Year's Day and on Epiphany. Nearly all the rituals of the Feast of Fools are a grotesque degradation of various church rituals and symbols and their transfer to the material bodily level, gluttony and drunken orgies on the altar table, indecent gestures, disrobing. We shall later analyze some of these rituals. Point 56. This celebration, as we have said, was preserved in France with particular stubbornness. A peculiar apology for the feast appeared in a circular letter of the Paris School of Theology in 1444. The defenders refer to the fact that the feast was established in the earliest age of Christianity by our ancestors who knew best what they were doing. The apology further stresses that the feast has not a serious but a purely jesting character. Such a gay diversion is necessary so that foolishness, which is our second nature and seems to be inherent in man, might freely spend itself at least once a year. Wine barrels burst if from time to time we do not open them and let in some air. All of us men are barrels poorly put together, which would burst from the wine of wisdom, if this wine remains in a state of constant fermentation of piousness and fear of God. We must give it air in order not to let it spoil. This is why we permit folly on certain days, so that we may later return with greater zeal to the service of God. In this remarkable apology, foolishness and folly, that is, laughter, are directly described as man's second nature and are opposed to the monolith of the Christian cult and ideology. It was precisely the one-sided character of official seriousness which led to the necessity of creating a vent for the second nature of man, for laughter. The Feast of Fools at least once a year became a vent for laughter. The material bodily principle linked with it then enjoyed complete freedom. Here we have an unambiguous recognition of the second festive life of medieval man. Laughter at the Feast of Fools was not, of course, an abstract and purely negative mockery of the Christian ritual and the Church's hierarchy. The negative derisive element was deeply immersed in the triumphant theme of bodily regeneration and renewal. It was man's second nature that was laughing, the lower bodily stratum which could not express itself in official cult and ideology. The curious apology quoted above belongs to the 15th century. But we find similar opinions expressed in earlier times. Rabanus Maurus, abbot of Fulda, an austere churchman of the 9th century, composed an abridged version of the Sina Cypriani. He dedicated it to King Lothar II ad jocunditatem, that is, for amusement's sake. In his letter of dedication, Maurus seeks to justify the gay and degrading tone of the Sina by the following arguments: just as the Church contains good and bad men, so does this poem contain the latter's speeches. These bad men of the austere churchmen correspond to men's second foolish nature. Later Pope Leo XIII proposed a similar formula: since the Church is composed of the divine and the human element, the latter must be disclosed with complete sincerity, as it is said in the Book of Job. In the early Middle Ages, folk laughter penetrated not only into the middle classes but even into the highest circles of the Church. Rabanus Maurus was no exception. The attraction of folk humor was strong at all the levels of the young feudal hierarchy, both lay and ecclesiastical. This can be explained as follows. 1. The official ecclesiastical and feudal culture of the 7th, 8th, and 9th centuries was still weak and not completely formed. 2. Folk culture was strong and impossible to ignore, some of its elements had to be used for propaganda. 3. The tradition of the Roman Saturnalia and other forms of Roman legalized folk humor was still alive. 4. The Church adapted the time of Christian feasts to local pagan celebrations, in view of their Christianization, and these celebrations were linked to cults of laughter. 5. The young feudal system was still relatively progressive and therefore of a relatively popular nature. For these reasons, a tradition of a relatively tolerant attitude toward folk humor could be formed during that early period. This tradition continued to live, although suffering more and more restrictions. In the following periods, up to the 17th century, it became customary to found the defense of laughter on the authority of former churchmen and theologians. Authors and collectors of facetities, anecdotes, and jokes of the 17th and 18th centuries usually quoted medieval scholars and theologians. Thus Melander, who edited one of the most complete anthologies of comic literature, Jocorum et Seriorum Libri Duo, first edition in 1600, the last in 1643, presents his work by listing several scores of names of eminent scholars and theologians who had written facetities before him. The best collection of German Schwanke was made by the monk Johannes Pauli, a famous preacher, under the title Laughter and Seriousness, Schimpfuende Ernst, and its first edition was published in 1522. Describing the aim of this work in his preface, Pauli expressed an opinion similar to that quoted earlier in the Apology of the Feast of Fools. He wrote that he had composed his book in order that the spiritual children cloistered in monasteries might have something to read to amuse their minds, and for relaxation's sake, it is not possible to always abide in a serious mood. The purpose of such comments, and we could quote many others, was to explain and somehow justify laughter near the precincts of the church, and to justify the sacred parody, parodia sacra, that is, the parody of sacred texts and rites. Neither was condemnation lacking. Conciliar judicial prohibitions of the Feast of Fools were many times proclaimed. The oldest prohibition of the Council of Toledo was issued in the first half of the 7th century. The last judicial prohibition of the Feast of Fools in France was the decision of the Parliament of Dijon in 1552, more than 9 centuries after the first condemnation. During all these 9 centuries the feast continued to be celebrated in semi-legal conditions. The latest French variant was a procession of a carnival type which was organized in Rouen by the Societas Cornardorum. It was during one of these processions, in 1540, that the name of Rabelais was recalled, and during the banquet the Chronicle of Gargantua was read instead of the Gospel. 57 Thus Rabelaisian laughter seemed to return to the mother's womb, the tradition of the ancient ritual and spectacle. The Feast of Fools is one of the most colorful and genuine expressions of medieval festive laughter near the precincts of the church. Another of its expressions is the Feast of the Ass, commemorating Mary's flight to Egypt with the infant Jesus. The center of this feast is neither Mary nor Jesus, although a young girl with an infant takes part in it. The central protagonist is the ass and its braying. Special asinine masses were celebrated. An officium of this mass composed by the austere churchman Pierre Corbel has been preserved. Each part of the mass was accompanied by the comic braying, hymn. At the end of the service, instead of the usual blessing, the priest repeated the braying 3 times, and the final amen was replaced by the same cry. The ass is one of the most ancient and lasting symbols of the material bodily lower stratum, which at the same time degrades and regenerates. It is sufficient to recall Apuleius' golden ass, the widespread ass mimes of antiquity, and finally the image of the ass as the symbol of the bodily lower stratum in the legends of Francis of Assisi. 58 The Feast of the Ass is one of the oldest variants of this theme. The Feast of Fools and the Feast of the Ass are specific celebrations in which laughter plays the leading role. In this sense they are similar to their close relatives, Carnival and Chivalry. But in all the other church feasts of the Middle Ages, as we pointed out in our introduction, laughter also played a more or less important part, ordering the popular, marketplace aspect of the religious occasion. As a material bodily principle, laughter had a fixed relation to the feast. It was preeminently a festive laughter. Let us first of all recall the Risus Paschalis. During the Easter season laughter and jokes were permitted even in church. The priest could tell amusing stories and jokes from the pulpit. Following the days of Lenten sadness he could incite his congregation's gay laughter as a joyous regeneration. This is why it was called Easter laughter. The jokes and stories concerned especially material bodily life, and were of a carnival type. Permission to laugh was granted simultaneously with the permission to eat meat and to resume sexual intercourse, forbidden during Lent. The tradition of Risus Paschalis was still alive in the 16th century, at the time of Rabelais. 59. Besides Easter laughter there was also Christmas laughter. While Paschal gaiety mostly featured amusing tales and anecdotes, Christmas laughter was expressed in gay songs. These songs of an extremely worldly content were heard in churches, some religious hymns were sung to worldly, even street tunes. For instance, a score of the Magnificat which has been preserved proves that this religious chant was sung to the tune of clownish street rigmaroles. This tradition was especially maintained in France. The spiritual content was combined with worldly tunes and with elements of material bodily degradation. The theme of birth of the new was organically linked with the theme of death of the old on a gay and degrading level, with the images of a clownish carnivalesque uncrowning. This is why the French Noël could later develop into one of the most popular genres of the revolutionary street song. Laughter and the material bodily element, as a degrading and regenerating principle, played an essential role in other festivities held outside or near to the church, especially those which bore a local character. The latter absorbed elements of ancient pagan celebrations and represented a Christian substitute for them. Such were the rejoicings marking the consecration of a church, the first masses, and the feast of the patron saint. Local fairs were usually held at that time with their entire repertory of folk recreations, accompanied by unbridled gluttony and drunken orgies. 60 Eating and drinking were also the main features of the commemoration of the dead. When honoring patrons and benefactors buried in the church, the clergy organized banquets and drank to their memory the so-called Poculum Charitatis or Caritas Vini. A record of the Quedlinburg Abbey openly states that the clergy's banquet feeds and pleases the dead, plenius ind recreantur mortui. The Spanish Dominicans drank to the memory of their deceased patrons, toasting them with the typical ambivalent words Viva el muerto. 61 In these examples the gaiety and laughter have the character of a banquet and are combined with the images of death and birth, renewal of life, in the complex unity of the material bodily lower stratum. Certain feasts acquired a specific tinge depending on the season when they were celebrated. The autumn feasts of Saint Martin and of Saint Michael had a bacchanalian overtone, and these saints were the patrons of winemaking. Sometimes the individual traits of the saint would serve the development of degrading rituals and spectacles. Thus on the feast of Saint Lazarus in Marseilles there were processions with horses, mules, asses, bulls, and cows. The people masqueraded and danced in the streets and squares performing the great dance, Magnum Triputum. Probably this arose from the fact that Lazarus belonged to a cycle of legends of hell which had a material bodily topographical connotation, hell representing the lower stratum. 62 He was also linked with the theme of death and regeneration. This is why this feast could absorb some elements of ancient local pagan celebrations. Laughter and the bodily principle were legalized in many other drinking parties, as well as in other private celebrations or public entertainments. We shall return to the subject of carnival and Shrovetide laughter 63 in good time. But we must here stress once more the essential relation of festive laughter to time and to the change of seasons. The calendar aspect of the Feast of Kings was revived and experienced in its popular form of laughter outside of the church. Here appeared the relation to the change of seasons, to the phases of the sun and moon, to the death and renewal of vegetation, and to the succession of agricultural seasons. In this succession all that is new or renews, all that is about to draw nearer is emphasized as a positive element. And this element acquires a wider and deeper meaning, it expresses the people's hopes of a happier future, of a more just social and economic order, of a new truth. The gay aspect of the feast presented this happier future of a general material affluence, equality, and freedom, just as the Roman Saturnalia announced the return of the Golden Age. Thus, the medieval feast had, as it were, the two faces of Janus. Its official, ecclesiastical face was turned to the past and sanctioned the existing order, but the face of the people of the marketplace looked into the future and laughed, attending the funeral of the past and present. The marketplace feast opposed the protective, timeless stability, the unchanging established order and ideology, and stressed the element of change and renewal. The material bodily lower stratum and the entire system of degradation, turnovers, and travesties presented this essential relation to time and to social and historical transformation. One of the indispensable elements of the folk festival was travesty, that is, the renewal of clothes and of the social image. Another essential element was a reversal of the hierarchic levels. The jester was proclaimed king, a clownish abbot, bishop, or archbishop was elected at the Feast of Fools, and in the churches directly under the Pope's jurisdiction a mock pontiff was even chosen. The members of this hierarchy of fools sang solemn mass. At many of these feasts kings and queens were elected for a day, as on Epiphany and on St. Valentine's Day. The custom of electing such ephemeral kings and queens, rois pour rire, was especially widespread in France, where nearly every popular banquet was presided over by them. From the wearing of clothes turned inside out and trousers slipped over the head to the election of mock kings and popes, the same topographical logic is put to work, shifting from top to bottom, casting the high and the old, the finished and completed into the material bodily lower stratum for death and rebirth. These changes were placed into an essential relation with time and with social and historical change. The element of relativity and of becoming was emphasized, in opposition to the immovable and extratemporal stability of the medieval hierarchy. Indeed, the ritual of the feast tended to project the play of time itself, which kills and gives birth at the same time, recasting the old into the new, allowing nothing to perpetuate itself. Time plays and laughs. It is the playing boy of Heraclitus who possesses the supreme power in the universe. Domination belongs to the child. The accent is placed on the future. Utopian traits are always present in the rituals and images of the people's festive gaiety. Thus were developed the rudiments that were to flower later in the sense of history as conceived by the Renaissance. Summing up, we can say that laughter, which had been eliminated in the Middle Ages from official cult and ideology, made its unofficial but almost legal nest under the shelter of almost every feast. Therefore, every feast in addition to its official, ecclesiastical part had yet another folk carnival part whose organizing principles were laughter and the material bodily lower stratum. This part of the feast had its own pattern, its own theme and imagery, its own ritual. The origin of the various elements of this theme is varied. Doubtless, the Roman Saturnalia continued to live during the entire Middle Ages. The tradition of the antique mime also remained alive. But the main source was local folklore. It was this folklore which inspired both the imagery and the ritual of the popular, humorous part of the feast. Lower and middle-class clerics, schoolmen, students, and members of corporations were the main participants in these folk merriments. People of various other unorganized elements which belonged to none of these social groups and which were numerous at that time also participated in the celebrations. But the medieval culture of folk humor actually belonged to all the people. The truth of laughter embraced and carried away everyone, nobody could resist it. The enormous bulk of medieval parodical literature is also linked directly or indirectly to the forms of festive folk humor. It is possible, as certain scholars assert, for instance, Novity, that various parodies of the scriptures and of religious rites were directly intended for the celebration of the Feast of Fools and were closely related to them. But this cannot be said about most of these sacred parodies. What is important is not the direct relation but the more general link of medieval parodies with legalized festive humor and freedom. All medieval parodical literature is recreative. It was composed for festive leisure and was to be read on feast days. It is, therefore, filled with the atmosphere of freedom and license. These gay parodies of the sacred were permitted on feast days, as was the risus paschalis, meat and sexual intercourse. The parodies were filled with the same popular sense of the changing time and of renewal on the material bodily level. Here, too, is the prevailing logic of the ambivalent lower stratum. School and university recreation had great importance in the history of medieval parody. These recreations usually coincided with feast days. All feast day privileges granted by tradition to laughter and jokes were fully accorded to recreation. Not only could the students relax from the official ideological system, from scholarly wisdom and academic rules, but they were allowed to transform these disciplines into gay, degrading games, and jokes. They were first of all freed from the heavy chains of devout seriousness, from the continual ferment of piety and the fear of God. They were freed from the oppression of such gloomy categories as eternal, immovable, absolute, unchangeable, and instead were exposed to the gay and free-laughing aspect of the world, with its unfinished and open character, with the joy of change and renewal. This is why the medieval parodies were not formal literary and negative satires of sacred texts or of scholarly wisdom. They merely transposed these elements into the key of gay laughter, into the positive material bodily sphere. Everything they touched was transformed into flesh and matter, and at the same time was given a lighter tone. We shall not discuss at length the basic elements of medieval parodies, some of which will be described later. We shall merely define the place of sacred parody within the culture of medieval folk humor as a whole. 64. Medieval parody, especially before the 12th century, was not concerned with the negative, the imperfections of specific cults, ecclesiastic orders, or scholars which could be the object of derision and destruction. For the medieval parodist, everything without exception was comic. Laughter was as universal as seriousness. It was directed at the whole world, at history, at all societies, at ideology. It was the world's second truth extended to everything and from which nothing is taken away. It was, as it were, the festive aspect of the whole world in all its elements, the second revelation of the world in play and laughter. This is why medieval parody played a completely unbridled game with all that is most sacred and important from the point of view of official ideology. The oldest grotesque parody, Cyprian's Supper, composed in about the 5th or 6th century, transformed all sacred history from Adam to Christ into a fantastic clownish banquet using in grotesque fashion its most important events and symbols. 65. Another ancient work of recreational character, Joca Monachorum, was more restrained. It dates from the 6th to 7th centuries and is of Byzantine origin. It was very popular in France from the 7th century on. In Russia, it had its own history, which was studied by A.N. Veslovsky and I.N. Zdanov. It was a frivolous catechism with a number of comic questions on biblical themes, an amusing game but more restrained than the supper. During the following centuries, especially in the 11th, parody drew into its game all the themes of the official teaching and cult of the Church and, in general, all the forms of the serious attitude toward the world. Many parodies of the most important prayers, Our Father, Hail Mary, the Creed, have been preserved, as well as parodical hymns, for instance, the Laetbunduas and the litanies. Neither did the parodists hesitate to approach the liturgy. We have the liturgy of the drunkards, the liturgy of the gamblers, and the money liturgy. There are parodies of the Gospels, the money gospel of the Mark of Silver, the money gospel of the Paris student, the gambler's gospel, and the drunkard's gospel. There were parodies of monastic rule, of ecclesiastical decrees and the constitutions of the councils, of papal bulls and encyclicals, as well as of sermons. As early as the 7th and 8th centuries we find parodies of wills, for instance the pig's will, the will of the ass, and of epitaphs. 66 We have already mentioned the parody of the grammar, which was very popular in the Middle Ages. Finally, there were parodies of legal texts and laws. Besides parodical literature in the strict sense of the word, the jargon of clerics, monks, schoolmen, judges, as well as popular speech were filled with travesties of religious texts, prayers, proverbs, and sayings of common wisdom, all studded with the names of saints and martyrs. Not a single saying of the Old and New Testaments was left unchallenged as long as it could provide some hint of equivocal suggestion that could be travestied and transposed into the language of the material bodily lower stratum. In Rabelais, Friar John is the incarnation of the mighty realm of travesty of the low clergy. He is a connoisseur of all that concerns the breviary, and métier de brevier. This means that he can reinterpret any sacred text in the sense of eating, drinking, and eroticism, and transpose it from the Lenten to the Carnival obscene level. Generally speaking, we can find in Rabelais' novel a sufficiently abundant material of travestied sacred texts and sayings which are scattered throughout his work. For instance, Christ's last words on the cross, Citio, I thirst, and consummatum est, it is consummated, are travestied into terms of eating and overindulgence. 67 Venite, apud muse, come and have a drink, replaced venite emus. In another part of the novel, Friar John utters a Latin sentence characteristic of medieval grotesque: ad formam nasi conoscitur ad te levavi, by the shape of my nose you will know, how, I lift up. The first part of this sentence is related to the supposition prevalent in those days even among physicians that the size of the phallus could be surmised by the size of the nose. The second part of the sentence, I will lift up, is the beginning of Psalm 121, thus a sacred text receives an indecent interpretation. The debasing transposition is strengthened by the last syllable of the quotation 6, which in French has a connotation related to the phallus. In both antique and medieval grotesque the nose had usually this link with the phallus. In France there existed an entire mock litany composed of texts from sacred scriptures and prayers beginning with the Latin negation ne, as ne advertes, do not avert, ne revises, do not call upon, which was known as noms de tous les nez. All these are characteristic examples of how even distant analogies and connotations were sought in order to travesty the serious and make it ring with laughter. In everything, in meaning and image, in the sound of sacred words, parody discovered the Achilles heel that was open to derision, some trait which permitted linkage to the bodily lower stratum. The unofficial legend of many saints was constructed on the name alone. For instance, Saint Vitus' name was connected with the lower stratum, the phallus, and the current expression to honor Saint Mimic meant to visit a mistress. It can be said that all the non-official speech of medieval clerics, and of all the medieval intelligentsia, as well as the speech of simple folk, was deeply infused with images of the lower stratum, with obscenities and curses, profanities and swearing, with travestied sacred texts turned inside out. Everything that was absorbed by that speech was to submit to the degrading and renewing power of the mighty lower stratum. And such did familiar speech remain at the time of Rabelais. Friar John's and Panurge's talk is typical. Point 68. Laughter's universal character is obvious in the parodies described above. Medieval laughter is directed at the same object as medieval seriousness. Not only does laughter make no exception for the upper stratum, but indeed it is usually directed toward it. Furthermore, it is directed not at one part only, but at the whole. One might say that it builds its own world versus the official world, its own church versus the official church, its own state versus the official state. Laughter celebrates its masses, professes its faith, celebrates marriages and funerals, writes its epitaphs, elects kings and bishops. Even the smallest medieval parody is always built as part of a whole comic world. This universal character of laughter was most clearly and consistently brought out in the carnival rituals and spectacles and in the parodies they presented. But universality appears as well in all the other forms of medieval culture of humor, in the comic elements of church dramas, in the comic dits, fairy tales, and debates, in animal epics, fabliaux, and schwanky. Point 69. The main traits of laughter and of the lower stratum remain identical in all these genres. It can be said that medieval culture of humor which accompanied the feasts was a satiric drama, a fourth drama, after the tragic trilogy of official Christian cult and theology to which it corresponded but was at the same time in opposition. Like the antique satiric drama, so also the medieval culture of laughter was the drama of bodily life, copulation, birth, growth, eating, drinking, defecation. But of course it was not the drama of an individual body or of a private material way of life, it was the drama of the great generic body of the people, and for this generic body birth and death are not an absolute beginning and end but merely elements of continuous growth and renewal. The great body of satiric drama cannot be separated from the world, it is perfused with cosmic elements and with the earth which swallows up and gives birth. Next to the universality of medieval laughter we must stress another striking peculiarity, its indissoluble and essential relation to freedom. We have seen that this laughter was absolutely unofficial but nevertheless legalized. The rights of the fool's cap were as inviolable as those of the pileus, the clown's headgear of the Roman Saturnalius. This freedom of laughter was, of course, relative, its sphere was at times wider and at times narrower, but it was never entirely suspended. As we have seen, Free laughter was related to feasts and was to a certain extent limited by the time allotted to feast days. It coincided with the permission for meat, fat, and sexual intercourse. This festive liberation of laughter and body was in sharp contrast with the stringencies of Lent which had preceded or were to follow. The feast was a temporary suspension of the entire official system with all its prohibitions and hierarchic barriers. For a short time life came out of its usual, legalized and consecrated furrows and entered the sphere of utopian freedom. The very brevity of this freedom increased its fantastic nature and utopian radicalism, born in the festive atmosphere of images. The atmosphere of ephemeral freedom reigned in the public square as well as at the intimate feast in the home. The antique tradition of free, often improper, but at the same time philosophical table talk had been revived at the time of the Renaissance. It converged with the local tradition of festive meals which had common roots in folklore. 70 This tradition of table talk was continued during the following centuries. We find similar traditions of Bacchic prandial songs which combine universalism, problems of life and death, with the material bodily element, wine, food, carnal love, with awareness of the time element, youth, old age, the ephemeral nature of life, the changes of fortune. They express a peculiar utopian strain, the brotherhood of fellow drinkers and of all men, the triumph of affluence, and the victory of reason. The comic rituals of the Feast of Fools, the Feast of the Ass, and the various comic processions and ceremonies of other feasts enjoyed a certain legality. The diabolries were legalized and the devils were allowed to run about freely in the streets and in the suburbs a few days before the show and to create a demonic and unbridled atmosphere. Entertainments in the marketplace were also legalized as well as carnival. Of course, this legalization was forced, incomplete, led to struggles and new prohibitions. During the entire medieval period the church and state were obliged to make concessions, large or small, to satisfy the marketplace. Throughout the year there were small scattered islands of time, strictly limited by the dates of feasts, when the world was permitted to emerge from the official routine but exclusively under the camouflage of laughter. Barriers were raised, provided there was nothing but laughter. Besides universalism and freedom, the third important trait of laughter was its relation to the people's unofficial truth. The serious aspects of class culture are official and authoritarian, they are combined with violence, prohibitions, limitations, and always contain an element of fear and of intimidation. These elements prevailed in the Middle Ages. Laughter, on the contrary, overcomes fear, for it knows no inhibitions, no limitations. Its idiom is never used by violence and authority. It was the victory of laughter over fear that most impressed medieval man. It was not only a victory over mystic terror of God, but also a victory over the awe inspired by the forces of nature, and most of all over the oppression and guilt related to all that was consecrated and forbidden, mana and taboo. It was the defeat of divine and human power, of authoritarian commandments and prohibitions, of death and punishment after death, hell and all that is more terrifying than the earth itself. Through this victory laughter clarified man's consciousness and gave him a new outlook on life. This truth was ephemeral, it was followed by the fears and oppressions of everyday life, but from these brief moments another unofficial truth emerged, truth about the world and man which prepared the new Renaissance consciousness. The acute awareness of victory over fear is an essential element of medieval laughter. This feeling is expressed in a number of characteristic medieval comic images. We always find in them the defeat of fear presented in a droll and monstrous form, the symbols of power and violence turned inside out, the comic images of death and bodies gaily rent asunder. All that was terrifying becomes grotesque. We have already mentioned that one of the indispensable accessories of carnival was the set called hell. This hell was solemnly burned at the peak of the festivities. This grotesque image cannot be understood without appreciating the defeat of fear. The people play with terror and laugh at it, the awesome becomes a comic monster. Neither can this grotesque image be understood if oversimplified and interpreted in the spirit of abstract rationalism. It is impossible to determine where the defeat of fear will end and where joyous recreation will begin. Carnival's hell represents the earth which swallows up and gives birth. It is often transformed into a cornucopia. The monster, death, becomes pregnant. Various deformities, such as protruding bellies, enormous noses, or humps, are symptoms of pregnancy or of procreative power. Victory over fear is not its abstract elimination, it is a simultaneous uncrowning and renewal, a gay transformation. Hell has burst and has poured forth abundance. We have said that medieval laughter defeated something which was more terrifying than the earth itself. All unearthly objects were transformed into earth, the mother which swallows up in order to give birth to something larger that has been improved. There can be nothing terrifying on earth, just as there can be nothing frightening in a mother's body, with the nipples that are made to suckle, with the genital organ and the warm blood. The earthly element of terror is the womb, the bodily grave, but it flowers with delight and a new life. However, medieval laughter is not a subjective, individual, and biological consciousness of the uninterrupted flow of time. It is the social consciousness of all the people. Man experiences this flow of time in the festive marketplace, in the carnival crowd, as he comes into contact with other bodies of varying age and social caste. He is aware of being a member of a continually growing and renewed people. This is why festive folk laughter presents an element of victory not only over supernatural awe, over the sacred, over death, it also means the defeat of power, of earthly kings, of the earthly upper classes, of all that oppresses and restricts. 71. Medieval laughter, when it triumphed over the fear inspired by the mystery of the world and by power, boldly unveiled the truth about both. It resisted praise, flattery, hypocrisy. This laughing truth, expressed in curses and abusive words, degraded power. The medieval clown was also the herald of this truth. In his article devoted to Rabelais, Veselovsky characterized as follows the clown's social meaning. In the Middle Ages, the clown is the lawless herald of the objectively abstract truth. At a time when all life was built within the conventional frameworks of caste, prerogative, scholastic science, and hierarchy, truth was localized according to these frameworks, it was relatively feudal, scholastic, etc., drawing its strength from its given milieu, thus truth was a mere result of the rights it could practically exercise. Feudal truth was the right to oppress the slave, to despise his work, to go to war, to hunt in the peasant's fields. Scholastic truth was the right to possess exclusive knowledge outside of which nothing made sense, therefore knowledge had to be defended against everything that could obscure it. All general human truth, not adapted to the caste, to an established profession, i.e., to determined rights, was excluded. It was not taken into consideration, it was despised, dragged to the stake on the slightest suspicion. It was only tolerated in a harmless form, arousing laughter, without any pretense at any serious role. Thus was the clown's social meaning determined. 72. Veselovsky gives a correct definition of feudal truth. He is also right to assert that the clown was the herald of another, non-feudal, non-official truth. But this non-official truth can hardly be determined as objectively abstract. Furthermore, Veselovsky sees the clown as isolated from all the mighty culture of medieval humor. He, therefore, considers laughter an external defensive form of this objective abstract truth, a defense of human value in general, which the clown proclaimed using this external form. If there had been no repressions, no stake, truth would have cast off the clown's attire, it could have spoken in serious tones. Such an interpretation of medieval laughter appears incorrect in our mind. No doubt laughter was in part an external defensive form of truth. It was legalized, it enjoyed privileges, it liberated, to a certain extent, from censorship, oppression, and from the stake. This element should not be underestimated. But it would be inadmissible to reduce the entire meaning of laughter to this aspect alone. Laughter is essentially not an external but an interior form of truth, it cannot be transformed into seriousness without destroying and distorting the very contents of the truth which it unveils. Laughter liberates not only from external censorship but first of all from the great interior censor. It liberates from the fear that developed in man during thousands of years, fear of the sacred, of prohibitions, of the past, of power. It unveils the material bodily principle in its true meaning. Laughter opened men's eyes on that which is new, on the future. This is why it not only permitted the expression of an anti-feudal, popular truth, it helped to uncover this truth and to give it an internal form. And this form was achieved and defended during thousands of years in its very depths and in its popular festive images. Laughter showed the world anew in its gayest and most sober aspects. Its external privileges are intimately linked with interior forces, they are a recognition of the rights of those forces. This is why laughter could never become an instrument to oppress and blind the people. It always remained a free weapon in their hands. As opposed to laughter, medieval seriousness was infused with elements of fear, weakness, humility, submission, falsehood, hypocrisy, or on the other hand with violence, intimidation, threats, prohibitions. As a spokesman of power, seriousness terrorized, demanded, and forbade. It therefore inspired the people with distrust. Seriousness had an official tone and was treated like all that is official. It oppressed, frightened, bound, lied, and wore the mask of hypocrisy. Seriousness was avaricious, committed to fasts. When its mask was dropped in the festive square and at the banquet table, another truth was heard in the form of laughter, foolishness, improprieties, curses, parodies, and travesties. All fears and lies were dispersed in the face of the material bodily festive principle. It would be wrong, however, to presume that medieval seriousness did not impress the people. As long as there was room for fear, medieval man was as yet too weak before the forces of nature and society to resist it. The seriousness of fear and suffering in their religious, social, political, and ideological forms could not but be impressive. The consciousness of freedom, on the other hand, could be only limited and utopian. It would therefore be a mistake to presume that popular distrust of seriousness and popular love of laughter, as of another truth, could always reach full awareness, expressing a critical and clearly defined opposition. We know that men who composed the most unbridled parodies of sacred texts and of cults often sincerely accepted and served religion. We have evidence that some of these men ascribed a didactic and educational quality to these parodies. For instance, a monk of St. Gallen's monastery declared that the many parodies featuring drunkards and gamblers were composed to inspire disgust of drinking and gambling. These parodies, he said, brought many students to repentance. 73 In medieval man's soul, attendance at official mass could coexist with a gay parody of truth in which a world is turned inside out. The joyous truth, based on confidence in the material spiritual forces proclaimed by the Renaissance, was elementally asserted in the Middle Ages through the images of laughter. However, the consciousness of each individual could not free itself from fear and weakness. Freedom granted by laughter often enough was mere festive luxury. Thus, distrust of the serious tone and confidence in the truth of laughter had a spontaneous, elemental character. It was understood that fear never lurks behind laughter, which does not build stakes, and that hypocrisy and lies never laugh but wear a serious mask. Laughter created no dogmas and could not become authoritarian. It did not convey fear but a feeling of strength. It was linked with the procreating act, with birth, renewal, fertility, abundance. Laughter was also related to food and drink and the people's earthly immortality, and finally it was related to the future of things to come and was to clear the way for them. Seriousness was therefore elementally distrusted, while trust was placed in festive laughter. The men of the Middle Ages participated in two lives, the official and the carnival life. Two aspects of the world, the serious and the laughing aspect, coexisted in their consciousness. This coexistence was strikingly reflected in 13th and 14th century illuminated manuscripts, for instance, in the legendaries, that is, the handwritten collections of the lives of the saints. Here we find on the same page strictly pious illustrations of the hagiographical text as well as free designs not connected with the story. The free designs represent chimeras, fantastic forms combining human, animal, and vegetable elements, comic devils, jugglers performing acrobatic tricks, masquerade figures, and parodical scenes, that is, purely grotesque, carnivalesque themes. All these pictures are shown on the same page, which like medieval man's consciousness contains both aspects of life and the world. 74 Not only miniatures but the decorations of medieval churches, as well as religious sculpture, present a similar coexistence of the pious and the grotesque. Most characteristic is the role of the chimera, this quintessence of the grotesque, which invades every sphere of painting. However, in medieval art a strict dividing line is drawn between the pious and the grotesque, they exist side by side but never merge. And so medieval culture of folk humor was fundamentally limited to these small islands of feasts and recreations. Official serious culture existed beside them but strictly divided from the marketplace. The shoots of a new world outlook were sprouting, but they could not grow and flower as long as they were enclosed in the popular gaiety of recreation and banqueting or in the fluid realm of familiar speech. In order to achieve this growth and flowering, laughter had to enter the world of great literature. By the end of the Middle Ages a gradual disappearance of the dividing line between humor and great literature can be observed. The lower genres begin to penetrate the higher levels of literature. Popular laughter appears in epics, and its intrinsic value is increased in mysteries. Various genres, such as moralities, sottiers, farces, are developed. Buffoon societies, such as the Kingdom of Basoak and Carefree Lad 75, are founded in the 14th and 15th centuries. The culture of laughter begins to break through the narrow walls of festivities and to enter into all spheres of ideological life. Official seriousness and fear could be abandoned even in everyday life. This process was completed during the Renaissance. Medieval laughter found its highest expression in Rabelais' novel. It became the form of a new free and critical historical consciousness. And this supreme form of laughter had been prepared in the Middle Ages. As to antique tradition, it played a considerable part only in the growing awareness and theoretical clarification of the medieval heritage. We have seen that the Renaissance was based on antique sources. However, in the French Renaissance of the 16th century the leading role did not belong to the classical tradition of antiquity, such as epics and tragedy, nor to the strict genre of lyrics, that is, to the tradition which determined the classicism of the 17th century. The Renaissance in France was dominated by Lucian, Athenæus, Helius, Plutarch, Macrobius, and other erudites, readers, and satirists of the later period of antiquity. 76 Using Reich's terminology, the 16th century presented in the first place the mimic tradition of antiquity, the antique biological and ethological image, the dialogue, the symposium, the brief scene, the anecdote and proverb. But all these elements are related to the medieval tradition of laughter and are in tune with it. 77 This is a carnivalized antiquity. Renaissance philosophy, based on antique sources, was not completely adequate to the true practice of laughter of that period. This philosophy did not reflect that which was essential, the historical orientation of this laughter. Literary as well as other documents of that period prove a clear and carefully defined awareness of a great turning point, of a radical change of historical epochs. This awareness was particularly strong in France in the 20s and the early 30s of the 16th century and was more than once expressed in thoughtful statements. The men of that time bade farewell to the darkness of the Gothic age and welcomed the rising sun of the new epoch. It is sufficient to recall Rabelais' letter of dedication to André Tirauqueau and Gargantua's famous letter to Pantagruel. The medieval culture of humor had long prepared the forms which could express this historic awareness. These forms were precisely related to time, to the future. They uncrowned and renewed the established power and official truth. They celebrated the return of happier times, abundance, and justice for all the people. Thus had the new awareness been initiated and had found its most radical expression in laughter. B. A. Krzyzewski most excellently described this development in his article on Cervantes. The deafening peals of laughter which progressive Europe burst into while pushing century-old feudalism into the grave was a gay and obvious proof of her sensing a change of atmosphere. These peals of laughter with historic overtones shook not only Italy, Germany, or France, I have especially Rabelais' Gargantua and Pantagruel in mind, but found a mighty echo beyond the Pyrenees. 78. All popular festive images were made to serve this new historical awareness, from common masquerades and mystifications, whose role in Renaissance literature is immense, especially in Cervantes, to more complex carnival forms. This was a mobilization of all the century-old celebrations, the gay farewell to winter, to Lent, to the old year, to death, and the gay welcome to spring, to Shrovetide, to the slaughtering of cattle, to weddings, and to the new year. In a word, it was the mustering of all the long-matured images of change and renewal, of growth and abundance. These images saturated with time and the utopian future, reflecting the people's hopes and strivings, now became the expression of the general gay funeral of a dying era, of the old power and old truth. Humor prevailed not only in belles lettres. In order to gain popularity, to become accessible to all and to win their confidence, Protestant leaders began to use these comic forms in their satire and even in their theoretical works. The use of the French vernacular also played an important part. Henry Essain published his Protestant satirical pamphlet, The Apology of Herodotus, L'Apologie pour Hérodote, 1566, and was thereafter called the Pantagruel of Geneva. Calvin said of him that he turned religion into Rabelaisian style, tournoit à la Rabelaisière. Essain's satire is truly written in Rabelaisian form and is filled with popular humor. In 1544 the famous Protestant leader Pierre Viret offered an interesting and typical defense of the comic element in theological writings. If it seems to them to serious theologians that such themes can only be treated with the greatest seriousness and modesty, I do not deny that the Word of God demands a respectful approach. But it should also be understood that the Word of God is not so harsh and austere as to prevent its importance and majesty from being combined with elements of irony, farce, proper playfulness, sharp sallies, and jokes. A similar opinion is expressed by the unknown author of the Christian satires on the Papal Kitchen, Satires chrétiennes de la cuisine papale, 1560, in his address to his reader. I recall Horace's lines, "What prevents him who says the truth from laughing?" And indeed, truth must be taught according to various methods, so that it may be grasped not only with the help of demonstration of strong authority, but also when it is adorned with some gay stories, quelques facetities. At that time the people could be approached only if armed with the non-official instrument of laughter, for men, as we have seen, were suspicious of seriousness and were accustomed to relate sincere and free truth to laughter. Even the first French translation of the Bible, done by Olivetan, reflects the influence of Rabelais language and style. Olivetan's library contained Rabelais work. In his research on Calvin, Daumergue gives a good analysis of Olivetan's translation. The Bible of 1535 reveals that naive popular humor which made Olivetan one of the founders of the French language, placing him between Rabelais and Calvin, nearer in style to Rabelais, to Calvin in thought. 79. The 16th century represents the summit in the history of laughter, and the high point of this summit is Rabelais' novel. After this work a rather sharp descent starts with the Pleiad. We have already described the fate of laughter in the 18th century. It loses its essential link with a universal outlook, it is combined with negation, and with a negation that is dogmatic. Limited to the area of the private, 18th century humor is deprived of its historical color. True, its relation to the material bodily principle is preserved, but this very principle acquires the nature of a trivial private way of life. How did this process of laughter's degradation start? The 17th century was marked by the stabilization of the new order of the absolute monarchy. A relatively progressive universally historic form was created and was expressed in Descartes' rationalist philosophy and in the aesthetics of classicism. Rationalism and classicism clearly reflect the fundamental traits of the new official culture. It differed from the ecclesiastic feudal culture but was also authoritarian and serious. though less dogmatic. New prevailing concepts were established which, according to Marx, the new ruling class inevitably presented as eternal truths. 80. In the new official culture there prevails a tendency toward the stability and completion of being, toward one single meaning, one single tone of seriousness. The ambivalence of the grotesque can no longer be admitted. The exalted genres of classicism are freed from the influence of the grotesque tradition of laughter. However, the tradition of the grotesque is not entirely extinct, it continues to live and to struggle for its existence in the lower canonical genres, comedy, satire, fable, and especially in non-canonical genres, in the novel, in a special form of popular dialogue, in burlesque. Humor also goes on living on the popular stage, tabarans, turlupins, and others. All these genres had a more or less oppositional character that permitted the grotesque to enter their sphere, while still remaining within the limits of official culture, therefore the nature of laughter and of the grotesque was transformed and degraded. This bourgeois line of development of Rabelaisian grotesque laughter will be further discussed in greater detail. Here we shall merely point out another form acquired by Carnival and Rabelaisian imagery in the 17th century, a form that was obviously linked to the mood of the rebellious aristocracy of that time but had a more general meaning. Rabelais characters became the protagonists of court festivals, masquerades, and ballets. In 1622 a masquerade held in Blois was entitled The Birth of Pantagruel. Panurge, Friar John, and the Sibyl of Panzolt appeared in this performance together with the giant infant and his wet nurse. In 1628 a ballet was produced at the Louvre under the title of Sausages, on the theme of the Sausage War. A few years later there was another ballet called The Pantagruelists, and in 1638 a Rabelaisian buffonade, based on the third book. Similar performances were also given later. 81. These performances prove that the spectacular nature of Rabelais images was still well understood. Neither was the popular festive and carnivalesque origin of Rabelaisian phantasmagoria forgotten. 82 But at the same time these images had moved from the marketplace to court masquerades, and their style and meaning had, of course, undergone certain changes. Such was one of the lines of popular festive tradition during the new era. The court festivals with their masquerades, processions, allegories, and fireworks owed their existence in part to the carnival tradition. Court poets, especially in Italy, produced these festivities and were connoisseurs of their field. They understood its philosophical and utopian contents. Such a connoisseur was Goethe at the court of Weimar, where he was in charge of these performances and where he studied the traditional forms with great attention, seeking to discover the meaning of the different masks and symbols. 83 He was able to adapt these images to the historic process in his own work and to disclose the philosophy of history which they contained. The profound influence of popular festive imagery on Goethe's writings has not as yet been sufficiently appreciated and studied. Having followed the line of court masquerades combined with other traditions, the style of popular festive forms began, as we have said, to degenerate. It acquired alien elements of ornate and abstract allegory. The ambivalent improprieties related to the material bodily lower stratum, were turned into erotic frivolity. The popular utopian spirit and the new historic awareness began to fade. Another typical line of bourgeois development of the popular festive heritage was the 17th century comic novel of Sorel, Scarron, and others. Sorel's spirit was already in many respects bourgeois and limited, as clearly expressed in his theoretical views on literature. He sets himself against artistic invention and fantasy and adopts the stand of narrow common sense, of the sober bourgeois practical spirit. He writes a novel in order to divert the public from reading useless novels. He sees in Don Quixote a mere parody of the Roman de chevalerie, of fancy, daydreams, and idealism, a parody offered from the point of view of common sense and the practical mind. This is a typical narrowly bourgeois interpretation of Cervantes' novel. But Sorel's own creative work does not correspond to this theory. His writings are complex and contradictory, abounding in traditional images, presented at a stage of transition in which their change of meaning is far from completed. Nearest of all to Sorel's theoretic views is his novel The Extravagant Shepherd, Le Burger extravagant. This is a pastoral Don Quixote simplified and reduced to a bare literary parody of the shepherd theme, popular in those days. But in spite of this superficially rational and narrow tendency, the novel contains a number of traditional images and overtones. Their meaning goes far beyond the author's initial intentions. Such is, for instance, the theme of the madness or stupidity of the hero, Lysis. As in Don Quixote, the hero's madness permits a whole series of carnival crownings and uncrownings, of travesties and mystifications. This theme, madness, permits the world to abandon its official routine and to join the hero's carnivalesque fancies. Though these overtones are weakened in Sarl's novel, they still preserve the smoldering fires of popular festive laughter, its regenerating bodily lower stratum. However, these deeper elements of the traditional carnival themes and images seem almost to contradict the author's own intentions. Let us, for instance, mention the scene in which the small village of St. Cloud, expecting the end of the world, universal deluge and conflagration, indulges in a huge rustic orgy. We see here certain points of resemblance to Rabelais' system of images. We must also point out the famous Banquet of the Gods, Banquet de Dieu, in the third book of the novel. Sarl's best novel, Francine, presents in its traditional themes and images a more substantial and productive character. We must first of all point out the role of scholastic facetities in this novel, and the great importance of scholastic recreation in the history of medieval literature. The picture of Bohemia with its mystification, travesties, and parodies is extensively treated in Sarl's novel. Let us next look at Raymond's mystification and at one of the best episodes of the novel, the orgy in his castle. Finally, we must stress the episode of the mock election of the pedantic scholar Hortensius as King of Poland. This is a completely carnivalesque and saturnalia endgame, the arena being Rome. However, the historic awareness disclosed in these images is considerably weakened and narrowed. The traditions of grotesque realism are even more feeble and narrow in 17th-century literature, with its dialogue. We have here in mind the cackle of the confined woman, Caquette de Elacushi, a short piece which was published in several installments in 1622 and in a separate volume in 1663. This work seems to have been composed by several authors. It presents the usual female gathering at the bedside of a woman recovering from childbirth. The tradition of such gatherings is very old. 84 They were marked by abundant food and frank conversation, at which social conventions were dropped. The acts of procreation and eating predetermined the role of the material bodily lower stratum and the theme of these conversations. In this particular piece the author eavesdrops on the women's chatter while hiding behind a curtain. However, in the conversation that follows, the theme of the bodily lower stratum, for instance, the Rabelaisian topic of swabs, is transferred to private manners. This female cackle is nothing but gossip and tittle-tattle. The popular frankness of the marketplace with its grotesque ambivalent lower stratum is replaced by chamber intimacies of private life, heard from behind a curtain. Caquettes were fashionable in those days. Female chatter is presented in the cackle of fisherwomen, Caquettes de Poissonniers, 1621–1622, and in the cackle of the women of the Faubourg Montmartre, Caquettes de Femmes du Faubourg Montmartre, 1622. Another characteristic example of this genre is the loves, intrigues and cabals of the house servants in the mansions of our time, amours, intrigues et cabals de domestiques de grandes maisons de notre temps, 1625. This piece is concerned with the chit-chat and gossip of the footmen and maids of a wealthy household. It has to do not so much with the masters as with the top members of the servant staff. The entire work is based on eavesdropping and voyeurism and frank discussion of what was heard and seen. Compared to the dialogue containing literature of the 16th century, this work shows the complete degeneracy of marketplace frankness. It is nothing but the washing of personal unclean underwear. 17th century literature with its dialogue was a preparation to the alcove realism of private life, a realism of eavesdropping and peeping which reached its climax in the 19th century. The 17th century dialogues are interesting historical documents reflecting this degeneracy. The frank talk of marketplace and banquet hall were transformed into the novel of private manners of modern times. And yet a tiny spark of the carnival name was still alive in these writings. The tradition of popular festive theme and images can be found in a somewhat different aspect in the works of the libertine poets, Saint Amant, Theophilvio, Diasusi. These works preserve the philosophical meaning of the images but acquire an Epicurean individualistic coloring. The libertine poets were directly and strongly influenced by Rabelais. The Epicurean individualistic interpretation of the images of the material bodily lower stratum was current during the following centuries. It paralleled their private, naturalistic interpretation. Other aspects of popular festive images appeared in Scarron's comic novel. The company of itinerant actors is not merely a tiny professional world, it is contrasted to all the well-ordered and established world. It is an almost unreal microcosm removed from the sphere of conventions and binding rules and enjoying certain rights and freedoms of carnival. To some degree it has been granted popular festive privileges. The itinerant actors bandwagon spreads the festive carnival atmosphere that pervades the life and manners of the performers themselves. Such was also Wilhelm Meister's conception of the theatre, Goethe. The utopian fascination of the world of the theatre is still felt in our time. Besides the comic novel, Scarron's writings contain other aspects of the broader complex of popular, festive, grotesque, and parodical forms and images. Such are his burlesque poems, his grotesque comedies, and especially his Virgil in Travesty, Virgil Travesty, a description in verse of the Fair of Saint Germain and its carnival. 85 Finally, his famous boutades of Captain Matamor presents quasi-Rabelaisian images of grotesque. Thus Matamor declares in one of his boutades that hell is his wine cellar and heaven his larder, the dome of heaven is his bed, the backs of the bed are the poles, and the watery abyss his night pot, et mon pot opisser les abîmes durand. It must be added that Scarron's parodies, especially his Virgil in Travesty, are already far removed from the universal and positive parodies of popular culture and are nearer to the narrow and purely literary forms of the modern age. All the writings just discussed belong to the pre-classic times of the 17th century, that is, to the period preceding the reign of Louis XIV. Rabelais' influence is here combined with the still living, direct tradition of the people's festive laughter. This is why Rabelais did not as yet appear exceptional, unlike anything else. Later the atmosphere in which Rabelais was understood vanished almost entirely, and he became a strange and solitary author who needed special interpretation and commentary. This is eloquently expressed in La Bruyère's famous comments on Rabelais. This part of his book Characters and Mores of this Age, Les Caractères et les Mœurs de ce siècle, 1688, appeared only in the 5th edition, in 1690. We quote this comment in the original and follow it with a detailed analysis. Marot et Rabelais sont inexcusables d'avoir semé l'orger dans leurs écrits, tout du avaient assez de génie et de naturel pour pouvoir s'en passer, même à l'égard de ceux qui cherchent moins à admirer tuer rire dans un auteur. Rabelais surtout est incomprehensible, son livre est un énigme, quoiqu'on en veuille dire, inexplicable, c'est un chimère, c'est le visage d'une belle femme avec les pieds et un cul de serpent au lieu de quelque autre bête plus difforme, c'est un monstrueux assemblage d'une morale fine et ingénieuse et d'une sale corruption. Ouil est mauvais, il passe bien loin au-delà du père, c'est le charme de la canaille, ouil est bon il va jusqu'à l'exquisite et il excellent, il peut être le mets de plus délicats. 86. This commentary clearly formulates the problem of Rabelais as it was presented at the time of mature classicism. The point of view of this era, the aesthetics of that time, found correct and adequate expression in La Bruyère's words. It is not a rationalized and narrow aesthetic canon or literary manifesto that is proclaimed by La Bruyère but a wider, more organic aesthetic conception of the era of stabilization. For this reason it is important to analyze his opinion. First of all, Rabelais' work appears two-faced to La Bruyère, but he has lost the key that could have locked together its two heterogeneous aspects. He considers the combination of the two aspects in a single novel by a single author as incomprehensible. One of these aspects is described by La Bruyere as filth, elorger, and delight for the rabble, charm pour la canaille. Moreover, in this negative aspect of his work, Rabelais excels by far the worst, il passe bien loin au-delà du pire. The other, positive, aspect of Rabelais' work is described by La Bruyere as genius and originality, génie, naturel, as exquisite and excellent, fit to entertain the most delicate, les mets de plus délicats. Rabelais' negative aspect as seen by La Bruyere consists first of all in his sexual and scatological obscenity, his curses and oaths, double entendres and vulgar quips, in other words, the tradition of folk culture in Rabelais' work, laughter, and the material bodily lower stratum. The positive aspect is the purely literary, humanist element. The grotesque tradition peculiar to the marketplace and the academic literary tradition have parted ways and can no longer be brought together. All that recalls the grotesque and festive marketplace is the charm de la canaille. The indecentiis, which have such a large place in Rabelais' work, are perceived in quite different tones by La Bruyere and his contemporaries. The link with the essential aspects of being, with the organic system of popular festive images, has been broken. Obscenity has become narrowly sexual, isolated, individual, and has no place in the new official system of philosophy and imagery. Such transformation also took place in relation to the other elements of folk humor. All its genres were torn away from the original stem, the ambivalent material bodily lower stratum that supported them, thus they lost their true meaning. The words of wisdom, the subtle remarks, the broad social and political ideas were broken off this original stem, they became literary, academic, and assumed a completely different tone at the time of La Bruyere. They could now be defined by such words as exquis and mets de plus délicats. The combination of these heterogeneous elements, heterogeneous from the new point of view, in Rabelais appears to La Bruyere as a monstrous assemblage, a monstrous jumble. To characterize this strange combination, La Bruyere uses the image of the chimera, a significant symbol. The chimera is grotesque, in classic aesthetics there was no place for it. The combination of human and animal forms is one of the most ancient images, but it is completely alien to La Bruyere, the faithful spokesman of his time. He is used to conceive being as something finished, stable, completed, clear, and firm. He draws a dividing line between all bodies and objects. Even the moderate grotesque image of Melusine in popular legends appears to him a monstrous mixture. La Bruyere, as we have seen, appreciated Rabelais' morale fine. By this he means first of all manners, character, that which generalizes and typifies an author's observation of human nature and life. In fact, this is the sphere of antique morality which La Bruyere could appreciate in Rabelais. But he accepts the sphere in a more narrow sense than did antiquity. He ignores the link between the morality and the antique feasts, banquets, laughter, which can still be traced in his predecessor Theophrastus. Such is La Bruyere's opinion. His double-edged interpretation of Rabelais continued valid during the period that followed. Popular laughter, the material bodily lower stratum, extreme grotesque exaggeration and clowning, the comic folk elements, all these he rejected in Rabelais as the heritage of the crude 16th century. Yet he retained Rabelais' psychology, the types he presented, as well as his craftsmanship and social satire. The first attempt to understand Rabelais' work as a whole and to see all its elements as indispensable was made by Stapfer in his book published in the second part of the 19th century. 87. However, the historic and allegoric method of interpreting Rabelais was made as early as the 17th century. Rabelais' work is extremely difficult. It contains a great number of allusions, which were often understood only by his contemporaries and sometimes by his closest friends alone. The work is encyclopedic, it contains many special terms referring to different branches of knowledge and technology. Finally, it contains a great number of new and difficult words which Rabelais was the first to introduce into the French language. It is obvious that he needs commentaries and interpretations. Rabelais, himself, laid a foundation for this approach by adding to the fourth book of his novel a brief declaration. Rabelais' authorship of Brief Declaration is almost certain. Rabelais' declaration offered the basis for the philological commentary on his work. It was in 1711 that Le Duchat's famous commentary appeared, but it has retained its importance up to our times. Le Duchat's work remained unique. Before and after this author's attempt, and even in our days, comments and interpretations in this field followed a completely different line, neither philological nor strictly historical. In the prologue to the first book of his novel, Gargantua, Rabelais points out the hidden meaning of his work. Here you will find a novel savor, a most abstruse doctrine. Here you will learn the deepest mysteries, the most agonizing problems of our religion, our body politic, our economic life. We shall return to explain this passage. It could hardly be understood as a simple conventional means to awaken the reader's interest, although such means were used in the literature of the 15th and 16th centuries. Verney, for instance, makes a similar declaration in his burlesque Roland in Love. What is important now is the attempt to decipher Rabelais, which led in the 17th century to the historic allegorical interpretation, an interpretation which was to prevail for almost 3 centuries of Rabelaiana. The first historic allegorical interpretation of Rabelais images was made in the 16th century. The well-known historian Jacques-Auguste de Thou expressed in his biography the following opinion concerning Rabelais. He wrote a remarkable book in which, with a quasi-democratian freedom and with an almost clownish biting irony and under imaginary names, he recreated as in a theatre all the conditions of human and political existence and exposed them to the laughter of the entire people. The characteristics perceived in this commentary are indeed typical of Rabelais, the universal, popular, and festive nature of laughter, in the manner of Democritus, directed at all the conditions of human and political existence, the theatrical character of the images, and, finally, real historical characters appearing under imaginary names. This is the opinion of a man who as early as the 16th century correctly grasped the essential traits of Rabelais' novel. However, this opinion was expressed in the second part of the century when Rabelais' laughter already sounded far too clownish. The historian is seeking under these imaginary names definite persons and definite events. In other words, he is beginning to re-evaluate the allegorical element in Rabelais' writings. Doubtless the tradition of replacing Rabelais characters and the various episodes of his novel by real historic figures and events of political and court life was started as early as the 16th century, was transmitted to the 17th century, and was adopted by the historic allegorical method. In the 17th century there appeared keys to Rabelais' writings. Such a key was used for the first time in 1659 in relation to the Amsterdam edition of Rabelais' work and was modified for various later editions up to that of Mal Sardou in 1874 to 1876, which gave a summary of all the keys. Various decipherings were added to the 1663 Amsterdam edition. It offers, for instance, a characteristic historic allegorical interpretation of the episode of Gargantua's gigantic mare, which to rid herself of the gadflies pursuing her destroys with her tail the entire Beaussy forest. Everyone knows that this mare is Madame d'Etampes, the king's mistress, who had ordered the Beaussy forest to be cut down. The commentator here refers to a legend dating from the 16th century. But the true initiator of the historic allegorical method was Pierre-Antoine Le Motleux. He published in England, where he emigrated after the revocation of the Edict of Nantes in 1693, an English translation of Rabelais by Urquhart, adding to it a biography, a preface, and a commentary. He analyzed the various keys previously suggested and then presented his own interpretation. This commentary became the main source of the later development of the historic allegorical method. The Abbé Mossy, who published in Amsterdam a modernized Rabelais, 1752, with commentaries 88, was a prominent representative of this method. Finally, the most important monument of the historic allegorical method is the Variorum, an edition of Rabelais works in 9 volumes. 89 The editors used the research of all the other preceding commentators and offer an entire system of interpretation. Such are the basic elements of the external development of this method. What does it essentially consist of? It is extremely simple. A specific character or event can be found behind each of Rabelais' images. The entire novel is a system of historical allusions. The method of deciphering is based on tradition, dating from the 16th century. It consists of comparing Rabelais images to the historic events of his time, using various techniques of checking and confrontation. Tradition being contradictory and checking arbitrary, it is obvious that the same image can be deciphered differently by various representatives of this method. Let us give some examples. Gargantua is usually considered an impersonation of Francis I, but Le sees in him Henry d'Albret. Panurge is believed by some to be Cardinal d'Amboise, by others, Cardinal Charles de Lorraine, and by still others Jean de Montluc, while certain commentators consider that he is Rabelais himself. Picrochole is believed to be Lodovico Sforza or Ferdinand of Aragon, while Voltaire saw him as Charles V. The representatives of the historic allegorical method try to decipher every detail as an allusion to an authentic occurrence. Thus the swabs in the famous episode of the first book are not only interpreted as a whole but individually, and there are a number of them. In one instance Gargantua used a march cat as a swab and suffered lacerations. Some commentators interpret this episode as an event in the life of Francis I, who at 18 caught a venereal disease from a Gascon mistress. In the novel Gargantua was cured only when he applied his mother's gloves to the scratches, and this is seen as an allusion to the sympathy shown Francis by his mother during his sickness. Thus the entire episode is transformed into a complex system of specific allusions. The historic allegorical method is at present completely rejected by Rabelais scholars. 90 The novel doubtless contains many allusions to historical personages and events, but it is quite impossible to apply them rigidly throughout the entire story. It would be vain to look for a definite, unique key to every image. Even if a specific allusion can be presumed, the historic allegorical method cannot in most cases provide a precise deciphering. As we have said, tradition contradicts itself, and all confrontations and checkings are arbitrary. Finally, and this clinches the matter, even an unveiled and substantiated allusion does not offer any essential element for the artistic and ideological understanding of the image. The image is always deeper and wider, it is linked to tradition, it has its own aesthetic logic independent of the allusion. For example, even if the episode of Gargantua's swabs is correctly interpreted, it offers us nothing for the understanding of the symbol itself. The swab is one of the widespread images of scatological literature, of anecdotes, familiar colloquial genres, curses, Billingsgate metaphors, and analogies. Neither is this image new in literature. After Rabelais we find it in the cackle of the confined woman described earlier. The swab is widely used in epigrams on writers and their works. Even if one single allusion involving the swab could be positively identified, if such an allusion exists in Rabelais' novel, it would not help us understand the traditional meaning of this image symbol of the material bodily lower stratum nor its specific artistic function in the novel. 91. How can we explain why the historic allegorical method enjoyed such exclusive prestige for almost 3 centuries? Why did such exceptional minds as Voltaire in the 18th century and Michelet in the 19th pay tribute to this method? And finally, what was the raison d'être of the method? The fact is that the tradition of popular festive laughter that informed Rabelais' work began to decline. It ceased to be a living and common interpretation of Rabelaisian images. The authentic aesthetic and ideological key to these images was lost, together with the tradition that had produced them. And so the commentators began to look for false keys. The historic allegorical method illustrates the disintegration of laughter that took place in the 17th century. The sphere of laughter became more and more narrowed and lost its universal character. On the one hand, it became linked to all that was typical and common in everyday life. On the other hand, it was related to personal invective, that is, it was directed at one single, private person. The historical universal individuality ceased to be the object of laughter. This quality of carnival humor gradually ceased to be understood. When there was no typical character, commentators began to look for a specific individual. Of course, popular festive laughter admits allusions to distinct personages. But these allusions are only an overtone of the grotesque images, whereas the historic allegorical method transforms these allusions into the prevailing note. The authentic grotesque image does not lose its force even when the allusions have been forgotten and replaced by new ones. In the 17th century, an important process was started in all ideological spheres. Generalization, empirical abstraction, and typification acquired a leading role in the world picture. This process was completed in the 18th century. The very pattern of the world was changed. Next to the general, the singular remains, acquiring its meaning only as a specimen of the general, only so far as it is typical, average, and can be generalized. On the other hand, singularity became something indisputable. It acquired the importance of a fact which can raise no objections. Hence the tendency to primitive documentation. A single fact, documentarily established, accompanied by the general and typical, begins to play the leading role in the conception of the world. This pattern was most strikingly shown in artistic creation, especially in the 18th century, and led to the specific limitations of realism in the age of the Enlightenment. If the documentary novel belongs to the 18th century, the Roman à clef was written throughout the 17th century. Such was the Latin novel Satyricon, London, 1603, of the English writer John Barclay, which enjoyed a great success in the first part of that century and was also reprinted several times in French. Though the novel is set in the antique world, it is a biographical Roman à clef, and indeed a key deciphering the characters' names was added to the publication. This peculiar masquerade travesty of well-known contemporary figures lent the novel a special interest. The historic allegorical method at the early stage of its development interpreted Rabelais' work, too, in the spirit of the masquerade novel with a key. Such were the fundamental lines in the development of laughter in the Rabelaisian tradition of the 17th century. True, there still existed certain rather important phenomena related to the popular festive tradition. We have Molière in mind. But these phenomena have a special character and are outside our field of observation. Let us now examine the 18th century. In no other time was Rabelais so little understood and appreciated as during that era. The interpretation of his work reveals the weak rather than the strong points of the Enlightenment. The Enlighteners had a lack of historical sense, an abstract and rationalist utopianism, a mechanistic conception of matter, a tendency to abstract generalization and typification on one hand, and to documentation on the other hand. They were quite incapable of understanding and appreciating Rabelais. To them he was a typical representative of the wild and barbaric 16th century. This point of view was clearly expressed by Voltaire. Rabelais in his extravagant and unintelligible book let loose an extreme jollity and an extreme impertinence. He poured out erudition, filth, and boredom. You will get a good story 2 pages long, at the price of 2 volumes of nonsense. Only a few eccentric persons pride themselves on understanding and esteeming this work as a whole. The rest of the nation laughs at the jokes of Rabelais and holds his book in contempt. He is regarded as chief among buffoons. We are annoyed that a man who had so much wit should have made such wretched use of it. He is a drunken philosopher who wrote only when he was drunk. 92. Voltaire's commentary is characteristic. To him Rabelais' world appears extravagant, impossible to understand. He sees in it a mixture of erudition, dirt, and boredom. The gulf between the two heterogeneous incompatible elements appears to him far wider than it did to La Bruyere. He believed that only a few readers endowed with an eccentric taste could accept the novel as a whole. His opinion concerning the attitude of the rest of the nation is characteristic. It seems that they all laugh at the novel, as they did previously, but now they also despise it. The concept of laughter has been radically transformed. In the 16th century everybody laughed at Rabelais' novel but nobody despised him for it. Now, in the 18th century, the gay, century-old laughter becomes something despicable. Despicable also is the fact that Rabelais was called the chief among buffoons. Finally, Rabelais' own declaration, in the prologues, that he writes only while eating and drinking is understood by Voltaire in its literal and trivial sense. The substantial traditional link of wise and free speech with food and wine, the specific truth of table talk is no longer understood by Voltaire, though this tradition was still alive. The entire aspect of the popular banquet in Rabelais' novel lost its meaning. 93. Voltaire sees in Rabelais' work merely a naked and straight satire, the rest is nothing but a dead weight. In his Temple of Taste, Temple du Goût, 1732, Voltaire presents God's library in which nearly all books are abridged and revised by the Muses. Voltaire places Rabelais' novel in this library, it is abridged to 1/8. Such treatment of former writers is typical of the Enlighteners. An attempt to abridge and expurgate Rabelais was actually made in the 18th century. In his modernized Rabelais, the Abbé Mossy not only stripped the novel's language of its dialect and archaic forms but also mitigated the book's intentions. The Abbé Perraud went even further when he published in 1752 in Geneva the Ouvres Choisis. All that was coarse and indecent was removed from this selection. Finally, in 1776 an expurgated text was published especially for the ladies in the famous Bibliothèque universelle de Romans, 1775 to 1778. 94. All three editions are characteristic of the time and of its attitude toward Rabelais. Thus, generally speaking, the Enlighteners failed to understand and to appreciate Rabelais, at least within the sphere of their theoretical knowledge. In the Age of Enlightenment, according to Engels, cogitative reason became the yardstick of all that existed. 95. This abstract rationalism and anti-historicism, this tendency to generalization and non-dialectic thought, the break between negation and affirmation, prevented the encyclopedists from grasping theoretically the nature of ambivalent festive laughter. The image of the contradictory, perpetually becoming, and unfinished being could not be reduced to the dimensions of the Enlighteners' reason. It must be added, however, that Voltaire in his Contes philosophiques and in his Maid of Orleans, as well as Diderot in Jacques le Fataliste and especially in Les Bijoux Indiscrets, were not far removed from Rabelaisian imagery, though in a somewhat limited and rationalized aspect. The influence of carnival forms, themes, and symbols on 18th-century literature is considerable. But this influence is formalized. Carnival is merely an artistic means made to serve aesthetic aims, mostly for subject and composition. Voltaire uses carnival forms for satire which still preserves its universality and its philosophy, but laughter is reduced to bare mockery. Such is precisely the famous laughter of Voltaire, its force is almost entirely deprived of the regenerating and renewing element. All that is positive is placed beyond the sphere of laughter and represents an abstract idea. Carnival forms serve a different role in Rococo literature. Here the gay positive tone of laughter is preserved. But everything is reduced to chamber lightness and intimacy. The frankness of the marketplace is turned into privacy, the indecency of the lower stratum is transformed into erotic frivolity, and gay relativity becomes skepticism and wantonness. And yet, in the hedonistic boudoir atmosphere a few sparks of the carnival fires which burn up hell have been preserved. In the setting of gloomy seriousness so widespread in the 18th century, Rococo perpetuated after a fashion the traditional carnivalesque spirit. At the time of the French Revolution Rabelais enjoyed a tremendous prestige in the eyes of its leaders. He was even made out to be a prophet of the revolution. His hometown, Chinon, was renamed Chinon Rabelais. The men of that time well understood Rabelais' deeply revolutionary spirit, but they could not offer a new and true interpretation of that spirit. The most important document related to this subject is Ginghanis's book published in 1791, entitled, Of the Influence of Rabelais on the Revolution of Our Time and on the Decree Concerning the Clergy. Ginghanis basically adopts the historic allegorical method, but he uses it with greater circumspection. He seeks to discover Rabelais' social and political concepts, but using a historicism which is obvious and typical of a man of the 18th century. He presents Rabelais as a systematic foe of royal power. In reality, however, Rabelais was never an enemy of this power but on the contrary perfectly understood its progressive meaning in his time. 96 This is Ginghanis' basic mistake. He also misunderstood grotesque exaggeration, seeing in it purely negative satire. For instance, the enormous amounts of food, drink, and clothes spent on Gargantua prove, according to Ginghanis, how heavy were the king's expenses imposed upon the people. He does not see the theme of abundance conveyed in these expenditures, nor does he understand the ambivalent logic of the material bodily lower stratum. It would be naive indeed to interpret Rabelaisian abundance as excessive spending inscribed in the king's budget. In this sense Ginghanis' book remains on the level of the usual interpretations of his time. The disintegration of popular laughter, after its flowering in Renaissance literature and culture, was practically completed, and marked at the same time the end of the formative phase of the satirical or merely amusing comic literary genres that were to prevail in the 19th century. The genres of reduced laughter, humor, irony, sarcasm which were to develop as stylistic components of serious literature, especially the novel, were also definitely formed. We are not concerned with the study of these phenomena. 97 We are merely interested in tracing the major tradition of popular festive laughter which prepared Rabelais' novel, and the Renaissance in general, and gradually declined during the next 2 centuries. Our work has basically a historic and literary character, though it is more or less closely linked with the problems of historic poetics. But we will not raise any wider, more general aesthetic problems, especially those concerning the aesthetics of laughter. We shall discuss only one historically determined aspect of laughter pertaining to folk culture in the Middle Ages and in the Renaissance. Moreover, we shall examine it not in its entirety but only within the limits permitted by the analysis of Rabelais' work. In this respect our study can offer only a certain amount of material for the philosophy and aesthetics of laughter. Nothing more. The historically determined culture of folk humor which is the object of our study was not opposed to all seriousness in general. It was opposed to the intolerant, dogmatic seriousness of the Middle Ages which also presented a historically determined form. But the history of culture and literature knew other forms of seriousness. Thus, antique culture developed tragic seriousness, which found its greatest expression in the genre of Greek tragedy. Tragic seriousness is universal, this is why it is possible to speak of a tragic philosophy, it is infused with the spirit of creative destruction. Tragic seriousness is absolutely free of dogmatism. A dogmatic tragedy is as impossible as dogmatic laughter, and the classical tragedies rise above it. Both authentic tragedy and authentic ambivalent laughter are killed by dogmatism in all its forms and manifestations. In antique culture tragedy did not exclude the laughing aspect of life and coexisted with it. The tragic trilogy was followed by the satiric drama which complemented it on the comic level. Antique tragedy did not fear laughter and parody and even demanded it as a corrective and a complement. 98 Therefore, in the antique world there could be no sharp distinction between official and folk culture, as later appeared in the Middle Ages. Another form of seriousness was created in the antique world, which was also devoid of narrow dogmatism, in principle, and was capable of being tested in the crucible of laughter. This was critical philosophy. Its founder, Socrates, was directly linked with the carnival forms of antiquity that fertilized the Socratic dialogue and freed it from one-sided rhetorical seriousness. In the culture of modern times a specific form of seriousness, strict and scientific, has acquired considerable importance. In principle, this form is exempt from all intolerant dogmatism and presents, by its very nature, the form of a problem, is self-critical and uncompleted. Starting with the Renaissance, this new seriousness exercised a powerful influence on literature also, of course undergoing certain transformations in this field. The sphere of belles lettres itself and its various stages of development, epics, lyrics, and drama presented many forms of deep and pure, but open seriousness, always ready to submit to death and renewal. True open seriousness fears neither parody, nor irony, nor any other form of reduced laughter, for it is aware of being part of an uncompleted whole. 99. In world literature there are certain works in which the two aspects, seriousness and laughter, coexist and reflect each other, and are indeed whole aspects, not separate serious and comic images as in the usual modern drama. A striking example is Euripides' Alcestis, in which tragedy is combined with the satiric drama, which apparently becomes the fourth drama. But the most important works in this category are, of course, Shakespeare's tragedies. True ambivalent and universal laughter does not deny seriousness but purifies and completes it. Laughter purifies from dogmatism, from the intolerant and the petrified, it liberates from fanaticism and pedantry, from fear and intimidation, from didacticism, naivete and illusion, from the single meaning, the single level, from sentimentality. Laughter does not permit seriousness to atrophy and to be torn away from the one being, forever incomplete. It restores this ambivalent wholeness. Such is the function of laughter in the historical development of culture and literature. Our remarks concerning the various forms of seriousness and their relation to laughter are somewhat outside the framework of the present study. It remains for us in this chapter to examine two last questions: first, the appreciation of Rabelais by the French Romanticists, and second, the condition of Rabelaisiana in our time. In the introduction we described the attitude of the French Romanticists, especially Victor Hugo, toward the grotesque in general. We shall now look at their attitude toward Rabelais, whom they considered, with Shakespeare, as one of the most important representatives of grotesque imagery. Let us first turn to Chateaubriand. He expresses an idea typical of the Romanticists when he refers to the mother geniuses, genies mères, who give birth and nourish all the other great writers of a nation. There are only 5 or 6 mother geniuses in the whole world. Rabelais is among them, together with Homer, Shakespeare, and Dante. Rabelais created French literature, just as Homer created Greek and Roman literature, Shakespeare the English, and Dante the Italian. Rabelais could not have received higher praise. How different from the assessment of Voltaire, for whom Rabelais was merely the chief of the buffoons, despised by his own nation. The idea of mother geniuses, shared by nearly all Romanticists, was fruitful in its own time. It induced the Romanticists to seek the seed of the future in the past and to appreciate the past from the point of view of that future which it had fertilized and generated. A similar romantic concept is that of the beacon genius of humanity, esprit faire de l'humanité, which casts its light far into space. This idea reveals in literary masterpieces such as Shakespeare, Dante, Rabelais, not only that which they contain already, as a complete, entirely assimilated product, but also the seeds of that which is to come, in other words, all that is to be disclosed and brought to flower in the generations conceived by the ancestral geniuses. Ancient masterpieces open new vistas, new potentialities. Thus did the Romanticists make new and fruitful discoveries in Shakespeare, Cervantes, and Rabelais. These theories and their consequences marked the profound difference between the Romanticists and the Enlighteners. The latter saw in literary masterpieces and in their authors less than they contained. From the point of view of non-historical rationality, there was too much that was superfluous and incomprehensible in these works, they had to be expurgated and abridged. Voltaire's picture of God's library, where all books are revised, is typical. The Enlighteners tended to impoverish the world. In their minds there is much less of the real world than can be imagined. They exaggerated reality at the expense of archaism, fantasies, and daydreams. This purely static concept of reality colored their appreciation of literary works and made them want to edit them. The Romanticists developed a broadened concept of reality and lent a great importance to time and to historic becoming. Thanks to this concept, they strove to see in a masterpiece much more than that which appeared on the surface. They sought to discover the signs of the future, the embryo, the shoots, the seeds, the prophecies and revelations. Let us recall the appreciation of the historian Michelet quoted on the first page of this book. The broad concept of the Romanticist commentators has its positive and its negative aspects. The positive aspect is historicity, the awareness of time and of becoming. Reality loses its static, naturalistic, and uncertain character, restrained only by abstract rationalist thought. The living future enters reality in the form of new tendencies, potentialities, and foresights. The historical aspect of reality is in an essential relation to freedom, thus overcoming the determinist and mechanistic approach. In the domain of creative literature, the Romanticist concept justifies deviations from all that is static and humdrum, from documentation and typification. Finally, it justifies the grotesque and grotesque fantasy as an artistic presentation of time and of things to come. These are the indubitable merits of the Romanticist appreciation. The negative aspect of this appreciation is its idealism, its false concept of the role and limitations of subjective consciousness. The Romanticists often added invention to reality, depicting things which never existed. Fantasy degenerated into mysticism, human freedom broke away from necessity and became a supermaterial force. 100. The most profound and full appreciation of Rabelais was expressed by Victor Hugo. Even though he did not devote a book or even an article to this subject, his comments are scattered throughout his works. His most detailed and systematic analysis is contained in his book on Shakespeare. Hugo's analysis is based on an idea concerning human genius, similar to Chateaubriand's theory of mother geniuses. Each of these geniuses is completely original and incarnates a definite aspect of being, his own invention and discovery, tout genius son invention etc. découverte. Hugo lists 14 of these initiators. His choice is rather unusual: Homer, Job, Aeschylus, Isaiah, Ezekiel, Lucretius, Juvenal, Tacitus, the Apostle Paul, the Apostle John, Dante, Rabelais, Cervantes, Shakespeare. In chronological order, Rabelais is listed after Dante and before Cervantes and Shakespeare. Hugo gives a characterization of each genius, including Rabelais. Hugo does not construct his analysis as a historic literary definition. He offers instead a series of free romantic variations on the theme of the absolute material bodily stratum and bodily topography. According to Hugo, the belly is the center of Rabelais topography, it is his artistic discovery. The basic function of the belly is paternity and maternity. In relation to this destroying and generating lower stratum, Hugo offers the grotesque image of a serpent inside man. These are his bowels. Generally speaking, Hugo understood correctly the role of the lower stratum as the organizing principle of the entire system of Rabelaisian images. But at the same time he conceives this principle on an abstract moral level. Man's bowels tempt, betray, and punish. The destroying force of the topographic lower stratum is interpreted in ethical and philosophical terms. Victor Hugo's variations on the belly theme develop further along the lines of moral and philosophical pathos. He proves, with examples in hand, that the bowels can be tragic and heroic, but that they simultaneously start a process of man's disintegration and degeneration. Le ventre mange l'homme. Alcibiades is transformed into Trimalchiones, the orgy is turned into gluttony. Instead of Diogenes, his barrel alone remains. In Hugo's variations, the ambivalent lower stratum falls apart to form these moral philosophical images and antitheses. Hugo correctly understands the essential relation of Rabelaisian laughter to death and to the struggle between life and death, in their historic aspect. He sees a special connection between eating, swallowing, laughter, and death. More than that, he sees the link between Dante's hell and Rabelais' gluttony. Rabelais has placed in a barrel the world which Dante thrust into hell. The 7 circles of the Inferno are the hoops of the Rabelaisian barrel. If, instead of the image of the barrel, Hugo had chosen the image of the open mouth and the swallowing belly, his metaphor would have been even more accurate. Having correctly pointed out the relation between laughter, death of the old world, hell, and banquet imagery, devouring and swallowing, Hugo falsely interpreted this connection. He tried to lend it, as we have said, a moral philosophical character. He failed to understand the regenerating and renewing power of the lower stratum. This failure diminishes the value of his observations. Let us stress that Hugo had a clear understanding of the universal and perceptive aspect of Rabelais images, and not merely as mores such as gluttony and drunkenness. However, he lends them a spirit that is not entirely Rabelaisian. In regard to Shakespeare and Rabelais, Hugo offers an interesting characterization of genius and of a work of genius. In his mind, the grotesque nature of creative work is the sign of genius. A writer who is a genius, Shakespeare and Rabelais being in this category, differs from writers who are merely great by the exaggeration, excessiveness, obscurity, obscurites, and monstrosity, monstruosites, of images and of the writings as a whole. In this statement both the positive and the negative aspects of Hugo's concept are revealed. The special traits that he considers the sign of genius, in the Romanticist sense of this word, must be attributed to writers who reflect essentially and deeply the great moments of crisis in world history. These writers deal with an uncompleted, changing world, filled with the disintegrating past and with the as yet unformed future. A peculiar positive and one might say objective incompleteness is inherent in these writings. They are imbued with an only partially expressed future for which they have to leave the way open. Hence their many different meanings, their apparent obscurity. Hence their rich and varied heritage. Hence also the apparent monstrosity, that is, the lack of connection with the canons and norms of all completed, authoritarian, and dogmatic eras. 101. Victor Hugo has a true awareness of these moments of crisis in history, but his theoretic expression of it is false. To a certain extent it is metaphysical. Moreover, he attributes the objective traits of the historical process at the time of crisis to the nature of genius, not dissociating genius from its time and history. In his characterization of men of genius he proceeds by contrasts, enhancing the signs of their genius in order to create a sharp static contrast with other writers. Rabelaisian themes are often found in the poetic works of Victor Hugo. Here, too, he stresses the universalism of Rabelais images and the philosophical depth of his laughter. In his later poetry Hugo's attitude toward Rabelaisian laughter changes. Its universal, all-embracing character now appears to him to be uncanny and out of perspective. Rabelais represents neither the low level nor the summit, he does not allow us to pause, he is ephemeral, fleeting, without a future. Such an interpretation proves a deep lack of understanding of the peculiar optimism expressed in Rabelaisian laughter, a lack that was already manifest in Hugo's earlier writings. From the very beginning laughter in his mind was mostly a negation, a degrading and destroying principle. Though he repeated Nodier's definition of Rabelais as the Homer bouffon, though he used similar definitions, Homer du rire, la moquerie épique, he never fully understood the epic quality of Rabelaisian laughter. It is interesting to compare Hugo's later commentaries with the distich of Rabelais' contemporary, the historian Étienne Pasquier, who treated a similar theme. Sic homines, sic et coelestia numina lucid. Vix homines, vix ut numina laesa putes. He so played with men and heavenly gods that neither men nor gods were offended by his game. Thus Pasquier offered a better definition of the role played by Rabelaisian laughter than did Victor Hugo. He understood its deep optimism, its popular festive nature, its epic and not iambic style. In the second part of the 19th century Rabelais, his work and his life became the object of detailed scholarly study. A number of monographs were devoted to him, and a serious historical and philological analysis of his text was initiated. But a wider scope of studies marked the first years of the 20th century. The history of these studies will not be discussed in the present book. We shall limit ourselves to a brief outline of the condition of Rabelaisiana in our time. In 1903 the Society for the Study of Rabelais was founded, La Société d'études Rabelaisiennes. This is an important landmark. The society was composed of the pupils and friends of the Rabelaisian scholar Abel Leffren. It became the center of these studies not only for France but also for England and America. A journal, Revue d'études Rabelaisiennes, was published. In 1913 this periodical was replaced by another publication with a wider program, the Revue du XVIe siècle, which was followed in 1934 by the review Humanisme et Renaissance with an even wider range of interests. All the textual work concerning Rabelais was centered around the society and its journals and was devoted to problems of language, to the discovery of sources and the establishment of a scholarly biography. Finally, it was concerned with historical interpretation on a strictly scientific basis. A scholarly edition of Rabelais' writings began to be published by Lefrin, the director of the Society, in 1912, and by 1932 5 volumes of this publication had appeared. These volumes contain the first 3 books of the novel. 102 After this date the publication was suspended. This edition with its text and variants, with its broad and solid commentaries represents an exceptional scholarly achievement. We shall allude to the separate works of the Rabelais Society where appropriate to our text. We must first of all mention the fundamental work devoted to the language of Rabelais by Lazare Sainian, Vice President of the Society, La Langue de Rabelais, Volume 1, 1922, and Volume 2, 1923. In the field of source analysis and the study of Rabelais erudition a valuable contribution was made by Jean Platard, L'œuvre de Rabelais, Sources, Invention, et Composition, 1910. The author also made a first attempt to synthesize a scientific biography, Vie de Rabelais, 1928.103. Let us mention the valuable work on Rabelaisian texts by Jacques Boulanger, the secretary of the Society, and on Rabelaisian anatomical references by Henry Clouzot. The contribution of the president of the Society, Abel Lefrin, especially in his introductory articles to the first 3 books of the novel which he edited, presents exceptional interest because of the abundance of material. We shall deal further with the works just mentioned as well as with other Rabelaisian studies. We shall here mainly add to our list a rather detailed monograph by Georges Lot, La vie et l'œuvre de François Rabelais, Paris, 1938. Thanks to the work of the members of the Society and of other contemporary scholars, the understanding and the philological study of Rabelais text have been considerably facilitated. Important material has been collected toward a deeper realization of Rabelais' place in history and toward establishing the relation of his work to the time in which he lived and to the literature which preceded him. But this material collected with the painstaking care of scholars still awaits a synthesis. We do not find a full-sized portrait of Rabelais in these scholarly writings. In general, Rabelaisians are careful to avoid any extensive synthesis or far-reaching conclusions. The only books that attempt to offer such a synthesis, and a prudent one indeed, are the study by Platard, 1910, and to some extent, Lot's monograph. But in spite of the important material collected by Platard and Lot, and in spite of some fine observations especially by Lot, such a synthesis does not satisfy us. In fact, it is even less satisfactory than the previous attempts by Stapfer, 1889, or by the German scholar Schneegans. Modern Rabelaiana, based on positivism, is restricted to the collection of material. Such collection is, of course, both necessary and useful. But the absence of a serious method and of a broad view limits the perspective of even such attentive research to a limited circle of biographical facts, insignificant events of the times, and literary, mostly printed, sources. As to folklore sources, they are studied superficially within the confines of their current narrow interpretation. The folklore of laughter, with all its variety and originality, remains almost entirely outside the sphere of research. All the carefully assembled material does not go beyond the framework of official culture, while Rabelaiana as a whole can by no means fit such a framework. The Abel Lefrin school considers laughter as a secondary phenomenon which does not concern the serious problems of Rabelais' novel but is rather a means to gain popularity among the masses or a camouflage. The key problem of the culture of folk laughter is not posed. An important landmark in Rabelaiana was the publication of Lucien Febvre's book in 1942, Les problèmes de l'incroyance au XVIe siècle, La religion de Rabelais. This work was directed against Abel Lefrin and his school. Febvre does not discuss the novel's artistic aspect, neither does he touch upon Rabelais biographical sources, a field in which Lefrin and his followers were especially productive. Lucien Febvre is exclusively concerned with Rabelais philosophy, particularly with his attitude toward Catholicism. The author's main goal is to understand Rabelais within his cultural and intellectual milieu and the opportunities offered in his time. According to Febvre, the 16th century cannot be grasped if the individual is isolated from the moral climate and the intellectual atmosphere of that epoch. The historian's main task is to discover how the men of 1532, the year of publication of the first book, Pantagruel, listened to Pantagruel speaking, how these men, not we, could understand him. We must read Rabelais' text with the eyes of his contemporaries, of the people of the 16th and not of the 20th century. The historian's most grievous sin, says Febvre, is the sin of anachronism. Having made these fully justified methodological demands, Febvre criticizes Abel Lefrin's assertion that Rabelais professed in his work a systematic rationalist atheism. Using a great amount of valuable material from various fields of 16th century culture and thought, Febvre seeks to prove that in the world outlook of that time, whether philosophical or scientific, there was no room for systematic rationalist unbelief. It had no ground to stand upon. Every negation must be founded in order to have social value or historical meaning. Subjective and capricious negation without support, the plain I deny, has no historical importance. Neither 16th century philosophy nor science, actually the latter did not exist, could offer such support for the denial of religion. Systematic rationalism was impossible. 104. Febvre's entire book seeks to prove this proposition. As we have said, the author uses a great amount of material of indubitable value, independently of the work's main thesis. In the light of this research, many long-established views concerning 16th century culture must be revised. In order to understand the various aspects of this culture, Febvre offers considerable information. But on the other hand his study gives little help, and only indirectly, for the understanding of Rabelais' novel as an artistic work and of his artistic view and awareness of the world. Rabelais' artistic thought fits neither rationalist atheism nor a religious faith, no matter whether Catholic, Protestant, or the religion of Christ of Erasmus. Rabelais' religion is wider and deeper rooted. It ignores all intolerant seriousness, all dogmatism. His view of the world is neither pure negation nor pure affirmation. Both Lefrin and Febvre fail to make us understand Rabelais philosophy. They also fail to make us understand correctly the entire 16th century. The fact is that Febvre, like Lefrin, ignores the culture of folk humor of the Middle Ages and the Renaissance. Only the serious level of thought and culture exists in his mind. In his brilliant analysis of the various spheres of 16th century culture, Febvre actually remains within its official framework. Therefore, he sees and appreciates in Rabelais' novel only that which can be understood and interpreted on that serious level. That which is essential, the true Rabelais, remains outside his scope of vision. As we have said, Febvre considers anachronism, modernization, as the historian's most grievous sin. He rightly accuses Lefrin of this sin, as well as other Rabelaisians. But, alas! He himself commits the sin in relation to laughter. He hears Rabelais' laughter with the ears of the 20th century, rather than with those of the 16th. This is why he could not read Pantagruel with their eyes and see that which is essential in this book. He misses the main point of Rabelais' laughter, its universal and philosophic character. He does not understand that a philosophy of laughter, a universal comic aspect of the world are possible. He looks for Rabelais philosophy when the latter is not laughing, or more correctly, whenever Rabelais seems to him to be entirely serious. When Rabelais laughs, he is merely joking in Febvre's eyes, and these jokes seem to him innocent enough. Like all jokes, they say nothing about philosophy, which can only be serious. Thus Febvre endows the 16th century with the concept of laughter and of its functions in culture as they appear in modern times, especially in the 19th century. Febvre tells in his book how surprised he was by the analysis of the Pantagruel prologue offered by Lefrin in the introductory article. He was especially puzzled by Lefrin's conclusion that Rabelais was a conscientious propagandist of systematic atheism. In order to verify this statement, he picks up with a certain anxiety his own volume of Rabelais, opens the book of Pantagruel, and laughs. He is no longer concerned with the crescendo of impiety described by his opponent. On reprend son Rabelais avec quelque inquiétude. On ouvre le Pantagruel. On rit. On ne songe plus au crescendo de l'impiété. Febvre finds nothing hidden, nothing frightening, no sacrilege. All he discovers are clerical jokes, de vieilles plaisanteries clericals, which existed before Rabelais. 105. Here we clearly see Febvre's attitude toward Rabelais jokes, they merely make him laugh. On rit. But it is precisely this on rit which needs to be analyzed. Do we of the 20th century laugh as did Rabelais and his contemporaries? And what of these old clerical jokes? If they do not hide the serious, abstract atheist tendencies as seen by Lefrin, they may contain something else, something far more meaningful, profound, artistically concrete, the comic aspect of the world. The author seems to think that laughter is the same in every time and age, that a joke is always nothing more than a joke. And so he centers his fine historic analysis on the serious parts of Rabelais' novel, or those which appear serious to him. He leaves laughter aside, as non-historical and unchanging. Febvre ignores the comic aspect of the world, evolved during hundreds and thousands of years in the infinitely varied culture of folk humor, and first of all, in comic rites and pageants. Analyzing the clerical jokes such as Citio and Consummatum Est, which impressed Lefrin by their boldness, Febvre merely points to their traditional character and to their harmless nature. He does not see that these jokes are particles of an immense whole, of the popular carnival spirit, of the world that laughs. In order to grasp this whole, it would be necessary to discover the historical meaning of these century-old phenomena, the Parodia Sacra, the Risus Paschalis, and the immense medieval comic literature. First of all, of course, all the rites and spectacles of carnival forms should be grasped. But Febvre does not undertake this study. His attention is centered, as we have seen, on the serious phenomena of thought and culture, in the spirit of the 20th century. For instance, discussing Erasmus and his influence on Rabelais, he does not mention in praise of folly, the work which is precisely the most in tune with the Rabelaisian world. All he is interested in is the serious Erasmus. Only a small portion of his book, entitled Some Clerical Jokes, is devoted to the comic aspect of his subject. 5 of 500 pages. 106 The author discusses the principle of laughter in another small portion of his book devoted to the preachers Menot and Maillard who used Rabelaisian facetities in their sermons. There are a few other remarks scattered throughout the book concerning the comic elements of 16th century culture, but they are treated in the spirit of 19th and 20th century interpretation. It is characteristic that in a book devoted to the most carnivalesque writer of world history the word carnival is mentioned only once, in the analysis of Epistemon's ghostly visions. In one part of his book Febvre seems to be inclined to recognize the historicity of laughter. He writes that irony is the daughter of time. 107 but he does not further develop this idea. It is only used in order to restrict the element of laughter. The author declares that Rabelais' novel contains many more direct assertions than is generally believed. Irony, he says, is often heard where it does not exist. We find such a statement radically wrong. Only relative seriousness is possible in Rabelais' world. Even the lines which in a different context or taken separately would be completely serious, Theleme, Gargantua's letter to Pantagruel, the chapter about the hero's death, acquire in their context an overtone of laughter, the reflexes of surrounding comic images react on them. The aspect of laughter is universal and embraces everything. But it is precisely this universalism, the peculiar truth of laughter that Febvre does not see. In his mind, truth can speak only in solemn tones. Neither does he perceive ambivalence. Febvre's assertion that irony in Rabelais is heard where it should not be heard is no less incorrect on a wider historical level. In the world culture of the past there is much more irony, a form of reduced laughter, than our ear can catch. The literature, including rhetoric, of certain eras like Hellenism and the Middle Ages is flooded with various reduced forms of laughter, though we have ceased to be aware of some of them. We often lose the sense of parody and would doubtless have to reread many a text of world literature to hear its tone in another key. But first of all it is necessary to understand the nature of folk humor in bygone years, to grasp its philosophy, its universalism, its ambivalence, and its link with time. All of these have been almost entirely lost in modern humor. The fact that Febvre ignores this folk culture leads him to a distorted conception of the Renaissance and of the French 16th century. He does not see, nor does he want to see, the exceptional freedom and the complete absence of dogmatism of artistic thought that were typical of that epoch. He fails to grasp them because he finds nothing that supports them. He presents a narrow and false picture of that time. The era of the Renaissance in general and the French Renaissance in particular was marked in the literary sphere first of all by the fact that the highest potentials of folk humor had attained the level of great literature and had fertilized it. Without being aware of this fact it is impossible to understand either the culture or the literature of the 16th century. Of course it would be inadmissible to see folk humor alone in all the rich, complex, and contradictory output of that age. But it was precisely the infiltration of folk humor into great literature that has remained unexplored until now. The failure to understand it had a most unfortunate influence on the understanding of Rabelais. In conclusion, we have to agree with the sharp criticism of Febvre's book by P. Deck in his article Our Failure in the Appreciation of the Work of Rabelais. Febvre's book is the most subtle attempt of all those made during 400 years after Rabelais' death to tear his work away from the people. 108. Let us briefly examine the condition of Rabelaiana in our country. Pre-revolutionary Russian literary criticism was almost entirely unconcerned with Rabelais. We had no Rabelaians. Not a single book or monograph was published on this subject. The entire Russian scholarly literature in this field is limited to a rather extensive article by A. N. Veslovsky 109 Rabelais and his novel and a brochure by I. Focht, devoid of all scientific value. Point 110. The article by A. N. Veslovsky had an indisputable scholarly interest for its time, 1878. This paper appeared long before the development of a strictly scholarly Rabelaiana in France, and a quarter of a century before the founding of La Société d'études Rabelaisiennes. The article contains a number of observations which were valuable and new for that time, concerning the epoch when the novel was written as well as the various aspects of Rabelais' work. Some of these observations were accepted, but from our point of view Veslovsky's interpretation contains many errors. In his explanation of the novel's fundamental character, its genesis and evolution, Veslovsky brings out first and foremost the narrow and conjectural elements which picture the French royal court and various representatives of the ruling class, the French feudal aristocracy, the officials, and the bourgeoisie. The role of the people and their special condition are not taken into consideration. Thus, Rabelais' optimism of the first period of his life, up to October 1534, is interpreted by Veslovsky as arising from his naive faith in the triumph of humanism because of the support of the court, and from his friendship with the leaders of the Reformation. The changes in his outlook and tone in the following books are seen by Veslovsky as the result of the defeat of humanism and of his break with the Protestant leaders. But such emotional reactions as naive faith and disappointment are incompatible with Rabelais' powerful laughter. A change in the politics of the court and ruling class was of but little importance for this laughter, filled with 1,000-year-old wisdom. A political crisis was nothing more than a tempest in a teapot, the crowning and uncrowning of a clown of the Roman Saturnalia and European carnivals. Rabelais' optimism is the people's optimism, and all the hopes and disappointments arising from limited potentialities of the age are but the overtones of his novel. Veslovsky turns them into its basic tone. He does not see the popular background of the political theme. Neither does Veslovsky grasp the peculiar character and the revolutionary nature of folk humor reflected in Rabelais' work. He almost entirely ignores the existence of the gay Middle Ages and underestimates the ancient tradition of folk culture. He conceives Rabelais' laughter as the expression of a primitive, elementary, almost animal joyfulness of a village boy let loose. 111. Similarly, in the view of European Rabelaisians, Veslovsky knew only the official Rabelais. He analyzed only the novel's periphery, which reflects the trends of the humanist club of Marguerite of Angoulême and the movement of the early Reformation leaders, among others contemporary happenings. But Rabelais' work expressed basically the most radical interests, hopes, and thoughts of the people, which had nothing to do with these relatively progressive movements of the aristocratic and bourgeois Renaissance. In accordance with European 19th century Rabelaisiana, Veslovsky brings out first of all the Theleme episode, which he offers as a key to Rabelais philosophy and to his entire novel. In reality, Theleme is characteristic neither of Rabelais' philosophy nor of his system of images, nor of his style. Though this episode does present a popular utopian element, it is fundamentally linked with the aristocratic movements of the Renaissance. This is not a popular festive mood but a court and humanist utopia, which has rather the flavor of Princess Marguerite's circle than that of the marketplace. In this respect, Theleme is not in line with Rabelais' imagery and style. Veslovsky's interpretation largely determined the treatment of Rabelais in our university courses almost until our time. Until World War II, Soviet literary critics did not change the situation substantially. Rabelais, one of the greatest realists of world literature, was for a long time almost totally ignored. There was a short article of a mainly informative character by A. A. Smirnov in the Literary Encyclopedia, and a similar article by B. A. Krzyzewski was added to the second edition of the novel's incomplete translation. A chapter in A History of French Literature by A. K. Jivlegov and two short original articles, The Story of the Great Gargantua by V. F. Shishernarov 112 and Rabelais and Humanism by I. E. Vertman 113. This is about all that was published here concerning our author. There was not a single monograph, no serious attempt to revise the Rabelaisian heritage in the light of the principles and aims of Soviet literary studies, especially in connection with the theories and history of realism and folk literature. After World War II the situation changed. In 1948 the first Soviet monograph on Rabelais, by E. M. Evnina. 114 was published. This work has indubitable merits. The complete neglect of the comic principle in Rabelais' novel characteristic of European commentators is not to be found in E. M. Evnina's book. In her eyes Rabelais is essentially a comic writer. True, the author defines Rabelais as a satirist, but she interprets satire very broadly. Unlike Schneegans and other critics, she attributes to laughter positive elements, joy, gaiety, exultation. As seen by this author, Rabelais is many-faced and ambivalent, though Evnina does not use this expression. Such an interpretation permits an interesting and detailed analysis of Rabelais' peculiar methods of treating the comic element. Evnina's work is a valuable contribution to Soviet Rabelaisiana. A number of popular works devoted to our subject appeared during the post-war period, the centennial article of I. Ionissimov on François Rabelais, Xenomia, Volume 5, 1953, the article by E. M. Gurdjieff, The Great Humanist, Rabelais, in Spornik Novyevika, 7, ed. Akademia Nauk Litovskoy SSR Moscow, 1955, the introductory article of S. D. Artemonov to Gargantua and Pantagruel L., translated by N. M. Jabimuov, Goslitizdat, 1961, and his brochure François Rabelais, ed. of Kudaj Hestwenea Literatura, 1964. The interesting and original brochure, The Artistic Method of Rabelais by S. T. Veyman appeared in 1964. But the most important event in Soviet Rabelaisiana was the publication of L. E. Pinsky's essay, The Laughter of Rabelais in his book, Realism of the Renaissance 115. Unlike most Rabelais scholars, Pinsky considers laughter the basic organizing principle in Rabelais' novel. It is not the external but the inner form of his vision and understanding of the world. Pinsky does not separate laughter from the world outlook nor from the ideological contents of the novel. And it is from this angle that he offers a critical survey of the appreciation and understanding of Rabelais throughout the ages. His conclusion is: the interpretation of his work was fruitful only when it did not belittle the meaning of laughter and when the comic principle was not separated from the libertarian and progressive idea, from the contents of Gargantua and Pantagruel. Only then was a new and vital aspect of this work unfolded. Throughout all these centuries Rabelais remained for his perceptive audience the genius par excellence of the comic. 116. We fully agree with this statement. Pinsky systematically denies the satirical nature of Rabelais' laughter. He is not a satirist in the ordinary sense of the word. His laughter is by no means directed at the distinct, purely negative aspects of reality. Only a few secondary characters and episodes of the novel's last books can be described as satirical. As to the leading characters, Rabelais' laughter lends them a truly positive aspect. Pinsky thus formulates his idea. This is not a satire in the precise meaning of the word, it does not express indignation about vice or anger at evil in social and cultural life. The Pantagruelesque company, especially Friar John and Panurge, are not satirical figures, they are the very impersonation of laughter. The comic aspect of the spontaneous manifestations of sensuality, Friar John's gluttony, Panurge's concupiscence, the improprieties of young Gargantua, are not supposed to arouse the reader's indignation. The language and the very image of the narrator, Alcofrebas Nasir, one of the members of the Pantagruelists' little company, obviously excludes the satiric tone in connection with Panurge. The latter is a close friend, an alter ego of the narrator, as well as one of his main characters. Panurge must amuse his audience, he must make it laugh, surprise it, and even teach it in his own way. In no way must he arouse its indignation. 117. Pinsky discloses convincingly the element of knowledge in Rabelais' laughter and its link with truth. Laughter purifies the consciousness of men from false seriousness, from dogmatism, from all confusing emotions. Let us quote once more from Pinsky's work. Laughter in Pantagruel is at the same time a theme and an argumentation. The reader must regain the gift that sorrow has deprived him of, the gift of laughter. He must return to the normal condition of human nature, so that truth may be disclosed to him. For Spinoza, 100 years later, the path of truth was to lead to liberation from emotions. His motto was, not to weep, nor to laugh, but to know. For Rabelais, man of the Renaissance, laughter was precisely a liberation of the emotions that dim the knowledge of life. Laughter proves the existence of clear spiritual vision and bestows it. Awareness of the comic and reason are the two attributes of human nature. Truth reveals itself with a smile when man abides in a non-anxious, joyful, comic mood. 118. Pinsky's acknowledgement of the ambivalence of Rabelaisian laughter is important. He writes, one of the most remarkable traits of Rabelais' laughter is its multiplicity of meaning, its complex relation to the object. Frank mockery and praise, uncrowning and exaltation, irony and dithyramb, are here combined. 119 and elsewhere, Rabelais' laughter simultaneously denies and asserts, or more correctly speaking it seeks and hopes like the very company of the thirsting Pantagruelists. Boundless enthusiasm concerning knowledge and cautious irony alternate with each other. The very tone of this laughter shows that two opposite principles can be put together even in form. 120. Pinsky further discloses the basic sources of Rabelais' laughter. He is interested not in the exterior, formal methods of the comic, but in its sources. He sees one such source in the very movement of life, that is, in becoming, change, gay relativity. He writes, in Rabelais' comic affect there is the feeling of the general relativity of great and small, exalted and lowly, of the fantastic and the real, the physical and the spiritual, the feeling of rising, growing, flowering and fading, of the transformation of nature eternally alive. Pinsky sees another source of the comic closely linked to the first one in the persistent joie de vivre of human nature. In the prologue to the fourth book, Pantagruelism is described as a gaiety of spirit before which all that is incidental is powerless. The source of the comic in Rabelais' work is not only the impotence of the incidental which cannot slow down the movement of life, since everything moves irretrievably toward its end, as says the writing on the temple of the holy bottle, neither is this source merely found in the flow of time and the movement of society in history, the law of succession of kingdoms and empires. A no less important source is, as we have said, this indestructible joie de vivre, capable of rising above the incidental, to conceive it precisely as something transient. 121. These quotations prove that the author thoroughly understands the ancient link of laughter with time's successive changes. He stresses this link in other parts of his book. We have discussed only the basic elements of the conception of Rabelaisian laughter as developed by Pinsky. This author gives a subtle and deep analysis of the major episodes of the novel and of its leading characters, Gargantua, Pantagruel, Friar John, and Panurge. The analysis of Panurge is particularly profound and interesting. The author correctly states the immense importance of this image, similar to that of Shakespeare's Falstaff, for the understanding of the philosophy of the Renaissance. Pinsky does not examine the history of laughter and of the culture of folk humor. Neither does he discuss Rabelais' medieval sources. His method is basically to remain within Rabelais' own time. However, he does point out the carnivalesque character of Rabelaisian laughter. Such is the present state of Soviet Rabelaiana. It is apparent from our brief survey that, unlike contemporary Western European scholars, our commentators do not separate Rabelais' artistic vision from his laughter but rather strive to interpret correctly its original traits. In conclusion, we wish to say a few words about N. M. Jabaimov's translation. 122. The publication of this work is an important event. We may say that the Russian public has read Rabelais for the first time, has heard for the first time his laughter. Though the novel was translated into Russian as early as the 18th century, these earlier versions presented only excerpts. The originality and wealth of Rabelais' language were not even approximately rendered. This is an exceptionally difficult task. It was even said that Rabelais was untranslatable, an opinion shared by A. N. Veslovsky. Therefore, among all the classics of world literature, Rabelais alone did not penetrate into the sphere of Russian culture, as did Shakespeare and Cervantes, for example. This was a serious gap, since it was in him that the great world of comic folk culture was revealed. Now, thanks to Ljubaimov's remarkable, almost completely adequate translation, Rabelais has begun to speak in Russian, with his unique familiarity and spontaneity, with his immeasurable depth, with his comic imagery. It would be impossible to overestimate the importance of this event. Chapter 2. The language of the marketplace in Rabelais. I want to understand you. I study your obscure language. A. S. Pushkin, poem composed during a sleepless night. We shall examine first of all those elements of Rabelais' language that, from the 17th century on, were a stumbling block for his admirers and readers, those that La Bruyere considered filthy depravation and Voltaire impertinence. Let us call these components conditionally and metaphorically the marketplace and Billingsgate elements of the novel. It was precisely this language that the Abbé Mossy and Abbé Perraud tried to expurgate in the 18th century and George Sand in the 19th. These elements still prevent public reading of Rabelais, although in other respects no author is better suited for such reading. Even in our time, the Billingsgate in Rabelais makes him difficult for his readers and not merely for the average public. It is hard to weave these coarse words into the artistic texture of the novel. The specific meaning that many of these terms have acquired in modern times distorts a correct interpretation of Rabelais' writings. The terms were then universal and far removed from pornography. For this reason, connoisseurs and scholars have adopted an indulgent view concerning this inevitable heritage of the naive and coarse 16th century, stressing the innocent character of these old-fashioned improprieties. In the 18th century, Abbé Gallieni found a witty expression for this tolerance. Rabelais' indecency, he wrote, is naive, it is like the backside of a poor man. A similar tolerance concerning Rabelais' cynicism was shown by Veslovsky. He used, however, a less Rabelaisian image by saying, if you like, Rabelais is cynical, but as a healthy village boy who has been let loose from a smoky hut into the spring air, he rushes madly on, across the puddles, besmirching passers-by with mud and laughing merrily when lumps of clay cover his legs and face, ruddy with spring-like, animal gaiety. 123. Let us examine Veslovsky's statement. Let us, for a brief moment, take seriously his image of the village boy and confront it with the peculiar traits of Rabelais cynicism. First of all, the image of the village boy is inadequate. Rabelais cynicism belongs to the city marketplace, to the town fair and the carnival square of the late Middle Ages and of the Renaissance. Further, this is not the individual gaiety of a boy let loose from a smoky hut but the collective gaiety of the people gathered at the fair, not the naive gaiety of a boy rushing madly across puddles but a popular, festive gaiety that was gradually formed during many centuries. However, the season is correctly chosen in Veslovsky's picture. This is a truly spring-like carnivalesque, paschal laughter. One might say that these forms of gay Shrovetide cynicism are transferred to a historic spring, to the new era. The very image of the boy must be revised. He is the symbol of youth, of immaturity and incompleteness. Such an image holds good only superficially. Rabelais youth is the youth of antiquity, the playing boy of Heraclitus. From the historic point of view, Rabelais cynicism belongs to the most ancient stratum of his novel. Let us pursue our critical remarks. Veslovsky's village boy besmirches the passers-by with mud, a far too tame and modernized metaphor. To besmirch means to debase. But grotesque debasement always had in mind the material bodily lower stratum, the zone of the genital organs. Therefore debasement did not besmirch with mud but with excrement and urine. This is a very ancient gesture. The modern euphemism mudslinging is derived from it. We know that defecation played a considerable role in the ritual of the Feast of Fools. During the solemn service sung by the bishop-elect, excrement was used instead of incense. After the service the clergy rode in carts loaded with dung, they drove through the streets tossing it at the crowd. This gesture was also part of the ritual of chivalry. We have a description of a 16th-century chivalry in the Roman Du Fauvel, from which we learn that tossing of dung at passers-by was accompanied by another ritualistic gesture, throwing salt into a well. 124 Scatological liberties, mostly verbal, played an important role during carnivals. 125. In Rabelais novel drenching or drowning in urine is commonly described. Let us recall the famous episode in the first book in which Gargantua drenches in urine the curious Parisians who have thronged around him. Also in the first book is the episode in which Gargantua's mare drowns part of Picrocholi's army in her urine at the Gudavid, and the episode in which the pilgrims are immersed in Gargantua's urine. Finally, in the second book Anarchus' camp is flooded in similar fashion. We shall return to these episodes. For the present we are merely concerned with unmasking one of the traditional debasing gestures lurking behind Veslovsky's euphemistic metaphor besmirching with mud. Tossing of excrement is also known from ancient literature. The fragments of Aeschylus' satiric drama The Collector of Bones contain an episode in which a vile-smelling vessel, that is, a chamber pot, is thrown at the head of Odysseus. A similar episode is presented in a satiric drama by Sophocles, The Feast of the Achaeans, which has been preserved. Other such episodes are related to the comic Heracles as pictured on antique vases, drunk and lying at the door of a hetero while an old procuress empties a chamber pot on his head, or armed with this vessel and pursuing another figure. Finally, we have a fragment from the Fabulae Adelinae of Pomponius, Thou Diomedes, hast drenched me in urine. This play was probably a revised version of the Feast of the Achaeans. These examples prove that the slinging of excrement and drenching in urine are traditional debasing gestures, familiar not only to grotesque realism but to antiquity as well. Their debasing meaning was generally known and understood. We can find probably in every language such expressions as I shit on you. Baudelaireized equivalents are, I spit on you or I sneeze on you. At the time of Rabelais the usual expression was bran pour lui, as used by Rabelais in the first book of his novel. This gesture and the words that accompany it are based on a literal debasement in terms of the topography of the body, that is, a reference to the bodily lower stratum, the zone of the genital organs. This signifies destruction, a grave for the one who is debased. But such debasing gestures and expressions are ambivalent, since the lower stratum is not only a bodily grave but also the area of the genital organs, the fertilizing and generating stratum. Therefore, in the images of urine and excrement is preserved the essential link with birth, fertility, renewal, welfare. This positive element was still fully alive and clearly realized in the time of Rabelais. In the well-known episode of Panurge's flock in the 4th book, the merchant Ding Dong praises his sheep by saying that their urine is endowed with the magic power to increase the fertility of the earth, as does the urine of the gods. In the brief declaration added to the 4th book, Rabelais himself, or in any case, a contemporary and a man belonging to the same cultural circle, gives the following explanation of this passage: if God had urinated here, s'il used pis. This is a popular expression in Paris and in all France among the simple folk who consider blessed the place where our Lord urinated or performed some other act of nature, as for instance the one related by St. John, 9:6. He spat on the ground and made clay of the spittle. 126. This passage is characteristic. It proves that at the time of folk legends the language of excrement was closely linked with fertility and that Rabelais himself knew this link and made use of it in full awareness. Further, we see that Rabelais did not hesitate to combine the words our Lord and the Lord's blessing with the image of excrement. These images were already combined in the popular expression he quotes. He saw no sacrilege in doing so and did not anticipate the stylistic abyss that was to draw the line between the two terms for the men of the 17th century. For the correct understanding of these carnivalesque gestures and images we must take into consideration that all such gesticulations and verbal images are part of the carnival as a whole, infused with one single logic of imagery. This is the drama of laughter presenting at the same time the death of the old and the birth of the new world. Each image is subject to the meaning of the whole, each reflects a single concept of a contradictory world of becoming, even though the image may be separately presented. Through its participation in the whole, each of these images is deeply ambivalent, being intimately related to life, death, birth. This is why such images are devoid of cynicism and coarseness in our sense of the words. But these images, such as the tossing of excrement and drenching in urine, become coarse and cynical if they are seen from the point of view of another ideology. If the positive and negative poles of becoming, death, birth, are torn apart and opposed to each other in various diffuse images, they lose their direct relation to the whole and are deprived of their ambivalence. They then retain the merely negative aspect, and that which they represent, defecation, urination, acquires a trivial meaning, our own contemporary meaning of these words. The images, or more correctly speaking, the verbal expressions, continue to live in popular colloquialisms but with a radically transformed aspect. True, they still preserve a distant echo of the old philosophy, a faint memory of Billingsgate liberties. Only thus can their vitality and persistence be explained. Rabelais scholars usually understand and evaluate the novel's Billingsgate and marketplace elements in the spirit of modern interpretation, distinct from the carnival action as a whole. The deep ambivalence of these images is no longer understood. Let us offer a few other examples proving that in the time of Rabelais the principle of regeneration, fertility, and renewal was still fully alive in these images. Falango's Baldus, a macaronic work, had a certain influence on Rabelais. We find in it an episode in hell in which Zingar resurrects a youth by drenching him in urine. In the extraordinary Chronicle 127 Gargantua urinates for 3 months, 7 days, 13 hours, and 47 minutes, thus giving birth to the river Rhone and to 700 ships. In Rabelais' 2nd book, all the warm medicinal springs of France and Italy were generated by the hot urine of the sick Pantagruel. In the 3rd book, chapter 17, we find an allusion to the antique myth in which the urine of Jupiter, Neptune, and Mercury gave birth to Orion, from the Greek omicron upsilon rho omicron epsilon iota nu, to urinate. Rabelais, drawing on Ovid's Fasti, presents this episode thus: Jupiter, Neptune, and Mercury. Officialement, Forgerant Orion. The official was an officer of the church police, but in the debasing spirit of familiar speech the word meant a chamber pot, and this meaning was already a part of 15th century vocabulary. We in Russia sometimes call a chamber pot the general. Rabelais, making an exceptionally free play on words, created officialement. The debasing and generating power of urine is fancifully combined in this image. Another example can be found in the famous Monacan pies of the Brussels fountain. This is an ancient figure of a boy urinating with complete openness. The people of Brussels consider him their mascot. There are many similar examples which we shall discuss later, but for the present we shall limit ourselves to those already described. The images of feces and urine are ambivalent, as are all the images of the material bodily lower stratum. They debase, destroy, regenerate, and renew simultaneously. They are blessing and humiliating at the same time. Death and death throes, labor, and childbirth are intimately interwoven. 128. On the other hand, these images are closely linked to laughter. When death and birth are shown in their comic aspect, scatological images in various forms nearly always accompany the gay monsters created by laughter in order to replace the terror that has been defeated. For this reason, too, these images are indissolubly linked with the underworld. It can be said that excrement represents bodies and matter that are mostly comic. It is the most suitable substance for the degrading of all that is exalted. For this reason it plays an important part in comic folklore and in the grotesque realism of Rabelais novel, as well as in current degrading familiar speech. But when Victor Hugo says in connection with Rabelais' world, totus homo fit excrementum, he ignores the regenerating and renewing element of the images, already lost in Europe's literary consciousness. But let us go back to Veselovsky's picture of the village boy. We see that the metaphor of mudslinging is quite inadequate. It is abstract and moral, whereas Rabelais' cynicism is a system of grotesque degrading, similar to the tossing of excrement and drenching in urine. It is a gay funeral. This system of degradation in various forms and expressions permeates the entire novel from beginning to end. It even gives form to the images that are far from cynical in the narrow sense of the word. All these are but elements of one whole laughing aspect of the world. The entire picture offered by Veselovsky is quite unsatisfactory. That to which he alludes in the metaphor of the naive boy, indulgently forgiving his mudslinging, is nothing else than the culture of folk humor developed through thousands of years. This culture has a depth of meaning which is far from naive. Humor and cynicism may least of all be defined as naive and do not need our indulgence. Instead they demand our careful and attentive analysis. 129. We have discussed the cynicism, the indulgences, and the Billingsgate in Rabelais novel. But all these terms are conventional and far from adequate. First of all, these elements are not isolated, they are an organic part of the entire system of images and style. They become isolated and specific only for modern literary consciousness. Within the system of grotesque realism and popular festive forms they were an essential part of the imagery representing the material bodily lower stratum. True, they were unofficial in character, but so too was all popular festive literature of the Middle Ages, so too was laughter. We, therefore, brought out the Billingsgate and marketplace images only conventionally. We mean by these terms all that is directly linked with the life of the people, bearing its mark of non-official freedom, but at the same time these images cannot be referred to as popular festive literature in the strict sense of this word. First of all, we have in mind certain forms of familiar speech, curses, profanities, and oaths, and second the colloquialisms of the marketplace, the cris de Paris, and the announcements made during fairs by quacks and vendors of drugs. These genres are not separated by a Chinese wall from the literature and spectacles of folk festivals, they are part of them and often play in them a leading stylistic role. We continually find them in the dits and débats, in diable rise, saudiers, and farces. The colloquial and artistic forms are sometimes so closely interwoven that it is difficult to trace a dividing line, and no wonder, since the barkers and vendors of drugs were also actors in performances at the fair. The cris de Paris were composed in verse and were sung in a peremptory tone. The style of the barker inviting customers to his booth did not differ from that of the hawker of chap books, and even the long titles of these books were usually composed in the form of popular advertisements. The marketplace of the Middle Ages and the Renaissance was a world in itself, a world which was one. All performances in this area, from loud cursing to the organized show, had something in common and were imbued with the same atmosphere of freedom, frankness, and familiarity. Such elements of familiar speech as profanities, oaths, and curses were fully legalized in the marketplace and were easily adopted by all the festive genres, even by church drama. The marketplace was the center of all that is unofficial. It enjoyed a certain extraterritoriality in a world of official order and official ideology. It always remained with the people. This popular aspect was especially apparent on feast days. The dates of the fairs were usually adapted to the great feasts of the year but were extended over a long period. For instance, the famous fairs of Lyon were held 4 times a year, and each lasted 15 days. Thus every year Lyon led for 2 months a life of fairs and carnivals, for even if there was no carnival, strictly speaking, its atmosphere reigned at every fair. Thus, the unofficial folk culture of the Middle Ages and even of the Renaissance had its own territory and its own particular time, the time of fairs and feasts. This territory, as we have said, was a peculiar second world within the official medieval order and was ruled by a special type of relationship, a free, familiar, marketplace relationship. Officially the palaces, churches, institutions, and private homes were dominated by hierarchy and etiquette, but in the marketplace a special kind of speech was heard, almost a language of its own, quite unlike the language of church, palace, courts, and institutions. It was also unlike the tongue of official literature or of the ruling classes, the aristocracy, the nobles, the high-ranking clergy and the top burghers, though the elemental force of the folk idiom penetrated even these circles. On feast days, especially during the carnivals, this force broke through every sphere, and even through the church, as in the Feast of Fools. The festive marketplace combined many genres and forms, all filled with the same unofficial spirit. In all world literature there is probably no other work reflecting so fully and deeply all aspects of the life of the marketplace as does Rabelais' novel. But before examining these aspects at closer range we must first sketch Rabelais' contact with this sphere as well as the limited biographical material permits. Rabelais was familiar with the marketplace and fairs of his time. As we shall see, he made good use of his experience and projected it forcefully in his novel. In Fontenay-le-Comte, where he spent his youth in a monastery of the Cordeliers, he had been taught humanist and Greek culture, but at the same time he had been introduced to the peculiar culture of the marketplace. A fair famous throughout France was at that time held 3 times a year at Fontenay-le-Comte. A great number of salesmen and customers, not only from France but also from other countries, assembled in the town. According to G. Boucher, many foreigners, especially Germans, came to the fair. Itinerant hawkers, gypsies, and the obscure déclassés, so numerous in those days, also came to Fontenay-le-Comte, and from records of the 16th century we learn that this town developed its own popular argot. It was here that Rabelais could observe the life of the fair and listen to its voices. Later Rabelais traveled in the province of Poitou with Bishop Geoffroy d'Estissac. Here he observed the fair of Saint Maxent and the famous fair of Niort. He recalls the hubbub of the latter in his novel. Generally speaking, the fairs of Poitou were known at that time for their elaborateness. Here Rabelais became acquainted with another important aspect of these gatherings, the marketplace spectacles. He learned about life on the theatre scaffoldings, les échafauds, which he describes in his novel. These scaffoldings were put up on the square, and the people crowded around them. Lost in the crowd, Rabelais attended mysteries, moralities, and farces. The towns of Poitou, Montmorillon, Saint Maxent, Poitiers, and others, were famous for their theatrical productions. 130 This is the reason why Rabelais chose Saint Maixent and Niort as a setting for villains' facetities described in the fourth book. France's dramatic culture was at that time closely related to the marketplace. During the next period of Rabelais' life, concerning which there is no documentary record, 1528 to 1530, he apparently journeyed to the universities of Bordeaux, Toulouse, Bourges, Orleans, and Paris. Here he was initiated into the student's bohemian life. This experience was broadened during the following years when Rabelais studied medicine at Montpellier. We have already pointed out the importance of school festivals and recreation in medieval culture and literature. The schoolmen's exuberant compositions had already attained the level of great literature and played in it a substantial role. These recreative writings were also related to the marketplace. School parodies, travesties, facetities in Latin and in the vernacular, prove this relation and bear inner resemblance to popular forms. Many school spectacles were organized in the streets. In Montpellier on Epiphany students led carnival processions and danced in the square. The university often produced morality plays and farces outside the campus. 131. Apparently Rabelais took part in student recreations. J. Platard believes that during his student years, especially in Montpellier, he wrote a series of anecdotes, facetities, and witty debates. He acquired in comic literature the experience that enabled him to create Pantagruel so quickly. In the next period of Rabelais' life, spent in Lyon, his relations with the marketplace became even closer and more intimate. We have mentioned already the famous Lyon fairs, which occupied about 2 months of each year. Life during that time was extremely animated in that southern city with its large Italian colony. Rabelais himself recalls in the fourth book the Carnival of Lyon, during which the grotesque statue of the glutton Machicrut, a typical gay monster, was carried in procession. The chroniclers of that time described other mass festivals, the Feast of Printers and the election of the Prince of Tradesmen. Rabelais was linked by even closer ties to the Lyon fairs, since they represented one of the most important markets of publishing and bookselling, second only to Frankfurt. Both these cities were the center of book distribution and literary advertising. Books were published with an eye to the fairs, summer, autumn, and winter being the busy seasons. Lyon determined more or less the dates of book publication in France and consequently also fixed the time at which authors submitted their manuscripts to publishers. A. Lefren successfully established the chronology of Rabelais' works by using the dates of the Lyon fairs. These dates regulated the production of all books, even the scientific ones, but especially popular works and recreational literature. 132. Rabelais, who had first published 3 scholarly works, later became the provider of mass literature and therefore entered into a closer relationship with the fairs. He not only had to calculate their dates but also their demands, tastes, and fashions. He published almost simultaneously his Pantagruel, which followed directly in the steps of the popular book by an anonymous author, The Great Chronicles of Gargantua, and the Pantagrueline Prognostication, an almanac for the year 1533. The Prognostication is a gay travesty of the New Year prophecies so popular at that time. This composition, containing only a few small pages, was reprinted during the following years and was followed by others. Indeed, we have certain data and even a few fragments of Rabelais calendars for the years 1535, 1541, 1546, and 1550. We can surmise, as does L. Molland 133, that this is not the complete list of calendars published by Rabelais. He probably brought them out every year, beginning in 1533, and was the accredited publisher. Both the prognostics and the calendars are related to time, to the new year, and finally, to the marketplace. There is no doubt that during the following years of his life Rabelais preserved a vivid interest in the fairs and maintained relations with their various activities. The meager biographical data in our possession do not offer us, however, any positive facts in this respect. 134 But we have an important document dating from Rabelais' last journey to Italy. On March 14, 1549, Cardinal Jean du Bellay organized a popular festival in Rome on the occasion of the birth of the son of King Henry II. Rabelais attended this festival and described it in detail, using for this account his own letters to Cardinal Gizou. This description was published in Paris and Lyon under the title of the Syomachy and Festival offered in Rome in the palace of His Eminence Monseigneur du Bellay. In the first part of this festival, performed in a piazza, a battle was fought with dramatic effects, fireworks, and even casualties, later shown to be straw dummies. The festival had a typical carnivalesque character. The traditional hell was presented in the form of a globe ejecting flames. This globe was known as the Jaws of Hell and Lucifer's Head. 135. At the end of the festival a gigantic banquet was offered to the people, with enormous, truly Pantagruelesque quantities of sausages and wine. Such festivals are characteristic of the Renaissance. Burckhardt has shown how important was their influence on the artistic form and philosophy of that period and on its very spirit. He did not exaggerate the importance of that influence, it was even greater than he thought. 136. Rabelais was not so much interested in the official aspect of the festivities of his time as in their popular, unofficial elements. These were the elements that influenced his work. He could observe in them the most varied forms of comic folklore, so rich and colorful in his time. Depicting in the first book young Gargantua's studies under the guidance of Ponocrates, Rabelais says, instead of herborizing, they would inspect the shops of druggists, herbalists, and apothecaries, studiously examining the sundry fruits, roots, leaves, gums, seeds and exotic unguents and learning how they could be diluted or adulterated. He viewed jugglers, mountebanks, and medicasters. Carefully observing their tricks and gestures, their agile capers and smooth oratory. His favorites were those from Chauny in Picardy who are born jabberers. Book I, Chapter 24. This episode of young Gargantua's education can be legitimately interpreted as autobiographical, since Rabelais himself studied all these aspects of popular life. Let us stress that popular spectacles and popular medicine, herbalists and druggists, hawkers of magic unguents and quacks, could be seen side by side. There was an ancient connection between the forms of medicine and folk art which explains the combination in one person of actor and druggist. This is why the images of the physician and the medical element are organically linked in the novel with the entire traditional system of images. In the previous quotation we see medicine and the theatre displayed side by side in the marketplace. Such is the history of Rabelais' physical connection with the marketplace, as far as we can deduce it from the meager biographical data. But how did the marketplace enter the sphere of his novel and how was it reflected in it? This question first arises in relation to the atmosphere of the marketplace and the organization of its verbal idiom. We encounter it at the beginning of each book of the novel, in the famous prologues. We started our study with a chapter devoted to these elements, precisely because we enter into the marketplace world from the very first lines of the 5 books, in the prologue to Pantagruel, chronologically the first book to be written and published. How is the prologue of Pantagruel constructed? It begins thus. O most illustrious and most valorous champions, gentlemen, and all others who delight in honest entertainment and wit. I address this book to you. You have read and digested the mighty and inestimable chronicles of the huge giant Gargantua. Like true believers you have taken them upon faith as you do the texts of the Holy Gospel. Indeed, having run out of gallant speeches, you have often spent hours at a time relating lengthy stories culled from these chronicles to a rapt audience of noble dames and matrons of high degree. On this count, then, you deserve vast praise and sempiternal memory. Book 2, Prologue. Here we see combined the praise of the chronicles of Gargantua and of the readers who enjoy this chapbook. The praise and glorification are composed in the advertising spirit of the barker at a show or the hawker of chapbooks, who praise not only their wondrous merchandise but also the most illustrious public. This is a typical example of the tone and style of the fair. But of course these announcements have nothing in common with naive and direct practical advertisements. They are filled with popular festive laughter. They toy with the objects that they announce, and they include in this free game all the sacred and exalted topics that they can fit into their oratory. In the quoted lines, the admirers of the Chronicles are compared to true believers, vrais fidèles, who put their faith in it as in a sacred text, and who therefore deserve honor, praise, and undying memory, mémoire sempiternelle. Thus Rabelais recreates that special marketplace atmosphere in which the exalted and the lowly, the sacred and the profane are leveled and are all drawn into the same dance. Such have always been the announcements at the fair. They did not demand conventional forms or official speeches. They enjoyed the privileges of the people's laughter. Popular advertising is always ironic, always makes fun of itself to a certain extent, as does the advertising of our own peddlers and hawkers. Point 137 At the fair even cupidity and cheating have an ironical, almost candid character. In the medieval street cry there was always laughter, more or less forceful. In the quoted excerpt from the prologue there are no neutral objective words. All are words of praise, tres illustres, tres chevaleureux, gentillesse, honstetes, grandes, inestimables, and so forth. I quote from the original text. The superlative is the prevailing tone. Actually, all the adjectives are used in this mode. But it is, of course, no rhetorical tone, rather it is an ironically and maliciously exaggerated style. It is the superlative of grotesque realism, the wrong side, or rather, the right side of abuse. In the following paragraphs of the prologue we hear the cry of the quack and druggist at the fair. He praises the Chronicles as an excellent remedy for toothache and offers a prescription for its use, to be wrapped in warm linen and applied to the sensitive area. Such mock prescriptions are one of the most widespread genres of grotesque realism. Point 138 Further, the Chronicles is praised as a potent medicine for pain inflicted by gout and venereal disease. Sufferers from gout and venereal disease are often featured in Rabelais novel and in comic literature of the 15th and 16th centuries, especially. Gout and syphilis are gay diseases, the result of overindulgence in food, drink, and sexual intercourse. They are essentially connected with the material bodily lower stratum. Pox was still a fashionable disease in those days. Point 139 As to gout, it was widespread in grotesque realism, we find it as far back as Lucian. Point 140. In this part of the prologue there is the traditional combination of medicine and art, but it is not this overt fusion of physician and artist in one person which is important. Here a literary work, the Chronicles, is proclaimed as a writing which not only entertains and provokes laughter but also cures. This is announced with the accent of the quack and the barker of the fair. In the prologue of the fourth book Rabelais resumes this theme and bases the curative power of laughter on the teaching of Hippocrates, Galen, Plato, and others. Having enumerated the Chronicles' merits in the prologue of the second book, the author continues. Is this nothing? Then find me a book in any language, in any branch of art and science that possesses such virtues, properties, and prerogatives. Find it, I say, and I will buy you a pint of trips. No, gentlemen, no, none such exists. My book is peerless, incomparable, nonpareil, and I maintain it in the teeth of hellfire unique. If anyone contradicts me, let him be herewith denounced as a false prophet, a champion of predestination, a poisoner, and a seducer of the people. Book 2, Prologue. Besides the enormous accumulation of superlatives, typical of marketplace advertising, we find the characteristic method of testifying to the speaker's honesty, comic pledges and oaths. He promises to pay a pint of trips, he is ready to assert in the teeth of hellfire that no better book exists, it is unique. Such ironic parodies were current in advertisements of the fair. Let us pay special attention to the pint of trips. This word figures more than once in Rabelais as well as in all the literature of grotesque realism. In the Latin versions the word viscera corresponds to tripe. In the given context the words refer, of course, to food. The stomach and bowels of cattle, tripe, were carefully cleaned, salted, and cooked. Tripe could not be preserved long, they were therefore consumed in great quantities on slaughtering days and cost nothing. Moreover, it was believed that after cleaning, Tripe still contained 10% excrement, which was therefore eaten with the rest of the meal. We shall find tripe again in one of Gargantua's most famous episodes. But why did this image play such a role in grotesque realism? Tripe, stomach, intestines are the bowels, the belly, the very life of man. But at the same time they represent the swallowing, devouring belly. Grotesque realism played with this double image, we might say with the top and the bottom of the word. We have already quoted Henry Essayin, who showed that in the time of Rabelais it was customary to turn a wine glass upside down, repeating the words of the penitential psalm, "Create a clean heart in me, O God, and renew a right spirit in my bowels." Wine cleanses the intestines, viscera. But our image is more complex. The bowels are related to defecation and excrement. Further, the belly does not only eat and swallow, it is also eaten, as tripe. In the Palaver of the Potulant, first book, one guest says to another as he prepares drinks, "Have you anything to send to the river?" That's where tripe is washed. Here he had in mind the food he had just eaten as well as his own belly. Further, tripe is linked with death, with slaughter, murder, since to disembowel is to kill. Finally, it is linked with birth, for the belly generates. Thus, in the image of tripe, life and death, birth, excrement, and food are all drawn together and tied in one grotesque knot. This is the center of bodily topography in which the upper and lower stratum penetrate each other. This grotesque image was a favorite expression of the ambivalence of the material bodily lower stratum, which destroys and generates, swallows and is swallowed. The swing of grotesque realism, the play of the upper with the lower sphere, is strikingly set into motion. The top and the bottom, heaven and earth, merge in that image. We shall further see the remarkable symphony of laughter derived by Rabelais from the ambivalent and varied meaning of the word tripe in the first chapters of Gargantua, the feast of the cattle slaughter, the palaver of the potulant, the birth of Gargantua. In our example, the pint of tripe as the author's pledge does not only mean a cheap variety of food but also life, the bowels, in the sense of all my trips. This picture, too, is ambivalent. The last line of the excerpt is no less typical. After words of praise the author turns to curses, the reverse of marketplace praise. Those who do not share the positive view of the chronicles are branded as poisoners and seducers of the people. These pejoratives were especially applied to persons accused of heresy, doomed to the stake. The play with serious and dangerous subjects continues. The author compares the chronicles to the Bible and the Gospels. Like the Church, he condemns all dissidents for heresy with all the inevitable consequences. The bold allusion to the Church and church politics has a realistic note. The abusive words champions of predestination obviously had in mind the Protestants who professed this doctrine. Thus we have on the one hand the author's exaggerated praise of the Chronicles as the best, the only book in the world, his praise of those who read it and believe in it and are ready to die for it, of those who defend their belief in the potency of the book and give up their life for it, in the ironic ambivalent form of the pint of tripe. On the other hand there is the accusation of heresy for all who disagree. All this is a parody of the Church as the only guardian of salvation and interpreter of the Gospels. But this dangerous parody is offered in the form of laughter and gay advertisements, the language and style of the fair being strictly observed. The barker of a show would not be accused of heresy, no matter what he might say, provided he maintained his clownery. Rabelais maintained it. The comic aspect of the world was legalized. He was not afraid to declare in his prologue that more copies of the Chronicles were sold than those of the Bible during 9 years. The prologue ends in a torrent of abuses and curses hurled at the author if there is a single lie in his book, as well as at those who do not believe him. However, before I conclude this prologue, I hereby deliver myself up body and soul, belly and bowels, to 100,000 basketfuls of raving demons, if I have lied so much as once throughout this book. By the same token, may Saint Anthony sear you with his erysipelatous fire. May Mahomet's disease whirl you in epileptic jitters. May the festers, ulcers and chancres of every purulent pox infect, scathe, mangle and rend you, entering your bumgut as tenuously as mercurialized cow's hair. And may you vanish into an abyss of brimstone and fire, like Sodom and Gomorrah, if you do not believe implicitly what I am about to relate in the present Chronicles. Book 2, Prologue. These are typical Billingsgate abuses. The passing from excessive praise to excessive invective is characteristic, and the change from the one to the other is perfectly legitimate. Praise and abuse are, so to speak, the two sides of the same coin. If the right side is praise, the wrong side is abuse, and vice versa. The Billingsgate idiom is a two-faced Janus. The praise, as we have said, is ironic and ambivalent. It is on the brink of abuse, the one leads to the other, and it is impossible to draw the line between them. Though divided in form, they belong to the same body, or to the two bodies in one, which abuses while praising and praises while abusing. This is why in familiar Billingsgate talk abusive words, especially indecent ones, are used in the affectionate and complimentary sense. We shall further analyze many examples from Rabelais. This grotesque language, particularly in its oldest form, was oriented toward the world and toward all the world's phenomena in their condition of unfinished metamorphosis, the passing from night to morning, from winter to spring, from the old to the new, from death to birth. Therefore, this talk showers both compliments and curses. Perhaps our example does not clearly typify this, but its ambivalence raises no doubt. This ambivalence determines the organic and spontaneous character of the change from praise to abuse and back to praise again, as well as the uncertainty as to whom the talk is addressed. Point 141. We shall resume this topic of simultaneous praise and abuse in Chapter 6. This phenomenon is reflected in imagery and is extremely important for the understanding of entire periods of the development of thought. This development has not as yet been analyzed, but in a preliminary and rather simplified way we can say that it is based on the conception of the world as eternally unfinished, a world dying and being born at the same time, possessing as it were two bodies. The dual image combining praise and abuse seeks to grasp the very moment of this change, the transfer from the old to the new, from death to life. Such an image crowns and uncrowns at the same moment. In the development of class society, such a conception of the world can only be expressed in unofficial culture. There is no place for it in the culture of the ruling classes. Here praise and abuse are clearly divided and static, for official culture is founded on the principle of an immovable and unchanging hierarchy in which the higher and the lower never merge. Although the combination of praise and abuse is completely alien to official genres, it is characteristic of folk culture. The distant echoes of this dual form can still be heard in the familiar speech of our days. Since folk culture has not been profoundly studied, the fusion of praise and abuse has not been brought to light. The content of the Billingsgate expressions in the curses of the prologue is typical. Nearly all of them refer to a specific part of the human body. The first, directed at the author himself, rends him apart. The speaker gives himself up to the devil, body, soul, and bowels. We encounter once more the words trips and boyalks. Of the 7 oaths hurled at the reluctant listeners, 5 call down diseases upon them: 1. Saint Anthony's fire, erysipelas; 2. Epilepsy, mal de terra vuvire; 3. and 4. Ulcers of the feet and lameness, le malabek vutrisqui; 5. Bleeding diarrhea, cake sanguis vuvire, and inflammation of the rectum, le maufin vu puis entre au fondement. These curses offer a grotesque view of the body. They burn it, hurl it to the ground, cripple the legs, cause diarrhea, and griping. In other words, they turn the body inside out, causing the anus to protrude. Curses always indicate a downward motion, directed to the ground, the legs, the buttocks. The 2 last of the 7 curses also denote this downward movement: fire from heaven and the brimstone abyss, in other words the threat of being hurled into the underworld. All these curses are uttered in their traditional form. 1. In Gascon, le malabek vutrisqui, is used more than once in Rabelais novel. Another, judging from the refrain and assonance in the original French text, contains fragments of some popular street ditty. In many curses the body part is combined with cosmic images, lightning, earth, brimstone, fire, ocean. The curses at the end of the prologue bring it to a dynamic conclusion in a powerful and rough debasing gesture, the grotesque swing which lowers it to earth before it comes to a stop. Rabelais usually concludes his speeches either with an abuse or an invitation to feasting and drinking. Such is the structure of Pantagruel's prologue. It is written from beginning to end in the style and tone of the marketplace. We hear the cry of the barker, the quack, the hawker of miracle drugs, and the bookseller. We hear the curses that alternate with ironic advertisements and ambiguous praise. The prologue is organized according to the popular verbal genres of hawkers. The words are actually a cry, that is, a loud interjection in the midst of a crowd, coming out of the crowd and addressed to it. The man who is speaking is one with the crowd, he does not present himself as its opponent, nor does he teach, accuse, or intimidate it. He laughs with it. There is not the slightest tone of morose seriousness in his oration, no fear, piety, or humility. This is an absolutely gay and fearless talk, free and frank, which echoes in the festive square beyond all verbal prohibitions, limitations, and conventions. At the same time, however, this entire prologue is a parody and travesty of the ecclesiastical method of persuasion. Behind the Chronicles stands the Gospel. Behind the offer of the Chronicles as the only book of salvation stands the exclusiveness of the Church's truth. Behind the abuses and curses are the Church's intolerance, intimidation, and autos de fe. The ecclesiastical policy is translated into the language of iron-icle hawking. But the prologue is wider and deeper than the usual grotesque parody. It travesties the very foundations of medieval thought, the methods of establishing truth and conviction which are inseparable from fear, violence, morose and narrow-minded seriousness and intolerance. The prologue introduces us into a completely different atmosphere, the atmosphere of fearless, free, and gay truth. The prologue of Gargantua, the second prologue chronologically speaking, has a more complex structure. Billingsgate abuse is here combined with elements of scholarly humanism and with a parody of Plato's Symposium. But the language of the marketplace and its intonations of praise abuse still retain the leading role. They acquire, however, a more subtle and varied tone, applied to richer combinations of themes and topics. The prologue starts with the characteristic address, "Hail, O most valiant and illustrious drinkers! Your health my precious and pox-ridden comrades! Buveurs tres illusters et vous viroles tres precieux." This address immediately creates the familiar tone of the further conversation with the readers, or more correctly speaking, with the listeners, since the style of the prologue is that of oral speech. Abuse and praise are mingled in this address. The positive superlative mode is combined with such semi-insulting terms as drinkers and pox-ridden comrades. This is abusive praise and praiseful abuse, typical, as we have seen, of the marketplace. The entire prologue is built like the announcement of a barker speaking to the crowd gathered in front of his booth. We constantly encounter expressions of the advertising type. The familiar tone intended for an audience is here quite obvious. We also find, scattered throughout the prologue to Gargantua, abuse addressed to third persons, an empty-headed monk, a dullard, a dirty fellow, a grumbler. Familiar, friendly abuse and direct cursing make up the verbal dynamics of the prologue and determine its style. The beginning of the discourse presents the image of Socrates as described by Alcibiades in Plato's Symposium. Alcibiades' comparison of Socrates with Silenus was popular among the humanists. It was used by Bede and cited by Erasmus in 3 of his works, one of which, the Silene of Alcibiades, was apparently Rabelais' source, although he was familiar with the Symposium. Rabelais subordinated this current humanist theme to the style of his prologue, sharply stressing the praise-abuse combination. Here is how Rabelais retells the description of Socrates by Alcibiades. Judging by his exterior, you would not have given an onion skin for him. He was ill-shaped, ridiculous in carriage, with a nose like a knife, the gaze of a bull and the face of a fool. His ways stamped him a simpleton, his clothes a bumpkin. Poor in fortune, unlucky when it came to women, hopelessly unfit for all office in the Republic, forever laughing, forever drinking neck to neck with his friends, forever hiding his divine knowledge under a mask of mockery. Yet had you opened this box, you would have found in it all kinds of priceless, celestial drugs, immortal understanding, wondrous virtue, indomitable courage, unparalleled sobriety, unfailing serenity, perfect assurance, and heroic contempt for whatever moves humanity to watch, to bustle, to toil, to sail ships overseas and to engage in warfare. Book I, Prologue. As far as content is concerned, we have no considerable deviations from Plato and Erasmus, but the contrasts of Socrates' exterior and interior image are expressed in more familiar tones. The choice of words and expressions and their very accumulation bring these lines nearer to the abusive style, to Rabelais' usual techniques of piling up curses. We sense behind this verbal arrangement the hidden dynamics of this abuse. Socrates' interior qualities are also brought out more vigorously in the form of a eulogy. Once more, behind the verbal arrangement we detect the secret dynamics of marketplace praise. Let us now note a characteristic detail. According to Plato, in the Symposium, Sileni are sold in sculpturous shops. If opened, the image of a god is found in them. Rabelais transfers the Sileni to the druggist stores, which young Gargantua visited when studying life in the Paris streets. The statuettes contained various drugs, among them a popular remedy, a powder of precious stones supposed to have healing power. These drugs are enumerated in the hawking style used by the apothecaries and quacks at the fairs in the time of Rabelais. All the other images of the prologue are also steeped in the atmosphere of the fair. We find everywhere the abuse-praise combination as the basic moving force which determines the style and the dynamics of the speeches. There are almost no objective words, that is, words which imply neither praise nor abuse. The comparative and superlative are commonly used. For instance, how much more reconciling, smiling, and beguiling wine is than oil, or these fine, full-flavored volumes. In the first case we hear the rhythmic beat of the vendor. In the second case the word full-flavored lauds the supreme quality of venison and meats. The market that young Gargantua visited under Ponocrates' wise guidance cries out in this prologue, with its herbalists and apothecaries, with exotic unguents, with the tricks and oratory of the people from Chani, born jabberers and experts in cheating. All the images of the new humanist culture, and there are many of them in this prologue, are steeped in the atmosphere of the market. Let us quote from the end of the prologue, and now, my hearties, be gay, and gaily read the rest, with ease of body and in the best of kidney. And you, donkey pizzles, hark! May a canker rot you! Remember to drink to me gallantly, and I will counter with a toast at once. Book I, Prologue. As we see, this prologue ends on a note somewhat different from that of the prologue introducing Pantagruel. Instead of a string of oaths, we have here an invitation to drink and be merry. Here too we find abuses, but they have an affectionate tone. The same persons are addressed as my hearties, mes amours, and donkey pizzles, vitesi. We also find the Gascon expression le Malbec Voutresqui that we have already encountered in the Pantagruel prologue. In these last lines of the Gargantua prologue the entire Rabelaisian complex is offered in its most elementary expression, the gaiety, the indecent abuse, and the banquet. But this is also the most simplified festive expression of the ambivalent lower stratum, laughter, food, the procreative force, abuse. The dominant images of the prologue are those of the banquet. The author eulogizes wine as much more pleasing than oil. Oil is the symbol of sanctimonious wisdom and piety, while wine is the symbol of gay and free truth. Most of the epithets and comparisons applied by Rabelais to spiritual things have what one might call an edible character. The author boldly states that he writes only while eating and drinking, and adds, is that not the proper time to commit to the page such sublime themes and such profound wisdom? Homer, the paragon of all philologists, knew it perfectly well, and Ennius also, the father of the Latin poets. Book I, Prologue. Finally, the central theme of the prologue, the invitation to seek the secret meaning of the work, is also expressed in images of eating, gnawing a bone, finding the marrow and eating it. The image of swallowing the secret meaning is extremely typical of Rabelais and of the entire system of popular festive images. We have merely mentioned a few of them here. We shall devote a chapter to these banquet images. The marketplace vocabulary also plays a leading role in the prologue to the third book. This prologue is outstanding. Of all Rabelais prologues it has the greatest wealth of themes. The prologue starts with the address, "Good people, most illustrious topers, thrice precious gouty gentlemen, I wonder whether you ever saw Diogenes, the cynic philosopher." Further, the prologue develops in the form of a familiar conversation with the audience, full of images of banquets, comic folk elements, puns, allusions, and verbal travesties. J. Plattard, commenting on the Alephron edition of Rabelais, correctly defines this introduction: "This is the tone of a barker which justifies the coarsest jokes." The prologue ends with a string of Billingsgate abuses that are extraordinarily colorful and dynamic. The author invites his audience to drink glassfuls of wine from his barrel, which is as inexhaustible as a cornucopia. But he invites only good men, lovers of wine and merriment, who know how to drink. As to the others, the pompous and haughty hypocrites, he chases them away from his barrel. Back, curs, to heel. Out of my way, back from the barrel, out of the sunlight, you scum of the devil. Away, hypocrites and sham Abrahams. How dare you come here, arsing and parsing, mumbling for my wine and then bepiddling my barrel? Look out! Here is the stuff Diogenes willed to be laid beside him after death, so he might exterminate such deadly larvae and grave lice as yourself. To your flock, mastiffs, fly hence, buzzards, by all the devils of hell. What, you are still here? By God, for my part, if I stomach you, let me surrender my share of paradise, yes, my share of poppy many, the Pope's temporal possessions. Grr. Grrrrrr. KSSSSSS. KSSSS. Away, away with them. Are they not yet gone? May you never contrive a shid without first being lambasted with stirrup straps. May you never squeeze out a piddle without being previously strap-paddoed. And may you never know bodily heat save that induced by the cudgel. Book 3, Prologue. Abuses and blows have more definite targets here than in the Pantagruel prologue. They are aimed at the representatives of the old, gloomy truth of medieval philosophy, of Gothic darkness, the somberly hypocritical and serious, the messengers of darkness. They are the enemies of the new, free, and gay truth, symbolized by the barrel of Diogenes which has been transformed into a cask of wine. They dare to criticize this wine of gay truth and to urinate into the barrel. This is an allusion to denunciations, slander, persecution inflicted by those whom Rabelais called Achelasts upon the new truth. These enemies have come in order to culletons articular mon ven. The word articular means to criticize, to condemn, but Rabelais shows that it contains the syllable cul, the backside, which lends it a debasing, abusive connotation. The word culletons means swinging the buttocks to and fro. In the last chapter of Pantagruel, Rabelais uses this method of abuse in a broader sense. Speaking of the hypocritical monks who spend their time reading Pantagruelesque books not for amusement's sake but in order to denounce and slander them, he writes, "Scavoir est articulant, monarticulant, torticulant, culletant, coetant et diabliculant, se a dire calumniant." Ecclesiastical censorship, of the Sorbonne, a calumny directed against the gay truth, is cast down to the bodily cul, lower stratum, and the reproductive organs, coeon. Further, Rabelais pursues this debasement, comparing the ecclesiastical censors to the ragamuffins who roam the countryside during the cherry season, picking cherry stones from children's excrement and selling them. Let us turn back to the conclusion of the prologue. Its dynamism is still further increased by reproducing the shouts of the shepherds inciting their dogs to chase the flocks. Grr. grrrrr. KSSSS. The last lines of the prologue contain a sharp abusive debasement. In order to express the mediocrity and lack of productivity of these gloomy slanderers of good wine, the author declares that they are unable to urinate, defecate, or be sexually stimulated unless they are beaten. In other words, they can be productive only under the stress of fear and suffering, in the original text sanglades d'estivières and à l'estrapade, i.e., public torture and whipping. This masochism of gloomy calumniators is here a grotesque degradation of fear and suffering, the two leading motives of medieval ideology. The image of defecation from fear is a traditional debasement not of the coward only but of fear itself. This is one of the important variants of the Malbras theme. It is treated in detail by Rabelais in the fourth book in the episode that was the last he was to write himself. In the third and fourth books, especially in the fourth, Panurge has become a pious and cowardly man. Terrorized by mystic fantasies as he sat in the dark storeroom, he mistook the cat for the devil and defecated from fear. Thus a mystical vision caused by fear has been transformed into a bodily image. Rabelais even gives here a medical analysis of this occurrence. The retentive faculty of the nerve which restrains the muscle called sphincter, arsehole to you, had slackened before the violence of Panurge's terror during his fantastic visions. Add to this the thunder of the cannonade, always more dreadful between decks than above, and you need not wonder at Panurge's distress. One of the symptoms and mishaps of fear is that it usually opens the back door of the rotunda where fecal guests await their turn to emerge. Book 4, Chapter 67. Further, Rabelais tells the story of Pandolf de la Cascina of Siena, who suffered from constipation and asked the innkeeper to frighten him with a pitchfork. He tells another story about François Villon, who praised King Edward of England for having painted the French royal arms in his privies. The emblem filled the English sovereign with fear. Edward thought that he was thus debasing France, but actually the terrifying picture helped him to relieve himself. This old tale dating from the 13th century has been preserved in several variants referring to different historic personages, but it always shows fear as a remedy for constipation. This debasement of suffering and fear is an important element in the general system of degradation directed at medieval seriousness. Indeed, all Rabelais prologues are devoted to this theme. We saw that the prologue of Pantagruel is a travesty that transposes the medieval conception of the only salutary truth into the flippant language of advertising. The prologue of Gargantua debases the hidden meaning, the secret, the terrifying mysteries of religion, politics, and economics. Degradation is achieved by transforming these mysteries into festive scenes of eating and drinking. Laughter must liberate the gay truth of the world from the veils of gloomy lies spun by the seriousness of fear, suffering, and violence. The theme of the third book's prologue is similar. It is the defense of the gay truth and of the right to laughter. It is the debasement of medieval gloom and slander. The last scene of abuse and the chasing away of the hypocrites from Diogenes' barrel of wine, the symbol of the gay and free truth, brings a dynamic conclusion to all these degradations. It would be a mistake to think that the Rabelaisian debasement of fear and suffering was prompted by coarse cynicism. We must not forget that the image of defecation, like all the images of the lower stratum, is ambivalent and that the element of reproductive force, birth, and renewal is alive in it. We have already sought to prove this, and we find here further substantiation. Speaking of the masochism of the gloomy slanderers, Rabelais also mentions sexual stimulus together with defecation. At the end of the fourth book, Panurge, who defecated from fear and was mocked by his companions, finally rids himself of his terror and regains his cheerfulness. He exclaims, "Oh, ho, 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 ho! What the devil is this? Do you call this ordure, ejection, excrement, evacuation, dejecta, fecal matter, egesta, copros, scatos, dung, crap, turds? Not at all, not at all, it is but the fruit of the shittim tree, Sela. Let us drink." Book 4, Chapter 67. These are the last words of the fourth book, and actually the last sentence of the entire book that was written by Rabelais' own hand. Here we find 12 synonyms for excrement, from the most vulgar to the most scientific. At the end it is described as a tree, something rare and pleasant. And the tirade concludes with an invitation to drink, which in Rabelaisian imagery means to be in communion with truth. Here we find the ambivalent image of excrement, its relation to regeneration and renewal and its special role in overcoming fear. Excrement is gay matter. In the ancient scatological images, as we have said, it is linked to the generating force and to fertility. On the other hand, excrement is conceived as something intermediate between earth and body, as something relating the one to the other. It is also an intermediate between the living body and dead disintegrating matter that is being transformed into earth, into manure. The living body returns to the earth its excrement, which fertilizes the earth as does the body of the dead. Rabelais was able to distinguish these nuances clearly. As we shall see further, they were not alien to his medical views. Moreover, as an artist and an heir to grotesque realism, he conceived excrement as both joyous and sobering matter, at the same time debasing and tender. It combined the grave and birth in their lightest, most comic, least terrifying form. Therefore, there is nothing grossly cynical in Rabelais' scatological images, nor in the other images of grotesque realism, the slinging of dung, the drenching in urine, the volley of scatological abuse hurled at the old, dying, yet generating world. All these images represent the gay funeral of this old world. They are, in the dimension of laughter, like handfuls of sod gently dropped into the open grave, like seeds sown in the earth's bosom. If the image is applied to the gloomy, disincarnated medieval truth, it symbolizes bringing it down to earth through laughter. All this should not be forgotten in the analysis of the scatological images that abound in Rabelais' novel. Let us return to the prologue of the third book. As yet we have looked only at its first and last lines. It begins with the cry of the barker and ends with Billingsgate abuse, but these marketplace forms, with which we are already familiar, do not exhaust our subject. There is another, important aspect of this life. In it we hear the voice of the herald announcing mobilization, siege, war, or calling all corporations and guilds to order. This is the historic setting of the marketplace. The central image of the third prologue is Diogenes and his behavior during the siege of Corinth. Rabelais apparently borrowed this image from Lucian's treatise How to Write History, but he was also familiar with the Latin translation of this episode given by Bede in his dedication to the annotations to the Pandects. But this brief scene is completely transformed in the prologue, where it becomes full of allusions to contemporary events, the struggle of France against Charles V and the defensive measures undertaken in Paris. These measures adopted by the citizens are described in every detail. The prologue offers the famous enumeration of defensive engineering works and armaments. This is the largest listing of its kind in world literature. For instance, there are 13 terms for swords and 8 for lances. This enumeration of war engines and weapons has an oral character. It is a loud street ordnance. We have many of these ordinances in the literature of the late Middle Ages, especially in the Mysteries. They contain, in particular, long listings of weapons. Thus, in the parade of the Old Testament mystery play, 15th century, Nebuchadnezzar's officers name 40 different types of arms. In another 15th century mystery, the martyrdom of Saint Quentin, the Roman commander, too, names 40 different weapons. These declamations had a popular form. They represented a display of armed forces that had to impress the people. Heralds made similar announcements about types of weapons, regiments, and banners at the time of call to arms and mobilization for campaigns. See the call to arms of King Picrochole in Rabelais' novel. There were also listings of soldiers receiving an award or killed in battle. These calls and enumerations were loud and solemn in tone. They were impressive because of the long lists of names and military terms as well as the long orations made on these occasions by the heralds, as featured by Rabelais. The lengthy strings of names and military terms and the accumulation of epithets, which sometimes covered several pages, were common in the 15th and 16th centuries. We find a great number of them in Rabelais. For instance, In the third prologue 64 adjectives describe the actions and manipulations applied by Diogenes to his barrel, as a parallel to the citizens' activities. Again, in the third book we find 303 epithets describing the male sexual organ in good or bad condition, and 208 epithets depicting the stupidity of the clown Triboulet. In Pantagruel there are 144 titles of books in St. Victor's library, and in the same book 79 characters representing hell. In the fourth book, we have 140 names of cooks who entered the pig in the sausage war. There are also in this book 212 comparisons in the description of Kerm Prenant and 138 dishes offered by the gastrolators to their god. All these epithets express either praise or abuse in hyperbolic form. But there are, of course, essential differences in these terms, and they serve an artistic purpose. We shall return to their aesthetic and stylistic value in our last chapter. Here we shall merely point out their specific traits, their monumental character and their parade and marketplace form. The announcements lend the third prologue a completely new tone. Of course Rabelais brings no herald into his novel. The enumerations are recited by the same author who spoke in the voice of the barker, who cried out like a hawker and hurled a volley of abuse at his enemies. But now he speaks in the solemn and pompous tone of the town herald, resounding with the national patriotic enthusiasm of the time when Rabelais was writing his novel. The historic importance of that time is directly expressed in the following words: I would deem it very disgraceful indeed to stand aside as but an idle spectator whilst so many valiant and eloquent heroes perform soul-stirring roles in the magnificent epic spectacle all Europe watches today. But even this solemn, pompous, and monumental tone is combined in the prologue with other elements, for instance, with indecent jokes about the Corinthian women who served military defense after their own fashion. We continue to hear the laughter of the marketplace. Rabelais and his contemporaries were not afraid of humor in their rendition of history, they were afraid only of petrified narrow seriousness. In the prologue Diogenes does not take part in the military activities of his fellow citizens. But in order to manifest his zeal at this important moment of history, he rolls his barrel up to the fortifications and performs a number of senseless and aimless manipulations. To describe these gestures, Rabelais uses 64 terms borrowed from technology and various trades. This feverish activity around the barrel is a parody of the citizens' serious preparations. But here again there is no bare negation of this patriotic work, the accent is placed on the fact that Diogenes' flippant parody is also useful, that he also serves in his way the defense of Corinth. No one should be idle, but laughter is not an idle occupation. The right to laughter and gay parody is here opposed not to the heroic citizens of Corinth but to the gloomy calumniators, to the enemies of free humor. Therefore when the author compares his role to that of Diogenes at the siege of Corinth, he transforms his tub into a barrel filled with wine, Rabelais' favorite image of gay and free truth. We have already discussed the scene of the calumniators and Agelasts driven away from the barrel. Thus, the prologue of the third book uncrowns intolerant seriousness and defends the rights of laughter which must prevail even in the most serious historic struggle. The same theme is presented in the two prologues of the fourth book, the so-called Old Prologue and the letter of dedication to Cardinal Adet. In these prologues Rabelais develops his doctrine of the gay physician and of the healing virtue of laughter founded on Hippocrates and on other medical authorities. There are also many marketplace laments, especially in the old prologue. We shall here examine the image of the physician who amuses his patients. We must stress first of all that this image of the physician in the prologues of the fourth book contains substantial popular elements. Rabelais' physician is unlike the caricature of the professional narrow-minded doctor in the literature of a later period. The Rabelaisian image is complex, universal, and ambivalent. This paradoxical figure is a composite of Hippocrates' noble physician equal to God and of the scatophagus who devours excrement in antique comedies, mimes, and medieval facetities. The physician is essentially connected with the struggle of life and death in the human body and has a special relation to childbirth and the throes of death. He participates in death and procreation. He is not concerned with the completed and closed body but with the one that is born, which is in the stage of becoming. The body that interests him is pregnant, delivers, defecates, is sick, dying, and dismembered. In one word, it is the body as it appears in abuses, curses, oaths, and generally in all grotesque images. As a participant and witness of the struggle between life and death in the invalid's body, the physician is specifically linked with elimination, especially with urine, which played an important part in ancient medicine. Old prints usually represent the doctor examining a glass of urine. 142 He reads in it the patient's fate, it answers the question of life and death. In his letter to Cardinal Adet, Rabelais cited the case of the severe doctor and quoted from Maître Pathelin, a character in a farce, the patient's typical question. Doctor, doesn't my urine tell if I shall perish or get well? Book 4, Letter to Cardinal Adet. Thus urine and other eliminations, excrement, vomit, sweat, had in ancient medicine the connotation of life and death, in addition to their link with the lower stratum of the body and with earth. Rabelais' image of the physician is still more complex. In his mind the cement which holds all these different elements together, from Hippocrates to the comic doctor, is precisely laughter in its universal, ambivalent sense. In his letter to Cardinal Adet, the author offers a characteristic definition of the medical practice. Hippocrates fittingly compares the practice of medicine to a struggle, and also to a farce with three characters, the patient, the physician, and the disease. The farcical concept of the physician and of the struggle of life and death, with scatological accessories and a universal meaning, is typical for the time of Rabelais. We find it in the works of certain 16th-century authors and in the anonymous literature of faceties, sottiers, and farces. For instance, in one of the farces the gay and carefree children of folly enter the service of the world. But the world cannot be pleased and is irritable, it is sick. A physician is called and after examining the world's urine diagnoses a disease of the brain. The patient fears a universal catastrophe, a destruction by flood and fire. Finally, the children of folly bring back their patient to a cheerful and carefree mood. Compared to Rabelais' picture, the faceties is far more coarse and primitive. But the traditional composition of the images is similar to that in the novel, including the flood and fire in their carnivalesque aspect. The universal and cosmic nature of these images is clearly shown in the sottiers, but they bear a rather abstract character nearer to allegory. We have examined the role of the marketplace and its voices in Rabelais' work. We said that the popular genres penetrated the literary sphere of that time, and we have seen this exemplified in the prologues. We shall now deal with certain genres of this category individually. Let us first look at the simplest genre but one that is important for Rabelais, the street cries, especially the cries of Paris. The cries were loud advertisements called out by the Paris street vendors. 143 and composed according to a certain versified form. Each cry had 4 lines offering and praising a certain merchandise. The first collection of Paris cries was compiled by Guillaume de Villeneuve in the 13th century, the last by Clement Jacquin in the 16th century. These are the cries of Rabelais' time. There is considerable material belonging to the period between these two dates, especially to the first half of the 15th century. Thus the history of the famous cries can be traced through almost 4 centuries. 144. The cries de Paris were very popular. A special farce featuring these advertisements was produced in the 16th century and was similar to the Comedy of Proverbs and the Comedy of Songs created a century later. The 17th century painter Abraham Bosse has a picture called The Cries of Paris, representing the city's street vendors. This genre is an important document of those times, not only for the historian of language and culture but also for the literary critic. The cries had no specific character like that of modern advertisements. Neither did literature of that time, even in its higher forms, exclude any type of human speech, though of a practical and lowly nature. The national French language of that period was becoming for the first time the language of great literature, science, and ideology. Before this time it had been the language of folklore, of the marketplace, the street, the bazaar, or the merchant row, the language of the cries de Paris. The intrinsic value of the lowly language in creating the literary forms was considerable. The role of the cries in the marketplace and in the streets was important. The city rang with these many voices. Each food, wine, or other merchandise had its own words and melody and its special intonations, its distinct verbal and musical imagery. We may judge of this immense variety from the 1545 collection by Truck, 107 cries which are cried every day in Paris. Even the examples given in this collection do not embrace the entire subject, since many more cries than those listed by Truck could be heard in the Paris streets. We must recall that not only was all advertising oral and loud in those days, actually a cry, but that all announcements, orders, and laws were made in this loud oral form. Sound, the proclaimed word, played an immense role in everyday life as well as in the cultural field. It was even greater than in our days, in the time of the radio. As for the 19th century, compared with the era of Rabelais, it was silent. This fact should not be ignored when studying the style of the 16th century and especially the style of Rabelais. The culture of the common folk idiom was to a great extent a culture of the loud words spoken in the open, in the street and marketplace. And the cries of Paris played their own considerable part in this culture. What did the cries mean to Rabelais? We find direct allusions to this genre in his novel. When King Anarchus was defeated and deposed, Panurge decided to put him to work and made him a vendor of green sauce. He trained the king to cry his merchandise, but the miserable Anarchus could not learn fast enough. Rabelais does not give us the contents of the advertisement, but in the Truck collection of 1545 a green sauce is listed among the 107 items. But the matter is not restricted to Rabelais' direct or indirect allusions to the cries of Paris. Their influence and their parallel meaning should be examined in a far wider and deeper sense. First of all, we must be reminded of the important role of advertising and announcements in Rabelais novels. True, it is not always possible to distinguish in the novel the images of commercial advertising of the city streets from those of the barker, apothecary, actor, quack, and astrologer making their announcements at the fairs, but the cries doubtless made their contribution to Rabelais' work. Their influence is found in certain of the epithets in the novel that reveal a culinary origin and are borrowed from the vocabulary praising the foods and wines offered for sale. Under Rabelais' pen the names of dishes, venison, vegetables, wines, household objects, and kitchen utensils have an intrinsic value. An object is named for its own sake. The world of food and material objects occupies considerable space in the novel. But this is the very world which was daily offered in all its richness and variety in the cries of the street vendors. We also find food, drink, and houseware in the paintings of the Flemish masters, as well as in the minute descriptions of banquets so often presented in 16th century literature. All that was related to the table and kitchen suited the taste and spirit of the times. But the cries of Paris represented in themselves a noisy kitchen and a loud, abundantly served banquet. Every food and dish had its own rhyme and melody. Together, they made a never-ending symphony of feasting, a symphony that obviously influenced literary images, and those of Rabelais in particular. In writings contemporary to our author, banquet and kitchen imagery was not narrowed to the petty details of everyday life but had a more or less universal meaning. One of the best Protestant satires of the second part of the 16th century is entitled, The Satire of the Pope's Kitchen, Les Satires Chrétiennes de la Cuisine Papale. The 8 satires represent the Catholic Church as a gigantic kitchen spread all over the earth. Chimneys form the belfry, the bells are cooking pans, the altars dining tables. The various prayers and rituals are pictured as foods, an extremely rich culinary nomenclature being used for this purpose. The Protestant satire is the heir to grotesque realism. It debases the Catholic Church and its rituals by bringing them down to the lower bodily stratum symbolized by food and kitchen. A universal meaning is obviously given to these images. The link with the lower stratum is even more clearly shown in the culinary images of macaronic poetry. It can also be clearly seen in the moralites, farces, sautilles, and other genres where symbolically broad kitchen and banquet scenes play a considerable part. We have already mentioned the meaning of food and kitchen utensils in such popular festive forms as carnivals, chivalry, and diable rise. The participants of these shows were armed with oven forks, pokers, roasting spits, pots, and pans. We know of the huge sausages and buns specially prepared for carnivals and carried in solemn procession. 145 Indeed, one of the oldest forms of hyperbolic grotesque was the exaggerated size of foodstuffs. In this exaggerated form of valuable matter we see for the first time the positive and absolute meaning of size and quantity in an aesthetic image. Hyperboles of food parallel the most ancient hyperboles of belly, mouth, and phallus. A distant echo of these material positive hyperboles is heard in literature presenting symbolically enlarged images of the inn, the hearth, and the market. Even in Zola's The Belly of Paris we find such a symbolic enlargement, a kind of mythologization of a market. Victor Hugo has many Rabelaisian allusions. Describing his voyage down the Rhine, he exclaims in one scene in which he enters an inn with its blazing hearth, Sijateus Homer ou Rabelais, je dirais, cette cuisine est un monde dont cette camine est le soleil. If I were Homer or Rabelais I would say that this kitchen is a world and this chimney its sun. Hugo understood to perfection the universal, cosmic meaning of the kitchen and hearth in the Rabelaisian system of images. So we have seen that the Cris were connected with one of the most important trends of thought in the imagery of the 16th century. They were interpreted in the light of the hearth and the kitchen which in its turn reflected the light of the sun. They were part of the great utopia of the banquet. It is in this broad connection that we must recognize the direct influence of the cries of Paris on Rabelais and their importance in helping us to understand his work and the entire literature of the Renaissance. 146. For Rabelais and his contemporaries the cries of Paris were not a mere document of life in the modern sense of the world. This genre, which later became in literature a mere picture of Maurice, was filled with philosophic meaning for our author. The cries were not isolated from current events, from history. They were an essential part of the marketplace and street, they merged with the general popular festive and utopian world. Rabelais heard in them the tones of a banquet for all the people, for all the world. These utopian tones were immersed in the depths of concrete, practical life, a life that could be touched, that was filled with aroma and sound. This was completely in accord with the specific character of all Rabelaisian images, which combine a broad universalism and utopianism with extraordinarily concrete, obvious, and vivid traits, strictly localized and technically precise. The declamations of the vendors of various drugs are very similar to the cries of Paris. These tirades are one of the oldest practices of the market. The image of the physician advertising his remedy is also one of the oldest in world literature. Among Rabelais' French predecessors let us recall Rabelais, the author of the famous Dis de l'herberie, the tale of the herbs. Rabelais presents the typical cry of a quack praising his medicines in grotesque, satiric form. The doctor has a remarkable herb that increases sexual potency. The connection of the doctor with regeneration as well as with death is, as we have seen, traditional. In Rabelais this theme is subdued, in Rabelais it is usually expressed in all its force and frankness. Medical hawking is scattered throughout the novel, in crude, or in disguised form. We have mentioned the prescription of the chronicles as a remedy for toothache, gout, and syphilis. The element of medical hawking also appears in the third prologue, and a somewhat more subtle form in Friar John's praise of the monastic habit as a remedy for sexual impotence and of the breviary as a cure for insomnia. An interesting example of more complex medical advertisement is the famous praise of Pantagruelian which concludes the third book. This eulogy of incombustible hemp is borrowed from Pliny's praise of flax in his Natural History. But as in all cases when Rabelais borrowed from other sources, he completely transformed the writing. In his own context it is marked with his typical seal. Pliny's praise of flax is purely rhetorical. Genetically speaking, rhetoric is related to the marketplace but nothing has remained of the marketplace in Pliny's text, it is the product of refined culture. Rabelais, on the other hand, has a popular tone similar to that of the tale of the herbs, the cry of the collector of medicinal plants and of the vendor of wonder unguents. We also find in Rabelais the echo of local folklore, of legends similar to our own magic grass. 147 From the marketplace style and folklore, Pantagruel's announcement acquires its utopian radicalism and its deep optimism, completely alien to the pessimistic Pliny. But of course the exterior form of the cries is considerably mitigated in the eulogy of Pantagruelian. In post-Rabelaisian literature we must note the brilliant use of medical advertisement borrowed from the Menippus satire. This remarkable work, which has been discussed previously, is saturated with marketplace elements. The introductory part of the satire, corresponding to the cri of the Moralities and Soties, portrays a Spanish quack. While the members of the League are holding a meeting at the Louvre, the quack is busy outside selling a miraculous universal drug which preserves from all misfortunes and evils and which is called the Spanish Catholicon. He cries out the praise of this drug and its many virtues. This exaggerated eulogy gaily and bitingly unmasks Catholic politics. The introduction creates the atmosphere of cynical frankness with which the members of the League denounce themselves and their own plans, as shown in the next chapters of the satire. The announcement of the Spanish quack resembles Rabelais prologues in its structure and parodical spirit. The cries of Paris and the cries of quacks and druggists operating at the fairs belong to the eulogizing genres of folk humor. They too, of course, are ambivalent, they too are filled with both laughter and irony. They may at any moment show their other side, that is, they may be turned into abuses and oaths. They too exercise the debasing function, they materialize the world, lending it a bodily substance. They are essentially connected with the lower stratum. The other side of marketplace hawking is represented, as we have said, by abuses, curses, and oaths. They are ambivalent, but it is the negative pole of the lower stratum which here prevails: death, sickness, disintegration, dismemberment of the body, its rending apart and swallowing up. We have analyzed a series of curses and abuses in our discussion of the prologues. Now we shall have to examine another form of Billingsgate speech, the profanities and oaths. They are related to the curses and abuses in origin and also in ideological and artistic function. Abuses, curses, profanities, and improprieties are the unofficial elements of speech. They were and are still conceived as a breach of the established norms of verbal address. They refuse to conform to conventions, to etiquette, civility, respectability. These elements of freedom, if present in sufficient numbers and with a precise intention, exercise a strong influence on the entire contents of speech, transferring it to another sphere beyond the limits of conventional language. Such speech forms, liberated from norms, hierarchies, and prohibitions of established idiom, become themselves a peculiar argot and create a special collectivity, a group of people initiated in familiar intercourse, who are frank and free in expressing themselves verbally. The marketplace crowd was such a collectivity, especially the festive, carnivalesque crowd at the fair. The character of the elements capable of transforming a language and of creating a free collectivity of familiar intercourse was subject to certain changes in each successive period. Many improprieties that in the 17th century acquired the power of transforming the context of speech did not possess this power in the time of Rabelais. They did not then transgress the limits of the established language. Unofficial, unprintable, argot also varied in force. Every age has its own norms of official speech and propriety. 148 And every age has its own type of words and expressions that are given as a signal to speak freely, to call things by their own names, without any mental restrictions and euphemisms. The use of these colloquialisms created the atmosphere of frankness, inspired certain attitudes, a certain unofficial view of the world. These liberties were fully revealed in the festive square when all hierarchic barriers between men were lifted and a true familiar contact was established. Here all men became conscious participants in that one world of laughter. In Rabelais' time the so-called jurons, that is, profanities and oaths, were just such colloquialisms. They were mostly concerned with sacred themes, the body of Christ, the blood of Christ, holy days, saints, and relics. In most cases these expressions were the remnants of ancient sacral formulas. The Jurons abounded in familiar speech, distinct social groups and even individuals had their own vocabulary of oaths, or a favorite that they used continually. Among Rabelais' heroes Friar John, especially, marks his speech with a flow of oaths, he cannot make a single step without them. When Ponocrates asks him why he uses them, the friar answers that they adorn his speech. They are the flowers of Cicero's rhetoric. Neither does Panurge spare his profane language. Oaths, as we have seen, were the unofficial element of speech. They were even directly forbidden. The struggle to suppress them was conducted from both sides, by the church and government on one hand and by the chamber humanists on the other. The latter saw oaths as useless, parasitical forms of speech which only polluted it and were the heritage of the barbaric Middle Ages. This is the point of view expressed by Ponocrates in the dialogue with Friar John. The church and government disapproved of the sacrilegious use of holy names, and under the church's influence the government often condemned the Jurons in ordinances proclaimed by the heralds. Such ordinances were issued by Charles VII, Louis XI, May 12, 1478, and by Francis I, March, 1525. These condemnations and prohibitions merely strengthened the oath's unofficial character, they sharpened the feeling that the use of a juron meant a breach of the norm of established speech. This in turn intensified the color of speech studded with oaths, rendering it familiar and free. Oaths began to be considered as a certain rejection of official philosophy, a verbal protest. Forbidden fruit is sweet. Even the kings who issued the ordinances against profane language had their own favorite oaths, they were used by public consensus as the non-official nicknames of these sovereigns. The oath sworn by Louis XI was Pasques Dieu, the Lord's Easter, Bonjour Dieu, Good Day of the Lord, was that of Charles VII, and Louis XII was partial to Le Diable m'emporte, May the Devil take me. Francis I swore by the word of honor of an honest man, Foi de gentilhomme. Rabelais' contemporary, Roger de Colargy, wrote a typical poem on the subject of these oaths. Quand la Pasques Dieu décida. Le bonjour Dieu lui succida. Au bonjour Dieu defunt et mort. Succida la diable m'emporte. Louis décide, nous voyons comme. Nous tuist la fée de gentilhomme 149. Just as these characteristic oaths attributed to certain high personages became their nicknames, so specific groups and professions were represented by typical jurons. Rabelais gives a dynamic picture of the marketplace with its social elements represented by their characteristic jurons. When young Gargantua arrives in Paris and, wearied by the crowd's curiosity, drenches it in urine, Rabelais does not describe these people, he merely cites the oaths and curses which broke out at that moment. We can thus identify these various social elements. Upon my word, I think these boobies want me to pay my welcome here and give the bishop an offertory. Quite right, too. I'll treat them. They'll get their drink. I'll recognize my obligations and liquidate I shall, but only PARRIS, for sport. Then smiling, he unfastened his noble codpiece and lugging out his great pleasure rod, he so fiercely bepissed them that he drowned 260,418, exclusive of women and children. By sheer fleetness of foot, a certain number escaped this mighty piss flood, and reaching the top of the Montagne Sainte-Geneviève, beyond the university, sweating, coughing, hawking and out of breath, they began to swear and curse, some in anger, others in jest. God's plague and pox take it. I'll deny God if 's blood. Christ, look yet, it's Merde. Merde. Shit, mother of God. Pakaptian. God's head, roared a Gascon. Das Dike Gott's Leidenskind, bellowed a German trooper. God's passion royal you. Pote de Cristo, an Italian voice rang out. Christ's power. Ventre Saint Canet. By the bellies of all the apostles. God's virtue. By Saint Fiacre of the land of Brie. Book I, Chapter 17. They swore by God's Easter and Christmas, by devil take me, by word of honor of an honest man, by Saint Sausage and Saint Mimica. And each time they called upon a saint they cried out, Nous sommes bens pour ris, we are drenched for fun. Therefore, the city formerly called Lakedia, which in Greek means whiteness, was from that day on called Paris, Paris. We have here a vivid and dynamic loud image of the motley crowd of 16th century Paris. We hear the Gascon swearing by the head of God, the German Landsknecht oath, and that of the greengrocer calling upon Saint Fiacre, who was the patron saint of gardeners in the Brie province, while the shoemaker calls upon Saint Thibaut, and the drunkard upon Saint Godgran. All the other oaths, there are 21 of them, have some specific nuance, some suggestion or association. We find the French king's oaths, already alluded to, aligned in chronological order, an arrangement that confirms the popularity of these royal nicknames. We probably no longer grasp all these nuances and allusions, but they were clearly understood by Rabelais contemporaries. This loud-talking image of the crowd is, as we have seen, built exclusively on oaths, in other words, outside the norms of official speech. The verbal reaction of the crowd is organically merged with gargantuous traditional popular gesture, as free as the crowd's response. Both reveal the unofficial aspect of the world. The gesture and the oaths create the setting for the extremely free parodies of the names of saints. Thus, one of the men in the crowd calls upon Saint Sausage, which here symbolizes the phallus, while the other swears by Saint Godgran 150 or Godet Grand, which means a large tumbler. Grand Godet was also the name of a popular tavern on the Place de Grève. Villon mentions it in his testament. Others invoke Saint Fotin, a parody of Saint Fotin, and Saint Vitus, who in this context also suggests the phallus. Finally, the people call upon Saint Mimica, which was the nickname for a mistress. Thus, all the saints invoked are travesties in the sense that they have connotations either of indulgences or of feasting. In this carnivalesque atmosphere we grasp the meaning of Rabelais' story of Gargantua's drowning 260,418 people in his urine exclusive of women and children. This scriptural formula is taken directly from the gospel story of the crowd fed with 5 loaves of bread. Rabelais quite often uses these formulas. Thus the entire episode of the drenching in urine and the crowd's reaction is a travestied allusion. 151 We shall see that this is not the only travesty of that kind in Rabelais' novel. Before performing his carnivalesque gesture, Gargantua declares that he will do this only Paris, for sport, or laughter's sake. And the crowd concludes its volley of oaths by using the same expression, which, as the author tells us, is the origin of the word Paris. Thus, the entire episode is a gay carnivalesque travesty of the city's name. At the same time it is a parody of the local legends about the origin of names in general. Serious and poetic forms of these legends were popular in France and were created by Jean Lemaire and the other poets of the school of rhetoricians. The name of Paris, the names of saints and martyrs, as well as the gospel miracle, were all drawn into the game for laughter's sake. This was a game in which exalted and sacred things were combined with images of the lower stratum, urine, erotic images, and banquet travesties. Oaths, as the unofficial elements of speech and the profanation of the sacred, were organically woven into the game and were in tune with it. What is the thematic content of the oaths? It is mainly the rending of the human body. Swearing was mostly done in the name of the members and the organs of the divine body, the Lord's body, his head, blood, wounds, bowels, or in the name of the relics of saints and martyrs' feet, hands, fingers which were preserved in churches. The most improper and sinful oaths were those invoking the body of the Lord and its various parts, and these were precisely the oaths most frequently used. The preacher Minot, one of Rabelais' senior contemporaries, condemned in his sermons the excessive use of these oaths, saying, "The one seizes God by his beard, the other by his throat, the third by his head." There are some who speak of Christ the Saviour's humanity with less respect than does a butcher about meat. The moralist Aloy d'Amervalle condemned the oaths in his Diablerie, 1507, he clearly showed the carnivalesque aspect of a body rent to pieces which is the origin of most swearing. ILS Durant SES Dense, SA Test. Suncor, Sun Ventre, Barbiti UX. ETLE Prenant PAR Tantalua. Chu ILS Tashada 2 Costes. Cum chair Apetis Pastes. 152. D'Amer Valley was certainly unaware that he was giving an accurate historical and cultural analysis of the oath. But as a man who lived between the 15th and 16th centuries, he was familiar with the carnival role of butchers and cooks, of the carving knife, and of the minced meat for dressings and sausages. The dismembered body and its anatomization play a considerable part in Rabelais' novel. This is why the theme of oaths and curses is organically woven into the pattern of Rabelaisian images. Friar John, a great lover of oaths, is nicknamed Dien Tamur, chopped meat. Sainian sees here a double allegory, the friar's bellicose spirit and his love of the culinary arts. 153 The important fact is that the fighting temperament, war, battles, and the kitchen cross each other at a certain point, and this point is the dismembered, minced flesh. Culinary images accompanying battle scenes were widely used in the 15th and 16th centuries. They were frequent precisely in the sphere where literature was connected with folk tradition of humor. Pulci compared the battlefield of Roncesvalles to a kettle filled with blood stew of heads, legs and other members of the human body. 154 These images can already be found in the epics of the minstrels. Friar John is truly the Dien Tamur in both senses of this word. The essential link between the two meanings is clearly shown in Rabelais' work. In the episode of the Sausage War, Friar John develops the idea of the military importance of cooks, basing his idea on historic examples of marshals and others who were cooks. The friar becomes the commander of 154 cooks armed with spits, forks, and frying pans, and leads them into the pig, which plays the role of the Trojan horse. During the battle, Friar John behaves as a systematic anatomizer, transforming human bodies into minced meat. 155 His anatomizer function is also pictured in the battle in the vineyard, in which, incidentally, he uses the staff of a cross. This episode contains a long and detailed anatomic list of wounded members and organs, broken bones, and joints. Here is an excerpt from this chapter. He brained some, smashed the legs and arms of others, broke a neck here, cracked a rib there. He flattened a nose or knocked an eye out, crushed a jaw or sent 32 teeth rattling down a bloody gullet. Some had their shoulder blades dislocated, others their thighs lammed to pulp, others their hips wrenched, others their arms battered beyond recognition. Book I, Chapter 27. This long enumeration is typical of Rabelais' anatomization and dismemberment of the human body. The anatomic and culinary treatment is based on the grotesque image of the dissected body which we have already seen in the discussion of abuses, curses, and oaths. And thus, the oaths with their profane culinary dismemberment of the sacred body have brought us back to the culinary theme of the Christ of Paris. They have returned us to the grotesque bodily Billingsgate themes, diseases, monstrosities, organs of the lower stratum. All the elements examined in the present chapter are related to each other both in form and theme. All of them, independently of their literal content, refer to the unofficial aspect of the world, unofficial in tone, laughter, and in contents, the lower stratum. All of them relate to the world's gay matter, which is born, dies and gives birth, is devoured and devours. This is the world which continually grows and multiplies, becomes ever greater and better, ever more abundant. Gay matter is ambivalent, it is the grave and the generating womb, the receding past and the advancing future, the becoming. In spite of their variety, the images analyzed in the present chapter are marked by the inner unity of medieval folk culture, but in Rabelais' novel this unity is organically related to the new Renaissance principle. In this respect the prologues are especially typical. All 5, there are 2 in the 4th book, are excellent examples of Renaissance journalism based on popular genres. We have seen in them the uncrowning of the old medieval philosophy relegated to the past. On the other hand, the prologues are filled with allusions and echoes of the ideological and political highlights of the day. The genres we have examined are relatively primitive, some are even archaic. They have, however, great power of travesty, of debasement and materialization which render the world more carnal. They are deeply traditional and popular, bringing an atmosphere of freedom, frankness, and familiarity. Therefore Rabelais needed them for stylistic purposes. We have seen their role in the prologues. They helped to create an absolutely gay, frank, and fearless speech that was necessary for the attack undertaken by Rabelais against Gothic darkness. These primitive marketplace genres prepared the setting for the popular festive forms and images of the language in which Rabelais expressed his own new truth about the world. Our next chapter is devoted to this language. Chapter 3. Popular festive forms and images in Rabelais. Time is a playing boy who moves the drafts. Domination belongs to the child. Heraclitus. At the end of the preceding chapter we spoke of the anatomizing presentation of beatings and blows and of Rabelais' peculiar carnival and culinary anatomy. These scenes are frequent in his novel, but they do not describe commonplace events. Let us analyze some of them. In the fourth book, Pantagruel and his companions visit the island of the catchpoles. Its inhabitants earn their living by letting themselves be thrashed. Friar John selects a red-snouted catchpole, Rouge-Museau, and pays him 20 gold crowns. Friar John swung his staff manfully, thwacking and cracking red snout so lustily on belly and back, on head and legs that, as he fell to earth, a battered pulp, I feared for the catchpole's death. Book 4, Chapter 16. We see that the anatomic enumeration of the parts of the body has not been neglected. Rabelais goes on to relate, then he gave him his 20 crowns. But the churl rose, happy as a king or a pair of kings, for that matter. Et mon villain devout, eyes come on royo you do. This image of a king and two kings is here directly introduced in order to describe the highest degree of happiness reached by the catchpole who has received his reward. But the image is essentially related to the gay thrashings and abuse as well as to the red snout of the catchpole, to his apparent death, sudden return to life, and jumping up like a clown who has received a beating. Here is a dimension in which thrashing and abuse are not a personal chastisement but are symbolic actions directed at something on a higher level, at the king. This is the popular festive system of images, which is most clearly expressed in Carnival, but, of course, not in Carnival alone. In this dimension, as previously pointed out, the kitchen and the battle meet and cross each other in the image of the rent body. At the time of Rabelais these images were still alive and full of meaning in various forms of folk entertainments as well as in literature. In such a system the king is the clown. He is elected by all the people and is mocked by all the people. He is abused and beaten when the time of his reign is over, just as the carnival dummy of winter or of the dying year is mocked, beaten, torn to pieces, burned, or drowned even in our time. They are gay monsters. The clown was first disguised as a king, but once his reign had come to an end his costume was changed, travestied, to turn him once more into a clown. The abuse and thrashing are equivalent to a change of costume, to a metamorphosis. Abuse reveals the other, true face of the abused, it tears off his disguise and mask. It is the king's uncrowning. Abuse is death, it is former youth transformed into old age, the living body turned into a corpse. It is the mirror of comedy reflecting that which must die a historic death. But in this system death is followed by regeneration, by the new year, new youth, and a new spring. Therefore, abuse is followed by praise, they are two aspects of one world, each with its own body. Abuse with uncrowning, as truth about the old authority, about the dying world, is an organic part of Rabelais' system of images. It is combined with carnivalesque thrashings, with change of costume and travesty. Rabelais drew these images from the living popular festive tradition of his time, but he was also well versed in the antique scholarly tradition of the Saturnalia, with its own rituals of travesties, uncrownings, and thrashings. These are the sources with which we too are familiar, especially through Macrobius Saturnalia. Concerning the clown Tribolet, Rabelais recalls Seneca's words, without naming him and apparently quoting from Erasmus, that kings and clowns have the same horoscope. 156 It is obvious that he also knew the gospel story of the mock crowning, uncrowning, and scourging of the King of the Jews. In his novel Rabelais describes the uncrowning of two kings, Picrochole in the first book, Gargantua, and Anarchus in the second book, Pantagruel. He presents these degradations in a purely carnivalesque spirit but is also influenced by antique and gospel traditions. King Picrochole fled after his defeat. On his way he killed his horse in anger because it had slipped and fallen. In order to continue his journey, Picrochole tried to steal the ass of a nearby mill, but the miller thrashed him, removed his royal robes, and clothed him in a smock. Later the deposed king worked in Lyon as a common laborer. Here we see the elements of the traditional system of images, uncrowning, travesty, thrashing. But we also find some echoes of the Saturnalia, in that the uncrowned king becomes a slave. Moreover, antique slaves were sent to the mill for punishment, where they were beaten and made to tread the millstone. Finally, the ass is the gospel symbol of debasement and humility, as well as concomitant regeneration. 157. King Anarchus' uncrowning is pictured in a similar carnivalesque spirit. After having defeated Anarchus, Pantagruel turns him over to Panurge. The latter first of all dresses the former king in a strange clownish costume and then sends him out as a vendor of green sauce, the lowest step in the social hierarchy. Nor are thrashings omitted. True, Panurge does not beat him but weds him to a grumpy old hag who abuses and thrashes him. Here once more the traditional carnivalesque tradition is strictly observed. 158. As we have said, Rabelais' own legendary life story offers us his carnival image. There are many tales about his travesties and mystifications. One story concerns his masquerade before death. During his last illness Rabelais asked to be dressed in a domino and quoted the Holy Scripture from Revelation, Vidi qui in Domini moriuntur, blessed are those who die in the Lord. The carnivalesque character of this episode is obvious. The disguise is here implemented by the travesty of the scriptural text. But let us return to the red-snouted catchpole thrashed and rewarded at the same time like two kings. The image of thrashing along with anatomizing has conjured up characteristic carnival elements, for instance, the comparison to the old king who is dead and to the new one who is resurrected. All believe the catchpole to have been beaten to death, the old king, but he jumps up alive and gay, the new king. His red snout is the clown's rouged mask. All the other scenes of fighting and beating have a similar carnivalesque character in Rabelais' novel. 159. The episode of the catchpole's thrashing is preceded by 4 chapters devoted to a similar thrashing in the house of the Lord of Basque and to the tragic farce enacted by François Villon at Saint-Maxent. The noble Lord of Basque invented an ingenious method of thrashing some catchpoles, slanderers who came to his castle with a summons to court. In Touraine, where the episode took place, as well as in Poitiers and other French provinces, there existed the custom of the so-called nappies à midi-ines, gauntlet weddings. During the wedding feast the guests cuffed each other jokingly. The person who was subjected to these light blows could not complain, they were consecrated and legalized by custom. And so each time a slanderer came to Basque's castle, a mock wedding was celebrated, and the plaintiff inevitably had to join the guests. First, an old fat red-faced catchpole arrived at the castle. During the wedding feast the guests, as usual, began to cuff each other and then it was the visitors' turn. They whacked with lusty gauntlet, knocking their enemy dizzy, bruising his whole frame, making one eye like nothing so much as a poached egg with black butter sauce, smashing 8 ribs, staving in his chest, and cleaving his shoulder blades in 4, breaking his jaw into 3 separate parts and accomplishing the whole amid good-natured laughter, etl tout and riant. Book 4, Chapter 12. The carnivalesque character of this chastisement is obvious. We even see here a carnival within a carnival but with realistic consequences for the beaten slanderer. The very custom of the gauntlets is a carnival rite, linked with fertility, with procreative force, with time. Custom grants the right of a certain freedom and familiarity, the right to break the usual norms of social relations. In our episode, the wedding is fictional, it is a farce, a mystification, but it is also a scene of dual meaning in which the slanderer receives real blows dealt with armed fists. Let us also stress the culinary and medical description of the thrashing. The carnivalesque style is brought out even more sharply in the punishment of the second catchpole who arrived 4 days later. In contrast to the first visitor, this man is young, tall, and thin. The first and second visitors, though not appearing at the same time, form a typical comic pair based on contrasts, fat and thin, old and young, tall and short. 160 Such contrasting pairs still appear in comic plays and circus shows. Don Quixote and Sancho belong to this category. 161. A mock wedding is also arranged for the second visitor. The participants are directly described by Rabelais as les personnages de la farce. As the slanderer, a protagonist of the coming beating, enters the hall, all the persons present, the chorus, begin to laugh, and so does their guest, a son entre chacun commence sourire, chiquinis rioit par compagnie. Thus the farce opens. At the given signal the wedding ritual begins. Then, when the food and wine are brought in, the traditional cuffing is started. They laid on so heartily that blood spurted from his mouth, nose, ears, and eyes. Catchpole was beaten to a pulp, his shoulders dislocated, his head, neck, back and breast pounded into mincemeat. You may take my word for it that Avignon, in carnival time, never produced youngsters that played more melodiously at thump socket than these vassals of my Lord of Basque upon the person of Catchpole. The poor fellow fell, in a faint, to the ground. They poured several gallons of wine into his snout, they tied yellow and green ribbons, for favors, to his doublet, and they set him on his snotty horse. Book 4, Chapter 14. We see once more the anatomizing dismemberment and the culinary and medical terms which accompany it. Mouth, eyes, head, neck, back, chest, arms are listed. This is a carnival dismemberment of the protagonist of the comic play. It offers Rabelais the occasion to mention the Carnival of Avignon and the game known as Rafa played by the students. Their cuffing was not administered more melodiously than the one inflicted on the catchpole. The end of the scene is characteristic. The beaten visitor is actually travestied as a king of clowns. His face is drenched in wine, probably red wine, since he is red-faced like Friar John's catchpole. And finally, he is decorated with yellow and green ribbons as a carnival victim. 162. In the famous enumeration of the 216 games played by Gargantua, Book I, Chapter 22, there is one called Au Boeuf Violis. In certain French cities a custom was preserved almost to our time to lead a fat ox through the streets during carnival season. This was the time when the slaughter of cattle and the eating of meat were still permitted, as well as weddings and sexual intercourse, forbidden during Lent. The ox was led in solemn procession accompanied by the playing of violas, hence its name Boeuf Violis. Its head was decorated with multicolored ribbons. Unfortunately, we do not know in what the game of Boeuf Violis consisted, but most likely it implied some cuffing. The ox was to be slaughtered, it was to be a carnivalesque victim. It was a king, a procreator, symbolizing the city's fertility. At the same time, it was the sacrificial meat, to be chopped up for sausages and pâtés. We can now see why the beaten catchpole was decorated with ribbons. Thrashing is as ambivalent as abuse changed into praise. There is no pure abstract negation in the popular festive system of images, it tends to embrace both poles of becoming in their contradiction and unity. The one who is thrashed or slaughtered is decorated. The beating itself has a gay character, it is introduced and concluded with laughter. The picture of the thrashing of the third catchpole at Lord Basque's house is the most interesting and most elaborately described. This time the slanderer arrives with 2 witnesses. Once more the fictional wedding is arranged. During the feast the visitor himself suggests that the good old tradition of nappies à midi be resumed and is the first to start the cuffing. At once the gauntlets rain down upon him to good purpose. Catchpole's head was split in 9 different places. The first bailiff's right arm was broken. The second bailiff's upper jaw was dislocated, so that it fell halfway over his chin, bearing his uvula, with great prejudice to his molar, masticatory, and canine teeth. Trudon changed the rhythm of his drumming, at once gauntlets vanished miraculously, and refreshments were served, ever more plentiful. The general merriment increased, friend drank to friend, and the whole company to Catchpole and his bailiffs. "God damn this wedding," cried Udart. "That cursed bailiff there dislocata crucios nuggered my shoulder." But for all his wrath, he drank the fellow's health, punctuating his toasts with the old-fashioned refrain and the old-fashioned thump. The unjawed bailiff joined his hands, as though in prayer, in a pantomime of apology. He could not speak. Lawyer complained bitterly that the bailiff with dislocated shoulders had, with his leg up mutton fist, fetched his elbow such a thwack that he was bruised black and contused blue down to his very heels. Book 4, Chapter 15. The injuries inflicted upon the Catchpole and his bailiffs are, as usual, described with the anatomizing enumeration of injured organs. The thrashing itself has a special solemn and festive character. It is administered at a banquet to the accompaniment of the bridal drum, and it changes its rhythm when the punishment is over and when a new outburst of merriment marks the feast. The change of the drum's rhythm and the new spirit of the feast bring us to a new comic phase, the mocking of the victim who was beaten. Those who did the thrashing pretend to have been thrashed. Each plays the role of a crippled person and accuses the visitors. This unbridled scene grows in impact. Each actor gives an exaggerated description of his injury in incredibly long and complex orations. Rabelais chose the words they use not without calculation. They illustrate by various sounds the nature of the injury. The length and variety of the syllables render the number and the violence of the blows. When spoken, they cripple the organs of speech, like tongue twisters. Their very length and difficulty of pronunciation grow constantly with every participant in the game. If Udart's word has 8 syllables, in the French text, the one uttered by Lawyer has 13. Thanks to this method, the unrestrained character of Carnival penetrates the language of this scene, which is further developed thus. Trudon protested, as he put his handkerchief over his left eye, and pointed to his drum, stove in on one side. "What harm had I done them? They were not content to mangle sketch blemish disfigure punch my poor eye, they had to bash in my drum. God knows, tabors are usually beaten and drum skins pierced at weddings, but taborers, far from being struck, are royally entertained. Let the devil use my drum for a nightcap." Book 4, Chapter 15. The scene of the beaten slanderers grows in impetus, the handkerchief over the black eye, the broken drum. The word describing the degree of injuries also continues growing. It now contains more syllables, and the syllables present a greater variety. The image of the drum is also characteristic. For the correct understanding of the entire episode and the peculiar nature of the injuries, it is necessary to hold in mind the fact that the wedding drum had an erotic connotation. To beat this drum or any similar instrument meant to perform the sexual act. The drummer, tabouriner or tabourer, was the lover. In Rabelais days this meaning was generally known. Rabelais himself, in the first book, chapter 8, speaks of the tabourers of Emperor Octavian's daughter, that is, her lovers. He also uses the word drum in the erotic sense in the second book, chapter 25, and in the third book, chapter 28. Words like stroke, to strike, to beat, and stick, baston, were also used in this sense. The phallus was called baston de mariage or baston à un bout. We find this expression in the third book, chapter 18.163. Of course, the bridal cuffing also had the meaning of the sexual act. It was used in describing the beating of the catchpoles, which occurred during a bridal cuffing accompanied by the sound of a drum. This is why the entire episode described above presents no ordinary fight, no commonplace blows administered in everyday life. The blows have here a broadened, symbolic, ambivalent meaning. They at once kill and regenerate, put an end to the old life and start the new. The entire episode is filled with a Bacchic atmosphere. At the same time, the thrashing of the catchpoles has also a fully realistic meaning, as far as the seriousness of the injuries and their final aim are concerned. They are thrashed in order to free the Lord of Basque once for all from his enemies' intrigues, and this is successfully achieved. The catchpoles are also the representatives of the old law, of the rights of a world that is dying and receding, but they are inseparable from the new world. Born from the old, they participate in its ambivalence, dying and being reborn, yet tending toward the mortal, negative pole. The beating is a feast of death and regeneration in the comic aspect. Ambivalent volleys of blows are showered on the catchpoles. They are bridal creative blows accompanied by the sound of drums and the tinkling of festive goblets. The catchpoles are beaten like kings. And such are all the thrashings in Rabelais' novel. These feudal kings, Picrocolli and Anarchus, these aged masters of the Sorbonne, Janitus de Bragmerdo, these sacristans, tickle-pecker, hypocritical monks, morose slanderers, gloomy agelasts, are killed, rent, beaten, chased, abused, cursed, derided. They are representatives of the old world but also of that two-bodied world that gives birth in death. By cutting off and discarding the old dying body, the umbilical cord of the new youthful world is simultaneously broken. The Rabelaisian images fix the very moment of this transfer which contains the two poles. Every blow dealt to the old helps the new to be born. The caesarean operation kills the mother but delivers the child. The representatives of the old but generating world are beaten and abused. Therefore, the punishment is transformed into festive laughter. Let us quote another excerpt from the end of this episode. The bride, weeping for laughter and laughing for tears, complained hysterically. Catchpole had not stopped smiting her, without choice or distinction of members. Worse, he had rumpled her hair, and, worst of all, he had graspres drubingra pricknock needed and crumpled her privipudent AP hole. The steward appeared and with his arm in a sling, as though it had been utterly bashbangdislockadecimated. It was Satan himself made me attend this wedding, he grumbled. As a result, by God's power, my arms are crack crumble crusharrowed. Do you call this a wedding? Yes, by God, I call it the marriage described by Lucian in his Symposium. You remember, the philosopher of Sarnosata tells how the king of the Lapithae celebrated a marriage that ended in war between Lapithae and Centaurs. Book 4, Chapter 15. The ambivalence inherent in all the images of this episode acquires here the form of an oxymoronic combination, characteristic of Rabelais' writings, the bride weeping for laughter and laughing for tears. The bride's receiving of blows, which were, it is true, erotic rather than simply harsh, bridal beating, is also typical. In the steward's words concluding the scene we must bring out 2 points. First, a debasing jeu de mot or pun in the original French text, which reduces the word engagement, fiancales, to defecation, fientales, a device typical of grotesque realism, and second, the allusion to Lucian's Feast of the Lapithae. Of all antique banquets this particular symposium is nearest to Rabelaisian scenes, especially to the one just described. Lucian's banquet also ends in a fight, but there is a marked difference. The fight featured in his symposium is a symbolical broadening of the traditional material of his images and seems not to be his intention. He retains an abstract rationalist, somewhat nihilist character. Lucian's traditional images always defy his intentions, they are incomparably richer than his own. He uses a tradition, but its value and quality are almost forgotten by him. Let us sum up the episode we have been analyzing: the thrashing in the House of Basque. All the events shown in this episode present the character of a popular festive comic performance. It is a gay and free play, but it is also full of deep meaning. Its hero and author is time itself, which uncrowns, covers with ridicule, kills the old world, the old authority and truth, and at the same time gives birth to the new. In this game there is a protagonist and a laughing chorus. The protagonist is the representative of a world which is aging, yet pregnant and generating. He is beaten and mocked, but the blows are gay, melodious, and festive. The abuses also follow this merry and creative pattern. The protagonist is adorned as a comic victim with bright ribbons. The images of the bodies rent apart are also important. As each catchpole is beaten, a detailed anatomizing description is added to the scene. The thrashing of the third catchpole and of his bailiffs offers a particularly large amount of torn flesh. Beside the direct injuries inflicted upon them, there is a long list of indirectly hurt organs and members: sprained shoulders, black eyes, crippled legs and arms, injured genital parts. It is a bodily sowing, or more correctly speaking, a bodily harvest, something like a fragment from Empedocles. There is a combination of the battlefield with the kitchen or butcher shop. But such is also, as we know, the theme of Billingsgate oaths and curses. For the present, we merely outline the image of the grotesque body. We shall devote a special chapter to the analysis of its meaning and sources. Thus, everything in this episode is styled in the popular festive comic spirit. But these forms, developed during thousands of years, serve the new historic aims of the epoch. They are filled with powerful historic awareness and lead to a deeper understanding of reality. The episode of Master Villain's trick at St. Maxent is related to the thrashing at the house of Basque and is described by Lord Basque in his instructions to the participants in the comic game. We shall discuss this story at the end of the chapter. All the scenes of thrashing in Rabelais' novel bear, as we have said, a similar character. They are all profoundly ambivalent, everything in them is done with laughter and for laughter's sake, et tout en riant. Let us briefly look at two more of these scenes. In one of them blood is transformed into wine, in the other the fight is changed into a feast. The first scene is the famous episode of the beating by Friar John of 13,622 men in the Abbey Close. This is a most cruel massacre. He felled them like so many hogs. He brained some, smashed the legs and arms of others, broke a neck here, cracked a rib there. He flattened a nose or knocked an eye out, crushed a jaw or sent 32 teeth rattling down a bloody gullet. Some had their shoulder blades dislocated, others their thighs lammed to pulp, others their hips wrenched, others their arms battered beyond recognition. Let a wretched fellow seek hiding amid the densest vines and Friar John ripped him up the back, gutting him like a cur. Let another take to his heels and Friar John split his head at the lamboid suture. Let a third scramble up a tree and Friar John impaled him by the fundament. Where a man had the temerity to offer resistance, Friar John gave an exhibition of muscular competence as he bashed in the rashling's chest, exposing heart and lungs. Thumping others under the ribs, he mauled their stomachs so severely that they died at once. A whack on the navel and what enemy tripe came spurting forth. Undoubtedly, this was the most horrible spectacle ever seen upon earth. Book I, Chapter 27. We have here the very image of a bodily harvest. When the novices came running up to the friar, in the same chapter, he ordered them to cut the throats of the survivors. The little monkeys throttled and dispatched all those Friar John had struck down. Can you guess what instruments they used? Those fine little edge tools children use hereabouts to scoop the kernel out of ripe walnuts. This terrible slaughter was undertaken by Friar John in order to save the wine of the monastery's new crop. And this entire episode is filled not only with gay tones but with triumphant ones. This is the vineyard of Dionysus, the vendange, the feast of the grape harvest. For it was precisely at this time that the fight in the Abbey Close took place. Beyond the blood-saturated mass of torn bodies, the childish little edge tools of the novices give us a glimpse of the vats of that puree septembral, September pulp, so often mentioned by Rabelais. Blood is changed into wine. 164. Let us now have a look at the other episode. We find it in the second book, chapter 26. Pantagruel and his two companions defeat the 660 knights of King Anarchus. By an ingenious use of gunpowder they burn their enemies, and immediately afterwards sit down to a gay feast, Carpalum having brought back from his hunt an enormous amount of venison. Invoking the 9 muses, Epistemon fashioned 9 splendid antique wooden spits, Eusthenes helped skin the game. Panurge laid 2 cuirassier saddles down to serve as endirons. Promoting their prisoner to the rank of cook, they had their venison roasted by the fire in which the enemy burned. Then they doused their food with vinegar and fell to with a vengeance, guzzling like so many famished devils. To see them wolf down their food was a triumphant spectacle. Book 2, Chapter 26. Thus the fire on which the knights were burned was changed into a gay kitchen hearth on which a pile of venison was roasted. The popular festive nature of this bonfire and of the burning of the knights, the effigies of winter, death, the old year, immediately followed by the banquet, becomes even clearer from the story's further development. Pantagruel and his companions decide to put up a triumphal monument on the site of the battle and feast. Pantagruel plants a post on which he hangs up the archaic attributes of the defunct knights: armor, spurs, a coat of mail, a steel gauntlet, leggings. The rhymed inscription on the trophy lauds the victory of the sane human mind over heavy armor. The knights were burned through the new device of gunpowder. Meanwhile, Panurge erects another post to which he attaches the remaining trophies of the feast: a pair of horns, the hide and legs of a roebuck, a hare's ears, and bustard's wings. To these he adds a cruet of vinegar, a horn with salt, a spit, a larding stick, a salt cellar, and a glass. The inscription on the post praises the feast and gives a recipe. 165. The two trophies clearly express the ambivalent character of the entire system of popular festive images. The historic theme of the victory of gunpowder over the knights' heavy armor and castle walls, as in Pushkin's Scenes of Knightly Times, marks the victory of the inventive mind over uncouth, primitive force. This theme is here offered in a carnivalesque form, and in keeping with this mood the second trophy presents comic kitchen paraphernalia. The death of the old world and the merriment of the new world are combined in this system of images. The bonfire which has consumed the old is transformed into the kitchen hearth. The phoenix is reborn from its ashes. Let us recall in this connection Panurge's Turkish episode in which he almost suffers martyrdom at the stake for his faith but is miraculously saved. The episode is presented as a parody of martyrs and miracles in which the stake is replaced by a hearth. Panurge is being roasted on a spit and wrapped in lard, for he is not considered sufficiently fattened. He escapes miraculously and roasts his tormentor. The episode ends in praise of the roast on the spit. Thus blood is transformed into wine, ruthless slaughter and the martyr's death are transformed into a merry banquet, the stake becomes a hearth. Bloodshed, dismemberment, burning, death, beatings, blows, curses, and abuses, all these elements are steeped in merry time, time which kills and gives birth, which allows nothing old to be perpetuated and never ceases to generate the new and the youthful. This interpretation is not Rabelais' abstract conception, it is, so to speak, immanent in the traditional popular festive system of images which he inherited. He did not create the system, but it rose in him to a higher level of historical development. But perhaps all these images are nothing but a dead and crippling tradition? Perhaps these little ribbons tied to the arms of the victimized catchpole, these endless blows and abuses, these dismembered bodies and kitchen utensils, are nothing but the meaningless remnants of ancient philosophies, nothing but an empty form, a dead weight, which prevents the author from seeing and representing the true reality of modern times. This would be a most absurd supposition. True, the system of popular festive images was developed and went on living over thousands of years. This long development had its own scoria, its own dead deposits in manners, beliefs, prejudices. But in its basic line the system grew and was enriched, it acquired a new meaning, absorbed the new hopes and thoughts of the people. It was transformed in the crucible of the people's new experience. The language of images developed new and more refined nuances. Thanks to this process, popular festive images became a powerful means of grasping reality, they served as a basis for an authentic and deep realism. Popular imagery did not reflect the naturalistic, fleeting, meaningless, and scattered aspect of reality but the very process of becoming, its meaning and direction. Hence the universality and sober optimism of this system. It is this imagery that lives in Rabelais' work as a realistic and entirely conscious life. It lives fully and up to the minutest detail: the ribbons on the sleeve of one catchpole, the red face of another, the staff and cross and faded lilies brandished by Friar John, and his nickname, Dien Tamur. There is not a single dead or useless remnant in these images. Instead they are saturated with actuality, with one consistent meaningfulness. Rabelais' clear, thoughtful, yet not narrowly rationalist, artistic consciousness is present in every one of these details. This does not mean, of course, that each detail was invented, carefully thought out, and weighed in the author's abstract mind. Rabelais was consciously and artistically in possession of his style, the great style of popular festive forms. The logic of this carnivalesque genre suggested to him the catchpole's red snout, his merry resurrection after his chastisement, and the two kings to whom he was compared. But he scarcely selected these images separately. He still lived, as did his contemporaries, in the world of these forms. He breathed their atmosphere, used their idiom with assurance, and had no need of constant abstract self-control. We have shown the essential link of blows and abuses with uncrowning. In Rabelais, abuse never assumes the character merely of personal invective, it is universal, and when all is said and done it always aims at the higher level. Behind each victim of abuse and blows Rabelais sees the king, the former king, the pretender. But at the same time the images of all these uncrowned personages are real and very much alive. And so are all these catchpoles, intriguers, somber hypocrites, and slanderers, whom he beats, chases, and abuses. They are all subject to mockery and punishment as individual incarnations of the dying truth and authority of prevailing thought, law, and virtues. This old authority and truth pretend to be absolute, to have an extratemporal importance. Therefore, their representatives, the agelasts, are gloomily serious. They cannot and do not wish to laugh, they strut majestically, consider their foes the enemies of eternal truth, and threaten them with eternal punishment. They do not see themselves in the mirror of time, do not perceive their own origin, limitations, and end, they do not recognize their own ridiculous faces or the comic nature of their pretensions to eternity and immutability. And thus these personages come to the end of their role still serious, although their spectators have been laughing for a long time. They continue to talk with the majestic tone of kings and heralds announcing eternal truths, unaware that time has turned their speeches into ridicule. Time has transformed old truth and authority into a Mardi Gras dummy, a comic monster that the laughing crowd rends to pieces in the marketplace. 166. Kind Master Rabelais deals with these dummies pitilessly, cruelly, but merrily. Actually, it is gay time itself in whose name and with whose voice the master speaks. Rabelais does not torture living persons. Let them go, but first of all let them remove their royal robes and pompous academic gowns of the Sorbonne in which they masquerade as heralds of divine truths. Rabelais is even disposed to grant them a little hut in the backyard and a mortar to crush onions for green sauce, as he did King Anarchus. Or he may give them some cloth for a new pair of trousers, or a soup tureen, a sausage, or firewood such as he offered Master Janitus de Bragmerdo. Let us now turn to the episode of Master Janitus. It is related to the stealing of the bells from Notre Dame Cathedral by young Gargantua. Book I, Chapters 17, 20. The theme of the stealing of the bells was borrowed by Rabelais from the great chronicles, but he broadened and transposed it for the novel. Gargantua steals the historic bells in order to hang them on the harness of his giant mare, which he intends to send back to his father with a load of fish and cheese. Uncrowning the cathedral bells and hanging them on a horse is a typical carnivalesque gesture of debasement. It combines a destructive theme with that of renewal on another, material bodily level. The image of a small tinkling bell, usually a cowbell, appears even in the most ancient carnivals as an indispensable accessory. Small bells are usually found in the mythical images of the wild army, the wild hunt, and of Earl King's retinue, which in the most distant period of antiquity were combined with carnival processions. Cowbells figure in the descriptions of 14th-century chivalry in the Roman de Fauvel. The role of bells on the clown's costume and staff is well known. We still hear the jingling of carnival bells on bridal vehicles. 167 In his description of the diable rise produced by villain, Rabelais writes that the performers wore belts with cowbells and mule bells which made an abominable noise. 168 And we find once more in this episode the image of the stolen bells of Notre Dame. In the story of the burning of the 660 knights and of the transformation of the funeral pyre into a kitchen hearth, Pantagruel declared in the middle of the feast when all were busily chewing, "Would to God you all had 2 pairs of church bells hanging on your chins. And I the great bells of Rennes, Poitiers, Tours, and Cambrai. By heaven! We would boom out a fine carillon to the wagging of our chops." Book 2, Chapter 26. Church bells, cowbells, and mule bells are to be attached not only to animals but to the beards of the feasting guests. The ringing and jingling of bells is to mark the movement of the munching jaws. It is hard to find an image picturing more strikingly, though coarsely, the logic of abusive uncrowning, destruction, and regeneration. The bells have been uncrowned at their highest level. They are to be removed from the belfries of Poitiers, Rennes, Tours, and Cambrai and are to be suddenly used again in the context of festive food. They will revive their sound by marking the rhythm of masticating jaws. Let us add that this strange use of bells, suddenly introduced into the picture, leads to the rebirth of their image. They arise before us as something completely new, in a setting that is unusual and alien to bells as they commonly appear. The sphere in which the new birth of an image takes place is a material bodily sphere, in this case a banquet. Let us also stress the literal, topographically exact nature of the debasement. The bells are brought down from the high belfries and made to accompany chewing jaws. The banquet atmosphere that is to regenerate the bells is, of course, far removed from the animal act of eating as well as from a private, intimate entertainment. This is a feast for all the world, the feast of a popular giant and his companions around a historic hearth, a feast that has consumed the old feudal culture. Let us return once more to our episode of the stolen bells of Notre Dame. It is now obvious why Gargantua wants to transform them into harness bells for his horse. As the story goes on, they are continually linked with carnivalesque images. The commander of the monastic order of Saint Anthony would also like to steal those bells in order to ring them and make the bacon tremble in the pantries. He collects his dues from the people in pork. The main reason for the return of the bells, as Janitus de Bragmerdo declares, is the beneficial influence of their sound on the fertility of vines in the Paris region. The other decisive reason is the promise made him of a gift of sausage and hose if he brings back the bells. Thus throughout the episode the bells are continuously ringing in joyous, carnivalesque tones. Who is Janitus de Bragmerdo? In Rabelais' conception, he is the senior member of the Sorbonne. This school was the defender of orthodoxy and of invulnerable divine truth. It controlled the fate of every religious opinion or book. The Sorbonne, as we know, condemned and prohibited all the books of Rabelais novel as they appeared in succession, but fortunately the school was no longer powerful at that time. Janitus de Bragmerdo was the representative of this honorable faculty. But for precaution, for it would still be imprudent to joke about the Sorbonne, Rabelais removed all apparent signs of Janitus de Bragmerdo's connection with this institution. 169 The scholar was to persuade Gargantua by means of a wise and eloquent oration to return the bells. He was promised, as we have seen, a handsome carnivalesque reward of hose and sausage and wine. When Janitus, wearing the formal academic gown and accompanied by his assistants, made his appearance with comic solemnity at Gargantua's apartment, this strange company was at first mistaken for a carnival procession. Master Janitus, with a haircut like that affected by Julius Caesar, settled the traditional doctoral hood over his coot-like head. Next he antidoted his stomach against possible contamination, with cakes baked in the most secular ovens and holy water from his excellently stocked cellar. Then, he proceeded to Gargantua's. Before him crawled 3 black beetles, behind him he dragged 5 or 6 servile and artless masters of arts, all of them mildewed and rotten as cheeses. Ponocrates met them as they entered and was terrified at their motley. He was convinced they must be crazed mummers. He therefore asked one of the artless magisters what this masquerade meant. For answer, he was told they wished to recover the missing bells. Book I, Chapter 18. The entire carnival setting is brought out in the persons of the Sorbonne faculty members. They are transformed into clowns, into a gay, grotesque procession. Holy water from the cellar was a current parody of wine. Learning what has happened, Gargantua and his companions decide to play a trick on Janitus. He is made to drink theologically 170 while they return the bells to the city officials whom they have meanwhile summoned. Thus Janitus has to deliver his oration to a hilarious audience and merely for their amusement. This mystification brings out even more forcefully the comic aspect of the master of the Sorbonne. He has dropped out of real life, he is a dummy, continuing to play his part seriously, unaware of the audience's laughter. Janitus' oration itself is an excellent parody of the Sorbonnites' eloquence, of their method of argumentation, and their Latin speech. This parody almost deserves to be placed next to the letters of obscure people. But the Janitus oration displays from beginning to end and with utmost artistry the image of senility. A tape recording of his speech would show how full it is of sounds imitating all forms and degrees of coughing, spitting, short breath, and wheezing. It is marked by omissions, lapses, interruptions of thought, and the desperate search for the right word. Janitus frankly complains of his age. This biological image of man's senility is subtly combined with the social, ideological, and linguistic decrepitude of the Sorbonnites. It is the old year, the old winter, the old king, turned into a clown. The Sorbonnite dummy is mocked. As to the old man, he is given what he needs, and according to his own words he needs very little to be near his fireplace, his table, and a full soup tureen. This is all that remains of Janitus' pretentious demands. Gargantua generously compensates him, but the Sorbonnite is ridiculed and completely destroyed. All the episodes we have discussed in this chapter, as well as the individual scenes of battles, fights, beatings, the uncrowning of people and objects, for instance, the bells, are presented by Rabelais in the popular festive carnival spirit. Therefore, all the episodes are ambivalent, destruction and uncrowning are related to birth and renewal. The death of the old is linked with regeneration, all the images are connected with the contradictory oneness of the dying and reborn world. Not only the episodes discussed but the entire novel is filled with that carnivalesque atmosphere. More than that, a number of important scenes are directly related to feasting and festivity. We give here a broadened meaning to the word carnivalesque. As a special phenomenon, carnival has survived up to our time. Other manifestations of popular festive life, related to it in style and character, as well as origin, have died out long ago or have degenerated so far as to become undistinguishable. Carnival is a well-known festivity that has been often described throughout many centuries. Even during its later development in the 18th and 19th centuries it still preserved certain fundamental traits in a quite clear, though reduced, form. Carnival discloses these traits as the best preserved fragments of an immense, infinitely rich world. This permits us to use precisely the epithet carnivalesque in that broad sense of the word. We interpret it not only as carnival per se in its limited form but also as the varied popular festive life of the Middle Ages and the Renaissance. All the peculiarities of this life have been preserved in carnival, while the other forms have deteriorated and vanished. But even in its narrow sense carnival is far from being a simple phenomenon with only one meaning. This word combined in a single concept a number of local feasts of different origin and scheduled at different dates but bearing the common traits of popular merriment. This process of unification in a single concept corresponded to the development of life itself. The forms of folk merriment that were dying or degenerating transmitted some of their traits to the carnival celebrations, rituals, paraphernalia, images, masks. These celebrations became a reservoir into which obsolete genres were emptied. Obviously, this consolidation took place in its own way, not only in various countries and at various seasons but even in different cities. The clearest, classic carnival forms were preserved in Italy, especially in Rome. The next most typical carnivals were those of Paris. Next came Nuremberg and Cologne, which adopted a more or less classic form at a somewhat later period. In Russia this process did not develop at all. The various aspects of folk merriment of a national or local character, Shrove days, Christmas, fairs, remained unchanged. They offered none of the traits typical of Western European amusements. Peter the Great, as we know, tried to bring to Russia the later European style of the Feast of Fools, for example, the election of the all-clowns pope, and the pranks of the April Fool, but these customs did not take root and did not mix with local traditions. Even in the cities where the process of development acquired a more or less classic character, as in Rome, Paris, Nuremberg, and Cologne, local festivities formed the basis of carnival. Its ritual was enriched by these local traits, which otherwise were doomed to vanish. Many of these popular festive forms that had lent some of their essential elements to carnival continued to lead contemporaneously their own pallid existence. This was, for instance, the case of the French chivalry. Its main traits had been transferred to carnival, but it still retained a feeble resemblance to bridal mockery, if the marriage for some reason or other was not considered normal. It is still presented in our days, as a cat concert under the windows of newlyweds. Furthermore, all the elements of folk merriment which constituted the second, unofficial part of holy days and legal feasts continued to exist independently. However, they had many traits in common with the carnival rituals: the election of kings and queens for a day on the Feast of the Epiphany, the Feast of Beans, and on St. Valentine's Day. These common elements are determined by the fact that they are all related to time, which is the true hero of every feast, uncrowning the old and crowning the new. 171 These popular unofficial forms of merriment continued, of course, to surround the feasts of the Church. Every fair, usually scheduled for the dedication of a church or a first Mass, preserved carnivalesque traits. Finally, the carnivalesque character appeared on private family occasions, christenings and memorial services, as well as on agricultural feasts, the harvest of grapes, vendange, and the slaughter of cattle, as described by Rabelais. We also saw the carnivalesque character of the Nopes Amida-Ines, a typical bridal ritual. The common denominator of the carnivalesque genres is the essential link of these feasts with gay time. Whenever the free popular aspect of the feast is preserved, the relation with time is maintained, and this means the persistence of its carnivalesque flavor. But when carnival developed in the narrow sense of the word and became the center of all popular forms of amusement, it diminished all the other feasts and deprived them of almost every free and utopian folk element. The other feasts faded away, their popular character was reduced, especially because of their connection with ecclesiastic or political rituals. Carnival became the symbol and incarnation of the true folk festival, completely independent of church and state but tolerated by them. This was true of the Roman carnival described by Goethe in his famous sketch in 1788, and true also of the 1895 carnival in that city, pictured by Dieterich for his Pulcinella, and dedicated to his Roman friends, and to the similar 1897 celebration. In Dieterich's time this festival was the only surviving vivid and colorful testimony of true popular life as it existed in bygone centuries. In the time of Rabelais, folk merriment had not as yet been concentrated in carnival season, in any of the towns of France. Shrove Tuesday, Mardi Gras, was but one of many occasions for folk merriment, although an important one. A considerable role in the festive life of the marketplace was played, as we have said, by the fairs held 3 or 4 times a year in several towns. The amusements offered at the fairs usually bore a carnivalesque character. Let us recall the numerous popular celebrations of the city of Lyon. At the time of Rabelais the later forms of the Feast of Fools were still preserved, as in the amusements organized in Rouen and Ur by the Societas Cornatorum, which elected a mock abbot, a bass cornatorum or abbé de Conards, and organized processions. Rabelais was of course quite familiar with the motley carnival life that existed in his time both in the cities and in the country. How are the feasts directly reflected in his novel? In the very beginning of the novel, Book I, chapters 4, 5, and 6, we find the description of the feast of cattle slaughter with a merry banquet during which Gargantua's miraculous birth takes place. This is one of the most remarkable episodes of the novel and the most characteristic of Rabelais' manner of presentation. We must carefully analyze this passage. Here is the beginning of the episode. The occasion and manner of Gargamelie's delivery were as I am about to relate. If you don't believe me, may your vent peg slip, may your stopper fail, your rectal organ, your fundament fall, and your flue pipe collapse. This is exactly what happened to Gargamelie, on February 3, after dinner. And why? Because she had eaten too abundantly of tripe. Of that tripe which comes from beeves which are fattened in their stalls and put to graze in meadows. In meadows which bear 2 crops of grass each year. 367,014 of these fat beeves had been slaughtered. They were to be salted on Shrove Tuesday so that there would be pressed beef aplenty that spring for the invocation of thirst and its subsequent exorcisation by wine. Book I, Chapter 4. The leading theme of this excerpt is the material bodily affluence, a generating and growing superabundance. All the images are subjected to this theme. First, all the events are related to Gargamelie's delivery. This is the setting and the background for the act of birth. A curse hurled at those who will not believe the author appears in the very first lines. It interrupts the story and at the same time prepares us for the next picture. Gargamelie's labor began precisely at the moment when her right intestine fell out due to the overeating of tripe, the intestines of fattened oxen. Bowels, intestines, with their wealth of meaning and connotation, are the leading images of the entire episode. In our excerpt these images are introduced as food, gaudabillas, an equivalent of grass's trips, the ox's fatty intestines. But Gargamelie's labor and the falling out of the right intestine link the devoured tripe with those who devour them. The limits between animal flesh and the consuming human flesh are dimmed, very nearly erased. The bodies are interwoven and begin to be fused in one grotesque image of a devoured and devouring world. One dense bodily atmosphere is created, the atmosphere of the great belly. The essential events of our episode take place within its walls: eating, the falling out of intestines, childbirth. The theme of productivity and growth introduced at the very beginning of the novel by Gargamelie's labor is developed in the images of abundance and fullness of material goods. Fat-rich intestines of the oxen elaborately fattened on choice meadows yielding grass twice a year. A grandiose number, 367,014 of these oxen have been slaughtered. The word fattened and its derivatives, grosses, ingresse, gras, are repeated 4 times in 3 lines. The slaughter is performed in order to have an abundant supply, tas, of meat. This theme of abundance of material goods is here directly linked with Mardi Gras, when the salting of the slaughtered oxen is to be done. Mardi Gras is Shrove Tuesday. A carnivalesque atmosphere permeates the entire episode. It ties into one grotesque knot the slaughter, the dismemberment and disemboweling, bodily life, abundance, fat, the banquet, merry improprieties, and finally childbirth. At the end of the excerpt there is a typical debasement, the commémoration des sailors. Salted hors d'oeuvres as an extraordinary addition to dinner are defined by the liturgical term of commemoration, which meant a short prayer to the saint whose feast was celebrated on that day, in other words, an extraordinary addendum to prayer. Thus an allusion to the liturgy is inserted in the story. Finally, let us point out the stylistic peculiarities of this excerpt. The first part is constructed like a chain. The word that ends one sentence starts the next, in the French text, and thus each link is joined to the succeeding one. Such a construction increases the density, the unbroken wholeness of this world made of abundant fat, meat, bowels, and childbirth. Let us follow the episode's further development. Since the intestines of the slaughtered oxen cannot be preserved a long time, Grangousier invites the inhabitants of all the neighboring villages to his feast. They summoned all the citizenry of Sinaise, Souilly, La Roche-Clermault and Vaugaudray, without forgetting their friends from Coudray-Montpensier, and Guedavid and other neighbors, all accomplished tosspots, debonair fellows, and Fine-queued rivers, skilled tail pushers all. Book I, Chapter 4. Thus, the feast for which thousands of oxen were slaughtered has a widely popular character. It is a feast for all the world. And such was the essence of every carnivalesque celebration. The description of the neighbors invited by Grangousier is colorful too. They are presented in the last sentence as beaux joueurs de quilles. We already know that quill in Rabelais time had an erotic connotation, thus the account of the guests as offered here is on the material bodily level of the entire episode. Grangousier warns his wife about the danger of eating too much tripe, saying that there are no intestines without dung. In spite of this warning, Gargamel consumes 16 quarters, 2 bushels, and 6 pecks of tripe. Her bowels are inflated by these all too generous portions. Here the author introduces the theme of dung, closely related to the concept of bowels in general and to intestines in particular, since even after thorough washing some excrement is retained in them. In this image, once more the limits between the devouring and the devoured body are erased. The contents of the animal intestines contribute to the formation of fecal matter in the human bowels. Animal and human organs are interwoven into one indissoluble grotesque whole. The author's concluding exclamation in this paragraph, "O belle matière fécale," is characteristic of the entire atmosphere of this episode. Let us recall that in grotesque realism this image represented in most cases gay matter. Immediately after the scene all the guests betook themselves to the meadow of La Sauce, made merry, and danced to the tune of flutes and bagpipes. This carnivalesque interlude is organically related to all the other images of this episode. We repeat, in the atmosphere of Mardi Gras, reveling, dancing, music were all closely combined with slaughter, dismemberment, bowels, excrement, and other images of the material bodily lower stratum. For the correct understanding of the entire novel, as well as the present episode, it is necessary to turn away from the limited and reduced aesthetic stereotypes of modern times. They are far from adequate to the main lines of development in world literature and art of past ages. It would be especially inadmissible to modernize Rabelais images by attempting to fit them to the differentiated, narrowed, one-sided concepts that dominate the modern system of thought. In grotesque realism and in Rabelais work the image of excrement, for instance, did not have the trivial, narrowly physiological connotation of today. Excrement was conceived as an essential element in the life of the body and of the earth in the struggle against death. It was part of man's vivid awareness of his materiality, of his bodily nature, closely related to the life of the earth. Therefore, Rabelais does not and cannot display any gross naturalism or physiologism. In order to understand him we must read him with the eyes of his contemporaries, we must see him against the background of the thousand-year-old tradition which he represents. Then the episode of Gargamel's labor will appear to us as a high and at the same time gay drama of the body and of the earth. The 5th chapter, Book I, is devoted to the famous palaver of the postulant. This is a carnivalesque symposium. It has no external logical continuity, no unifying abstract idea or problem, as in a classic symposium. But the palaver of the postulant has a deep internal unity. It is one grotesque play of debasement carefully organized up to the minutest detail. Nearly every replica contains a formula from the higher level ecclesiastical, liturgical, philosophical, or juridical or some words of the scriptures applied to eating and drinking. The conversation is actually concerned with two topics, the ox trips that are being consumed and the wine that washes down the food. But this material bodily lower stratum is travestied as images and formulas of the holy spiritual upper level. We must stress the play of words in the images of bowels. One of the guests says, "Je lèverois volontiers les trips de ce évoqué jice matin habile." The word habiller means to dress or clothe, but it can also mean to dress the meat of a slaughtered animal. Thus, when the guest speaks of the calf I dressed this very morning, he means in the first place himself, dressed for the occasion, but also the calf that was dismembered, dressed, and consumed. Similarly, the tripe means at the same time the guest's own intestines, which he intends to wash with wine, and the consumed bowels which he wants to wash down. Here is another double entendre constructed on the same pattern. Voulez-vous rien mondes à la rivière? C'est aussi the glass of wine vas laver les trips. Here again the word trips has a double meaning, that of the guest's own bowels and the consumed bowels of the ox. The dividing line between man's consuming body and the consumed animal's body is once more erased. The hero of the next chapter is Gargamelie's birth-giving womb. Here is the beginning of her labor. A few moments later, she began to groan, lament and cry out. Suddenly crowds of midwives came rushing up from all directions. Feeling and groping her below, they found certain loose shreds of skin, of a rather unsavory odor, which they took to be the child. It was, on the contrary, her fundament which had escaped with the mollification of her right intestine. You call it the bum gut, because she had eaten too much tripe, as I explained above. Book I, Chapter 6. Here is the anatomy of the lower parts, le bas, in a literal sense. The grotesque knot of the womb is tied even more tightly, the right intestine that fell out, the consumed ox tripe, the womb that is giving birth, the mother's intestine is mistaken for the baby, all these elements are indissolubly interwoven. The midwife who rushes to the rescue uses too potent an astringent. As a result of Gargamelie's discomfort, the cotyledons of the placenta of her matrix were enlarged. The child, leaping through the breach and entering the hollow vein, ascended through her diaphragm to a point above her shoulders. Here the vein divides into two. The child accordingly worked his way in a sinistral direction, to issue, finally, through the left ear. No sooner born, he did not like other babes cry, "Whatty? Whatty," but in a full, loud voice bawled, "Drink, drink, drink," as though inviting the company to fall to. What is more, he shouted so lustily, that he was heard throughout the regions of Bux, pronounced Booze, and Biberois, which in sound evokes Bibers and is how the Gascons pronounce Viveris. Book I, Chapter 6. The anatomical analysis ends with the unexpected and completely carnivalesque birth of Gargantua through his mother's ear. The child does not go down, but up. This is a typical grotesque turnover. A similar comic note is heard in Gargantua's first cry, calling for a drink. Let us sum up our analysis of this episode. All the images develop the theme of the feast: slaughter of cattle, disemboweling, dismemberment. The images continue to unfold along the lines of a banquet, devouring of the dismembered body. They are later transferred to the anatomic description of the generating womb. These images create with great artistry an extremely dense atmosphere of the body as a whole, in which all the dividing lines between man and beast, between the consuming and consumed bowels, are intentionally erased. On the other hand, these consuming and consumed organs are fused with the generating womb. We thus obtain a truly grotesque image of one single, super-individual bodily life, of the great bowels that devour and are devoured, generate and are generated. But this, of course, is not an animal or biological bodily life. We see looming beyond Gargamelie's womb the devoured and devouring womb of the earth and the ever-regenerated body of the people. The child that is born is the people's mighty hero, the French Heracles. In this episode, as in all others told by Rabelais, the merry, abundant and victorious bodily element opposes the serious medieval world of fear and oppression with all its intimidating and intimidated ideology. As in the prologue of Pantagruel, these chapters end in a gay and free travesty of the medieval methods of faith and persuasion. Now I suspect that you do not thoroughly believe this strange nativity. If you do not, I care but little, though an honest and sensible man believes what he is told and what he finds written. Does not Solomon say in Proverbs 13:15, Innocens credit omni furbo, the innocent believeth every word, and does not St. Paul, I Corinthians 13, declare, Caritas omnia credit, charity believeth all? Why should you not believe what I tell you? Because, you reply, there is no evidence. And I reply in turn that for this very reason you should believe with perfect faith. For the gentlemen of the Sorbonne say that faith is the argument of non-evident truths. Is anything I have related beyond our law or faith, contrary to our reason, or opposed to divine scriptures. For my part, I find nothing in the Holy Bible that stands against it. And if such had been the will of God, would you affirm that he could not accomplish it? Ha, I pray you, do not ambrangle your minds with such vain conceits. I tell you that nothing is impossible to God, and, if he but pleased, women would henceforth give birth to their children through the left ear. Book I, Chapter 6. Further, the author recalls a number of strange births from antique mythology and legends. This entire passage is a brilliant parody of the medieval doctrine of faith, as well as of the methods of defending and teaching it, through quotations from the scriptures, intimidation, threats, and accusations of heresy. The concentrated atmosphere of the merry bodily elements prepares the uncrowning of the doctrine of faith as the argument of non-evident truths. The most important episode of Gargantua, Picrocholi's War, develops in the atmosphere of another feast, the harvest of grapes, vendange. The vendange played an important role in the life of France. During this season even state institutions and the courts were closed, since all were busy in the vineyards. All the events and images of the Picrocholi War are shown in the setting of harvest time. The pretext for the war was the conflict between the peasants of Souilly who guarded the ripened vineyards and the bakers of Lerne who had brought a load of cakes for sale. The peasants wanted to eat some cakes with their grapes, a combination which, incidentally, has the effect of a purge. The bakers refused to sell their goods and insulted the peasants. A fight broke out. Wine and bread, grapes, and cakes form a liturgical complex, subjected here to a debasing parody, the fact that these foods have a stimulating effect on the bowels. The first great episode of the war, the defense of the Abbey Close by Friar John, also contains a travestied allusion to communion. We see the blood transformed into wine, while the ruthless beating suggests the vendange. In French wine growers' folklore, vendange is connected with bon temps, the propitious time. 172 The figure of propitious time symbolizes in folklore the end of evil days and advent of general peace. For this reason Rabelais develops a popular utopian theme, the triumph of peaceful labor and abundance over war and destruction. This is the fundamental theme of this entire episode of the Picrocholi War. Thus, the vendange atmosphere entirely permeates the second part of Gargantua and organizes the system of its images, just as the first part, Gargantua's birth, reflected the feast of cattle slaughter and carnival. The entire book is steeped in popular festive atmosphere. 173. In the novel's second book, Pantagruel, there are also episodes related to the theme of feasts. In 1532, at the time when Pantagruel was written, the Pope proclaimed a Jubilee year in France, in addition to the usually scheduled celebrations. During the Jubilee certain churches were granted the right to sell papal indulgences, that is, absolutions from sin. In Rabelais' novel there is an episode directly related to this theme. Wishing to improve his financial status, Panurge tours the churches and buys indulgences, at the same time, pretending to pick up his change from the plate he collects 100 times more than he deposited. He interprets the gospel word centuplius accipes, thou shalt be rewarded 100-fold, uttered in the present tense by the priest, as an imperative form, receive 100-fold, so that his conscience is satisfied. In other words, this episode travesties the festive theme of the Jubilee year and of the Gospel text. In the second book we also find an episode describing Panurge's unsuccessful attempt to gain the attention of a noble lady. Being rejected by her, he avenges himself in a peculiar manner. The central event of this episode takes place on the feast of Corpus Christi. It is a monstrous parody of the ritual, depicting a procession of 600,014 dogs who follow the lady and besmirch her dress, Panurge having sprinkled it with the diced genital organs of a bitch. Such a parody of a religious procession on the day of Corpus Christi may appear at first sight as sacrilegious as it is unexpected. However, the history of this feast in France, as well as in other countries, especially in Spain, proves that extremely free, grotesque images of the body were quite usual on these occasions and were consecrated by tradition. It can be said that the grotesque body prevailed in the popular marketplace aspect of this celebration and created its specific atmosphere. Thus, for instance, traditional representations of this grotesque body participated in the procession, which included a monster combining cosmic, animal, and human features, the Babylonian harlot astride the monster 174, as well as giants, traditionally symbolizing the great body, Negroes and Moors, a grotesque deviation from the bodily norm, and a group of youngsters performing folk dances, like the quasi-indecent Spanish saraband. It was only after these grotesque figures had marched by that the clergy made its appearance, carrying the host. The procession was closed by decorated coaches with actors in their theatrical costumes. Therefore, the feast was called in Spain Fiesta de los Carros. The traditional procession on the Feast of Corpus Christi had a clearly expressed carnivalesque character with a prevailing bodily note. In Spain, a dramatic performance called Autos Sacramentales was staged on that day. We can surmise the contents of this show from the plays of a similar type of Lope de Vega which have been preserved for us. Grotesque comic elements prevail in these plays and even permeate their serious parts. They contain a considerable amount of travesty and parody not only of antique but also of Christian themes and of the festive procession itself. We may sum up by saying that the popular marketplace aspect of this feast was, to a certain extent, a satirical drama which parodied the church ritual of the Corpus Christi, the host. Point 175. In the light of these facts, Rabelais' travesty is neither surprising nor monstrous. The author merely develops all the elements of satirical drama already in existence, the monster with the harlot astride, the giants and Moors, the indecent gestures of the dance. True, the author develops these images with bold awareness. In the setting of satirical drama, we must not be surprised by the urinating dogs, nor even by the role of the bitch. Let us also recall the ambivalent character of drenching in urine, the element of fertility and procreating power contained in this image. As Rabelais tells us in this episode, the dog urine formed a stream which still flows by Saint Victor, and he adds that the Gobelin manufacturers use the stream for the dyeing of their tapestries. The episodes we have analyzed are directly related to a few feasts only: cattle slaughter, vendange, the papal jubilee, Corpus Christi. In these episodes the theme of the feast influences the organization of all the images. But these examples do not exhaust our subject. Throughout Rabelais' entire novel we find allusions to other feasts as well: Saint Valentine's Day, the Fair of Niort, for which Villon composed his Diablerie, the Carnival of Avignon at which the baccalaureates played the game of Rafa, the Fair of Lyon with its gay monster, the glutton Mikhail. Describing his hero's visits to the universities of France, Rabelais devotes special attention to the recreational amusements and games of the students and baccalaureates. In the popular marketplace aspect of the feast a substantial place was held by games, cards and sports, as well as by various forms of fortune-telling, wishes, and predictions. These manifestations, closely related to the popular festive atmosphere, play an important part in the novel. It suffices to say that the entire third book is constructed as a series of fortune-telling episodes, in which Panurge makes inquiries concerning his betrothed. These incidents will deserve our special attention. Let us first point out the considerable role of games in Rabelais' work. Chapter 20 of Gargantua contains the list of games played by the young hero after his dinner. The standard edition, 1542, lists 217 names of games, including a number of parlor and table games and many open-air sports. This famous enumeration had a considerable resonance. Rabelais' first German translator, Fischart, completed the long list with 872 German card games and dance tunes. The English 17th century translator, Thomas Urquhart, also increased the lists of recreations by adding English games. The Dutch version of Gargantua, 1682, added some national material, namely 63 purely Dutch games. This proves that Rabelais' list stimulated the interest of other countries in their own amusements. The Dutch version initiated research in the field of children's games, resulting in the greatest work ever undertaken in world folk studies, children's games and amusements in the Netherlands 176. Rabelais' own interest in games was not purely accidental. He shared this interest with his contemporaries. Games were related not only outwardly but also by an inner essential link to the popular marketplace aspect of feasts. Besides the list in Gargantua, Rabelais widely used the rich vocabulary of games, borrowing from it his metaphors and comparisons. He drew from this source a great number of erotic allusions, like the expression joueurs de quille, as well as many colorful images expressing success and failure, for instance, c'est bien renter de piques, this is an unfortunate move. We must add that these expressions taken from games were important in shaping the vernacular. The images of two important episodes of the novel are built on games. The first is the prophetic riddle that concludes the first book, Gargantua, and the second is the dice casting of Judge Bridlegoose. The prophetic riddle was written by Melin de Saint-Gilles, probably in full. But Rabelais had good reasons for using it. The poem was closely related to all his images. The analysis of the prophetic riddle will disclose a number of new and important aspects of this system. Two elements are closely interwoven in the poem, the parody of a prophecy concerning the historic future and the images of a ball game. This relation of play and prophecy reveals a carnivalesque conception of the historical process. Melin de Saint-Gilles has another short poem in which the struggle for Italy between Francis I, Pope Clement VII, and Charles V is pictured as a jeu de prime, a popular card game of that time. The political situation of the time, the distribution of forces, and the respective assets and weaknesses of the rulers are presented in the precise terminology of this game. We find a similar little poem in de Perriers entitled Prediction for the Lyonnais, Hina Thibaut. This poem describes in prophetic tones the destiny of three comrades. The comrades are actually three dice. Prophetic riddles were so popular at the time of Rabelais that Thomas Sabillat devoted to this genre a special section of his Poetics, chapter 11, De l'Enigme. 177 Riddles are extremely characteristic of the artistic and ideological conception of that time. The sad and terrifying, the serious and important are transposed into a gay and light key, from the minor key to the major. Everything leads to a merry solution. Instead of being gloomy and terrifying, the world's mystery and the future finally appear as something gay and carefree. This, of course, is not philosophical affirmation, it is an expression of the artistic and ideological tendency of the time, seeking to hear the sounds of the world in a new key, to approach it not as a somber mystery play but as a satirical drama. The other aspect of this genre is the parodical prophecy, which was also widespread in those days. Of course, serious prophecies were popular as well. The struggle of Francis I against Charles V led to an immense number of historical and political prognostics. Many of them were related to religious movements and wars. In most cases these prophecies were of a gloomy and eschatological character. There were also regular astrological predictions. Popular prognostics were periodically printed in the form of calendars, for instance, the Ploughman's prognostics which offered weather forecasts and agricultural predictions. 178 Side by side with the serious prophecies and forecasts there appeared parodies and travesties of this genre which enjoyed considerable success. The best known of these parodies were the General Prognostics, 179, the Prognostics of Friar Thibaut, 180, and New Prognostics, 181. These are all typical popular festive creations. They mock not so much the naive faith in forecasts and prophecies as their tone, their interpretations of life, history, and the times. The jocular and merry approach is opposed to the serious and gloomy one, the usual and commonplace to the strange and unexpected, the material and bodily to the abstract and the exalted. The main goal of the anonymous authors of these parodies was to give time and the future a different coloring, to transfer the accent to the material bodily life. Popular festive images were often used for depicting changes in history and time. Rabelais' own Pantagruelesque prognostic is written in a similar spirit. In this short text we find material bodily images. During Lent, lard will avoid peas, the belly will go forward, the bottom will sit down first. There are also popular festive images. On the feast day, people will not find the bean kings in the cake, as well as images of games. The dice will not fulfill your wishes, you will not win points as needed. In the Prognostic's 5th chapter, which parodies astrological predictions, Rabelais first of all democratizes them. He considers that it is the greatest folly to believe that stars are made only for kings, popes, and nobles, and the great events of the official world. Astrology must be concerned too with the life and destinies of the lower classes. This is, in a way, the uncrowning of the stars, the stripping of their royal robes. Rabelais' prognostic also contains what might be called a carnivalesque picture of carnival. Men will change their dress so as to cheat others, and they will run about in the streets like fools and madmen. Nobody has yet seen such a disorder in nature. We find here in a reduced form the prophetic riddle from Gargantua. The images of a social, historical, and natural catastrophe are represented as a carnival with its masquerades and disorderly conduct. The genre of travestied prophecies are essentially related to time, to the new year, to the guessing of riddles, to marriage, birth, and procreative force. This is why food, drink, the material bodily life and the images of games play in this genre such an important part. Games are also closely related to time and to the future. The basic accessories of games, dice, and cards, are often used as the accessories of fortune-telling. It is needless to dwell on the roots of the imagery representing feasts and games. What is important is not their generic relationship but their related meaning. This relation was clearly felt in the time of Rabelais. There was in those days a vivid awareness of the universalism of this imagery, of its link with time and the future, destiny, and political power. These links were part of their philosophy and entered into the interpretation of chessmen, dice, and the figures and colors in cards. Kings and queens of the Feast of Fools were often elected by casting dice. The most successful winner at this game was called Basilicus or Royal. The images of games were seen as a condensed formula of life and of the historic process: fortune, misfortune, gain and loss, crowning and uncrowning. Life was presented as a miniature play, translated into the language of traditional symbols, a play without footlights. At the same time, games drew the players out of the bounds of everyday life, liberated them from usual laws and regulations, and replaced established conventions by other lighter conventionalities. This was true not only of cards, dice, and chess but also of sports and children's games, ninepins, ball games. As yet, there were not sharp divisions between them, as those that were later established. We have seen that the figures in card games represented world events, as in the Jeu de Prime representing the struggle for Italy in Saint Gilles poem. Ball games also fulfilled these functions, as well as dice in the Three Comrades poem of de Perriers. In his Polyphila's Dream, Francesco Colonna describes a game of chess. The chessmen are represented as live people, wearing conventional costumes inspired by that game. Here chess is transformed on the one hand into a carnival masquerade, on the other hand into a grotesque image of military and political events. This game is repeated in the 5th book of Rabelais novel and is possibly based on rough sketches of Rabelais himself, who was familiar with Polyphila's Dream. There is an allusion to this book in Gargantua. The peculiar interpretation of games in Rabelais' time must be carefully considered. Games were not as yet thought of as a part of ordinary life and even less of its frivolous aspect. Instead, they had preserved their philosophical meaning. Like all humanists, Rabelais was familiar with the ancient conception of games, which held them to be far better than ordinary idle pastimes. Therefore, Ponocrates did not exclude them from young Gargantua's education. On rainy days they devoted themselves to painting and sculpture, or revived, as Rabelais tells us, the antique custom of playing dice, following the description of this game by Leonicus 182 or the example of Lascaris, the king's librarian. While playing, they would recall the ancient authors who mentioned this game, Book I, Chapter 24. The fate of the imagery of games is similar, in part, to that of abuses and improprieties. Having been absorbed by the sphere of private life, the images of games lost their universal relationship and were deprived of the meaning they formerly conveyed. The Romanticists sought to restore these images in literature, as they sought to restore the forms of carnival, but they understood them subjectively within the structure of personal destinies. 183 The tonality is entirely different in the Romantic period, it is usually in the minor key. What has been said explains how it happens that the images of games, prophecies, as parodies, and riddles are combined with folk elements to form an organic whole. Their common denominator is gay time. They all transform the eschatology of the Middle Ages into a gay monster. They humanize the development of history and prepare a sober and fearless knowledge of this process. In the prophetic riddle, historic events are represented with the help of all these forms, games, prophecies, and others, presented in a carnivalesque aspect. Let us take a closer look at it. The author of the riddle declares that if it is possible to foretell the future with the help of stars and divine inspiration, he will predict what is going to happen next winter in this very place. There will appear unquiet men, lost to repose et faces du séjour. They will bring strife and rebellion among friends and relatives, they will divide all men into hostile parties, they will arm children against parents, all order will be disrupted, all social differences erased. Inferiors will lose respect for their superiors. Never has history, which has witnessed many wonders, told of such dreadful happenings. Let us stress in this prophetic picture the complete destruction of the established hierarchy, social, political, and domestic. It is a picture of utter catastrophe threatening the world. The historic calamity is increased by a cosmic disaster. The author predicts a flood, which will drown all mankind, followed by a terrible earthquake. Then a gigantic flame will appear, and finally calm and gladness will once more descend upon earth. In this picture we dimly see the threat of a universal crisis, of a fire that is to burn the old world, and of the joy brought by a world renewed. This image is in a way related to the one we have already seen, the transformation of the funeral pyre into a kitchen hearth and banquet. Gargantua and Friar John discuss the prophetic riddle. Gargantua takes the prognosis seriously and relates it to contemporary events, sadly foreseeing the persecution of the evangelists. Friar John refuses to accept this gloomy interpretation. He swears by Saint Goderin that this is the style of the prophet Merlin. He means Melin de Saint Gillet. Let Gargantua seek in the prophecy the deepest implications. All that the friar sees is the description of a game of tennis, rather obscure, it is true, Book I, Chapter 58. Friar John then offers his own interpretation. Social disintegration and rebellion mean the division of the ball players into two camps, the flood is the sweat pouring from their bodies, the universal conflagration is merely the fire near which they are resting after the game, there follows the banquet and rejoicing of the winners. The second important episode built on the imagery of games is the scene in which old Judge Bridal Goose solved all lawsuits by casting dice. The legal term alia judiciorum, meaning the arbitrariness of court decisions, was understood by the judge literally, since alia means dice. Basing himself on this metaphor, he was fully convinced that since he pronounced his judgments by dicing, he was acting in strict accordance with legal requirements. He gave a similar interpretation to the term in obscuris minimum est sequendum. In obscure matters it is better to make the minimum decision, as the most prudent one. Following this rule, Bridal Goose solved obscure matters by using the smallest dice. The entire order of this peculiar court procedure is built on the metaphors used by the judge in his court decisions. When induced to weigh the testimony of both parties, he places the plaintiff's file opposite the file of the defendant and then casts his dice. Thus all the cases judged by Bridal Goose are transformed into a gay parody, with the dice as the central image. 184. These are two of the episodes related to games, and there are many others. The basic artistic purpose of the parodied and travestied prophecies and riddles is to uncrown gloomy eschatological time, that is, the medieval concept of the world. The parodies renew time on the material bodily level, transforming it into a propitious and merry notion. The images of games, also, are usually subjected to this purpose. In the Bridal Goose episode, games have an additional function. They offer a gay parody of the legal methods of establishing truth. This travesty is similar to the one applied to the ecclesiastical and scholastic method, as told in the prologues and in various episodes of the novel. We must here pause to examine more closely the soothsayings in the third book of Rabelais' work. This book was a live echo of the dispute which stirred France, especially in 1542 to 1550. This was the Querelle des Femmes, which concerned the nature of women and wedlock. Nearly all French poets, writers, and philosophers participated in this dispute, which had a vivid repercussion at the royal court and in wide circles of the reading public. The dispute did not present a new topic of controversy, it had already caused some agitation in the 15th century. The problem under discussion was considerably complex, more complex than commentators generally believed it to have been. Concerning women's nature and marriage, two opposing lines of thought were confronted. These two lines run through the entire Middle Ages and Renaissance. The first one is usually called the Gallic tradition, tradition Gauloise. This is the medieval concept, a negative attitude toward woman. The second line, which Abel Lefren calls the idealizing tradition, 185, exalts womanhood. At the time of Rabelais, this second line was supported by the Platonizing poets and was based in part on the tradition of chivalry of the Middle Ages. Rabelais belonged to the Gallic tradition, which was supported and renewed by a number of authors. It was especially defended by Gratien Dupont, who published in 1534 a poem in 3 books entitled The Controversy of the Masculine and Feminine Sex. Rabelais, as we have said, did not take the women's side. How can his position be explained? The fact is that the Gallic tradition is a complex and contradictory phenomenon. Actually, it represented not one but two lines of thought, the popular comic tradition, and the ascetic tendency of medieval Christianity, which saw in woman the incarnation of sin, the temptation of the flesh. The latter often borrowed its symbols from the comic line. This is why scholars frequently combine and confuse the two lines in their research. We must add that in a number of medieval writings, hostile to women and to marriage, especially in encyclopedic works, the two tendencies are mechanically combined. In reality, the popular comic tradition and the ascetic tradition are profoundly alien to each other. The popular tradition is in no way hostile to woman and does not approach her negatively. In this tradition, woman is essentially related to the material bodily lower stratum. She is the incarnation of the stratum that degrades and regenerates simultaneously. She is ambivalent. She debases, brings down to earth, lends a bodily substance to things, and destroys, but, first of all, she is the principle that gives birth. She is the womb. Such is woman's image in the popular comic tradition. But when this image is treated trivially, in the fabliaux, facetities, early novellas, and farces, woman's ambivalence acquires an ambiguous nature. It presents a wayward, sensual, concupiscent character of falsehood, materialism, and baseness. But these are not abstract moral traits of the human being. They cannot be taken out of the general pattern of images, for in this pattern womanhood performs the functions of debasement and at the same time of renewal of life. Womanhood is shown in contrast to the limitations of her partner, husband, lover, or suitor. She is a foil to his avarice, jealousy, stupidity, hypocrisy, bigotry, sterile senility, false heroism, and abstract idealism. The woman of Gallic tradition is the bodily grave of man. She represents in person the undoing of pretentiousness, of all that is finished, completed, and exhausted. She is the inexhaustible vessel of conception, which dooms all that is old and terminated. Like the Sibyl of Panzolt in Rabelais' novel, she lifts her skirts and shows the parts through which everything passes, the underworld, the grave, and from which everything issues forth. On this level the Gallic tradition develops the theme of cuckoldry. This is the uncrowning of the old husband and a new act of procreation with the young husband. In this system of images the cuckolded husband assumes the role of uncrowned old age, of the old year, and the receding winter. He is stripped of his robes, mocked, and beaten. We must note that the image of the woman in the Gallic tradition, like other images in this tradition, is given on the level of ambivalent laughter, at once mocking, destructive, and joyfully reasserting. Can it be said that this tradition offers a negative, hostile attitude toward woman? Obviously not. The image is ambivalent. But as considered by the ascetic tendencies of Christianity and the moralistic abstract thought of modern satirists, the Gallic image loses its positive pole and becomes purely negative. It cannot be transferred from the comic to the serious level without distorting its very nature. Therefore, in most encyclopedic writings of the Middle Ages and the Renaissance which sum up the Gothic accusations against womanhood, the authentic Gallic images are disfigured. This is true of the second part of the Roman de la Rose, although the ambivalence of love and woman is preserved to a certain extent. The Gallic tradition suffers another distortion in the literature of manners. In this case the image of woman appears entirely negative, or else the ambivalence degenerates into a mixture of positive and negative elements. This took place especially in the 18th century, when such static combinations of good and evil were offered as a true realistic picture, resembling life. But let us go back to the controversy of the 16th century and to Rabelais' part in it. The dispute was mainly conducted in the terms of the new, narrow conception, moralizing and scholastic humanist philosophy. Rabelais alone represented the authentic Gallic tradition. He did not join the enemy camps of the moralists or of the Epicurean followers of Castiglione. Neither did he take sides with the Platonizing idealists. However, the latter, as defenders of woman and love, were closer to him than the abstract moralists. A certain degree of ambivalence was still preserved by the Platonists' idea of exalted womanhood. This image was symbolically broadened and the regenerating element brought forward. But the Platonizing poet's abstract, idealistic, and serious approach was unacceptable to Rabelais. He clearly realized the novelty of this type of seriousness and exaltation which the Platonists had brought into literature. He was well aware of the difference of their approach from the gloomy seriousness of the Gothic age. But he did not believe that this new philosophy could survive in the crucible of laughter without being burned up. This is why Rabelais' voice remained completely isolated in the famous controversy. It was the popular voice of the marketplace and of carnival, of the fabliaux, facetities, anonymous jokes and anecdotes, sottiers and farces, but this voice made itself heard at the highest level of artistic forms and philosophic thought. We shall now be able to analyze Panurge's fortune-telling, which fills the major part of the third book. Why is he testing his fortune? Because he wants to get married but at the same time fears being cuckolded. He wants to find out whether this has to happen. All his inquiries give him the same answer: his future wife will cuckold, beat, and rob him, and his fate is inevitable. All his friends' advice, all the novellas about women which they quote, all the studies of the nature of women by the learned physician Rondibulus lead to the same conclusion. The woman's bowels are inexhaustible and never satisfied. She is organically hostile to all that is old, she is the principle of the new to be born. Panurge will inevitably be uncrowned and beaten, killed, at the worst. This fate is not related to any specific individual, it is symbolized by woman, the promised spouse. However, Panurge does not want to accept his fate. He believes that he can somehow escape his doom. In other words, he wants to be the eternal king, the eternal new year and youth. But woman is naturally opposed to eternity and unmasks it as senile presumptuousness. Cuckoldry, thrashing, and mockery are unavoidable. In vain does Panurge in his talk with Friar John, Book 3, chapters 27 and 28, boast of the wondrous power of his phallus. Friar John gives him a firm answer: I quite understand that, but time softens everything. No marble and porphyry but suffers old age and decay. If you have not at present reached this stage, then a few years hence, I shall hear you confessing that your cods are dragging in the dust. At the end of this conversation Friar John retells the famous novella of Hans Carvel. Like all the other stories of this genre inserted in the novel, it was not created by Rabelais but is fully in tune with his system of images and style. The ring is the symbol of eternity but is here also the sign of woman's sexual organ, A common folkloric interpretation, an endless torrent of conceptions and renewals flows through it. Panurge's hope to avoid his doom, the doom of the uncrowned, mocked, and destroyed old man, is as absurd as Hans's attempt, suggested by the devil, to stem the flow with his finger. Panurge's fear of the inevitable cuckoldry and mockery is in tune with the fear of the sun, the preordained robber and murderer, which is a feature of high-level drama. In the myth of Cronos, the woman's womb plays a considerable role, the womb of Rhea, Cronos' wife and mother of the gods. Rhea not only gives birth to Zeus but hides the child from Cronos' persecutions, she thus ensures the new life of the world. Another well-known example of the fear of the son who is to seize the throne is the myth of Oedipus. Here once more, the mother's womb of Jocasta plays a dual role, it gives birth to Oedipus and is fecundated by him. Yet another example is found in Calderon's Life is a Dream. If on the high dramatic plane it is the son who kills and robs, it is the wife who plays this role on the plane of comic Gallic tradition. She will cuckold the husband, beat him, and chase him away. In the third book, Panurge symbolizes obstinate old age, actually he has scarcely reached it, which does not accept change and renewal. He fears cuckoldry, the promised spouse. Fate is represented by the young woman who kills the old and generates the new. Thus, the basic theme of the third book is closely connected with time and with popular festive forms, uncrowning, cuckoldry, thrashing, and mockery. Fortune-telling concerning the future bride and cuckoldry is linked with the theme of individual death, change, and renewal, but on the comic level death and renewal serve the purpose of humanizing time, of giving it a bodily substance, of creating its gay image. Looking into the future hazards of matrimony is a grotesque debasement of higher-level soothsaying, the inquiries of kings and pretenders about the fate of their crowns, symbolized on the comic level by horns, the emblem of cuckoldry. Such a scene of soothsaying is presented in Macbeth. We have especially brought out the festive theme of Panurge's fortune-telling, contained in the third book. But this theme is the axis around which a wide circle of other images rotates. They are a carnivalesque revision of all the comic aspects presented by the obstinate old forms as well as by the new trends of philosophic thought. The leaders of theology, philosophy, medicine, law, and magic pass before our eyes. In this respect, the third book reminds us of Rabelais' Prologues. It is a magnificent piece of Renaissance journalism, founded on the grotesque elements of the marketplace. We have analyzed the considerable influence of popular festive forms on a number of important episodes of Rabelais' novel, scenes of battles,